Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possess Imprint Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. When Izuku Midoriya gave birth to her child, she did not expect him to be glowing. She had thought that her child's quirk would be something related to pyrokinesis, but her baby was glowing in the doctor's arms, sobbing his eyes out. As soon as the baby opened his eyes and looked at his mother, the light shone even brighter, but as quickly as it started, the light faded. Hisashi had been waiting outside the room, but when he saw the glowing, he rushed in to check on his wife and son. What was that? Hisashi Midoriya asked, worry creeping into his voice. It seems to be the boy's quirk, replied a doctor. Once he turns 4, I'd recommend taking him to see a quirk counselor. Satisfied, Hisashi turned back to his wife, who was now holding their son. Have you thought of a name for our little guy? Hisashi asked. He had a few names in mind, but he wanted his wife to pick first. Yes. Izuku replied. I want to call him Izuku. Izuku held her baby close and couldn't help but think of the things her son could do. Izuku, I just know you're going to do great things. Sorry, it's not going to happen. Dr. Tsubasa said with a grim look on his face. Izuku had taken Izuku to a quirk doctor once he turned 4. They had not seen any signs of a quirk forming outside of the glow Izuku had when he was a baby. There must be some sort of mistake, doctor. Izuku said. He was glowing when he was born 4 years ago. Beside her sat Izuku, who looked frozen in time. Izuku had wanted to be a hero ever since he saw All Might's debut, but all his friends, including his best friend Kacchan, said he needed a quirk to be a hero. I'm sorry ma'am, but we ran an X-ray over his foot, and it shows that he has an extra toe joint. Quirks are wildly unpredictable, but one thing that is always constant is the absence of a certain toe joint, one that Izuku has. Dr. Tsubasa explained. Truthfully, I am not sure about what that glow was when he was born. Perhaps the effect of another quirk? Izuku, upset but unable to do anything else, simply said, okay. Thank you for your time. She bowed before dragging Izuku back into the waiting room to check out. Meanwhile, Dr. Tsubasa flipped a switch under his desk, and a phone rose from a trap door on his desk. He got up and closed the blinds to his office and locked the door before calling the number on the phone. I assume you have a good reason to be calling this number, doctor. The man on the other end of the phone said. Of course, my lord. I am calling to let you know that I found the perfect candidate to start Project Nomu on. A quirkless boy, perfect for the first experiment. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Interesting. Tell me his home address. I'll make sure Kurojiri pays the boy a visit. The man said, an unsettling tone in his voice. Of course, my lord. This will be the perfect start to your plans, I'm sure. Once Izuku and Izuku went back home, Izuku rushed up to his room and slammed the door. Hisashi witnessed the scene and went over to his wife. What happened over there? He asked, slightly shaken up over Izuku's reaction. The doctor said that Izuku is quirkless. I wish I could do something to cheer him up, but I feel so useless. Izuku replied, her eyes threatening to burst with tears. She wanted to say something to make her boy feel better, but she didn't know what to say. We can go up and talk to him. I'm sure he just needs reassurance from us that he can still follow his dreams. Hisashi replied. Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to be a hero if he's quirkless? Izuku asked. She wanted her baby to follow his dreams, but she also wanted him to be safe. How could he save people if villains can shoot lasers and punch through steel? Of course he can. There may not be any quirkless heroes in Japan, but I've learned that there are quirkless heroes all over the world by talking to my American coworkers. Hisashi exclaimed. He was very insistent on that since quirk discrimination was much more common here than in other countries. I think the most important thing we can do is prove that him being quirkless doesn't make him useless. If you say so, but just know that a mother can't help but be worried. She teased. I could never forget that. Hisashi said, smirking. As the two walked upstairs to their son's room, they could hear the sound of All Might's voice, as well as the sound of sniffling. Izuku's heart ached at the sound, but the two pressed on. The pair entered the room and saw Izuku watching All Might's debut video on loop. There were tears pouring out of his eyes, and he had the same look on his face as at the doctor's office. Oh honey. Izuku cooed, scooping her son into her arms as tears started to fall from her eyes. Hisashi stood nearby, trying not to shed tears. All Might is the coolest. He can save everyone. Izuku said, his voice muffled as he cried into his mom. He looked up at her and said, can I be a hero too? He was trying his best to smile, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him, and tears still threatened to leak as soon as he let his guard down. Izuku and Hisashi looked at each other, then back at their son before Hisashi said, "Of course, son. Just because you're quirkless, doesn't make you useless. I have no doubt you'll be a great hero someday. You'll have to work harder than the others, but that'll make you even better." Inko replied similarly, saying, "We will support your dreams, no matter what. I know that you can do whatever you set your mind to." Upon hearing the words of his parents, the tears Izuku pushed away came flooding back, and the three started bawling on the spot. After calming down, Inko said, "Why don't we have some katsudon? Your father and I will get it ready, and you can watch some more heroes in the meantime." Izuku's eyes lit up at the idea, and Inko took that as all the confirmation she needed to prepare the meal. "Okay, sweetie. Dinner will be ready in a bit." Inko and Hisashi then left, leaving Izuku by himself. As the two walked downstairs, Hisashi noticed the worried look on his wife's face. "What's wrong, honey?" he asked, worry in his voice. "I just can't help but worry about him. I know we'll support him, but what about the other kids? They may not be as understanding as we are, and I don't want Izuku to be bullied." Inko replied. "Quirkless discrimination is a huge problem in Japan, and kids fear what they don't understand. We'll just have to keep a close eye on him. And if things are truly bad where Izuku is now, we can always find a different school." Hisashi replied, holding his wife's hands as he spoke. "You always know the right things to say, honey," Inko said lovingly. "For now, let's not keep Izuku y-." Inko was cut off when she heard screaming from Izuku's room. "Mom. Dad. Help." Izuku screamed. The pair quickly dashed upstairs and hastily entered their son's room. They saw a black portal taking their son as he struggled, tears in his eyes. "Izuku kiddo?" Inko and Hisashi yelled, running up to the portal to try and grab their child. Despite their best effort, though, the portal closed, leaving the two of them alone in their baby's room. Inko doubled over and started sobbing as Hisashi ran over to the phone to call the police. As Izuku's parents left his room, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy in his heart. "They believe in me. I can be just like All Might." As he thought this, he turned back to watch more All Might clips. For as long as Izuku could remember, he had wanted to be a hero. A hero like All Might, who could make people smile just by showing up. The boy thought his dreams were crushed when the doctor said he was quirkless, but he knew his parents would let him follow his dream. As Izuku was watching, he felt a cold presence enter his room. He looked around but didn't see anything until a small black portal opened in his room. Looking in awe, he saw a man in a suit who was fully made of clouds step into his room. Izuku could tell the man was trouble, but before he could move, the walking cloud spoke. "I take it you are Izuku Midoriya?" the man asked, his yellow eyes narrowing. How do you know who I am?" Izuku responded hesitantly, slowing getting up from his seat. "Master has need of you, so I'm afraid you'll be coming with me," the man said ominously. With a flick of his hand, a portal opened up behind Izuku. The boy's eyes widened as he ducked under a shove meant to push him away. Izuku made a beeline to the door. "If I can just get Mom and Dad, they can protect me," he thought to himself. "Mom. Dad. Help!" he screamed, trying to get to the door. As he reached for the handle, he felt a hand on his shoulder drag him towards the portal. "You cannot escape me, Izuku Midoriya," the shadow man said. The last thing Izuku saw before entering the portal was his parents bursting through the door. Izuku wasn't even able to adjust to the new location, as he was knocked unconscious as soon as he entered. "Is this the kid, doctor?" a tall man with white hair asked. "It is. Good job as always, Kurojairi," the doctor responded. Kurojairi bowed before moving away from the table. "I'm surprised you were able to find a quirkless kid, doctor. They've been increasingly hard to find as of late." The man with white hair mused. "I'm quite surprised myself, sir. I would be lying if I said I was expecting this," the doctor replied, grinning with anticipation. "For now, we'll need to get our little friend here awake." The man with white hair nodded before placing a hand on top of the kid. Instantly, the green-haired boy woke up, his eyes adjusting to the new scenery. Looking around, Izuku saw that he was in a dimly lit room. There was one exit at the back of the room, and the walls were lined with test tubes, pipes, and surgical equipment. The room smelled of metal, but Izuku couldn't pinpoint where the smell was coming from. Izuku tried to move, but he quickly realized that he was strapped onto a table. Who are you people? Let me go," Izuku begged, fighting against his restraints. The man with white hair chuckled and turned to the doctor. "You've picked quite the feisty one, good doctor." Then the man turned around and faced Izuku. "You may call me All for One, but soon, you'll be referring to me as Master." Izuku could feel the aura of fear the man, All for One, had. The sound of the man's voice was enough to freeze Izuku in place. The man turned around to face the person he was talking to earlier. "Doctor, is the binding quirk ready?" "Yes, my lord." the doctor replied, rolling over a large test tube that appeared to have someone inside. Izuku's mind was racing at a mile per minute. Did he say quirk? Is he giving me a quirk? How is that possible? His thoughts were stopped when he noticed the man turn towards him again, grinning madly. Don't worry, boy, the man said. This will hurt you much more than it will hurt me. Izuku could only stare in horror as the man's lifeless white eyes slowly approached. A hand reached out to grab onto Izuku's face. Izuku closed his eyes, preparing for the worst, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw a bright light. Whenever Izuku closed his eyes, he could always see light from people, but this one was so beautiful. A rainbow of color, surrounded in red. It's so pretty, Izuku thought to himself. In a cautious motion he reached out to grab the light and hold it close to himself. On the outside, All for One noticed Izuku's eyes lit up. Odd, he thought. This boy was supposed to be quirkless, but before he could dwell on it further, the boy's eyes opened. 2 tendrils came from Izuku's eyes and latched onto All for One, startling him. The tendrils let go, and Izuku's body lit up like a firework, clouding the room in a bright light. All for One prepared rivet stab, intending to kill the boy, but before he could launch the attack, the light stopped. All for One looked back at the table, expecting to see Izuku still there, but the boy was gone. A boy with blue hair, seeing the light coming from the room, walked in to see All for One, the doctor, and Kurojiru shocked. What the hell happened here? It looks like you all just failed the main objective. Inko and Hisashi were waiting anxiously for news about their son. They called the police 3 hours ago when he was taken, but so far nothing has happened. They had to have hoped that the heroes knew what they were doing, but every minute that passed was agony. Don't worry, honey. I'm sure that the police and heroes will find Izuku soon. Hisashi said, hoping to cheer his wife up. He was just as heartbroken as her, but he wanted to have faith in the heroes. I know, but what if they can't find him? What if something awful happens to him? Inko said. We just have to put our trust in the authorities. Hisashi replied. This wasn't the answer Inko wanted. The two could only hug each other as they waited for anything about their son. Hisashi noticed how quiet the house was without their boy, the once boisterous room now eerily empty. Out of the corner of his eye, though, he saw something. It looked like an orb made of light. Inko noticed it too, and the two watched as the orb slowly floated over beside Inko and landed on the couch. Suddenly, the orb expanded, encasing the room in its majestic glow. Inko and Hisashi covered their eyes, attempting to move away but knocking down some objects on the coffee table in the process. The light dimmed before stopping. The two looked over, and standing in place of the orb was their son, shaken but otherwise unharmed. Mama? Papa? Izuku said, blinking a few times to make sure he wasn't just seeing things. Inko and Hisashi paused for a moment before rushing over and embracing their son, showering the boy in their love and tears. Unbeknownst to them, a red light started to trickle from Izuku's hand, pulling something from his mother. Quirk, Imprint. The quirk first activates immediately upon seeing someone once the user is born, setting that person as a protector. The quirk activates again once the user absorbs the light of the quirk of someone else, copying it and allowing the copier to use it. After this, the user is transported instantly to their protector, if they are already not within 10 meters of them. Shortly after Izuku was back, Hisashi went to call the police to tell them their son was home while Inko and Izuku remained to clean up the mess. Almost everything was cleaned up, but there were a few more objects still on the ground, one of which was a good distance away from where the two were. Inko got up to grab it, but Izuku quickly got up. Don't worry, Mom. I'll get it. Izuku went over to grab the cup on the ground, but as he stretched out his arm to grab it, the cup started floating on its own. Izuku and Inko both looked in disbelief. After staring into space for exactly 5 seconds, the two started screaming. Inko ran over and held her son close while Izuku cried tears of joy. What's going on? Hisashi said. He ran in, expecting the worst, but all he saw was his son using a quirk. He slowly walked over before hugging him and his wife, joining them in the Midoriya waterworks. As the tears slowly came to an end, Inko figured she would also use her quirk to speed up the cleaning. Focusing on a nearby pencil, she tried to reach for her quirk, only to find out that it wasn't there anymore. It was a hollow feeling, like something that was a part of her disappeared without a trace. She looked over and saw her baby playing with his quirk, a quirk very similar, if not the same, as her own. It didn't take long to put 2 and 2 together. Izuku. She spoke. I don't think your quirk is telepathy. Izuku looked confused hearing her say that. After all, the evidence is right in front of them. Before he could say anything, Inko spoke again. I think your quirk might be to take quirks. The Midoriya household was in a bit of a pickle upon realizing this. While Inko didn't use her quirk for anything, since she wasn't a hero, this brought up concerns over how much control Izuku has. The trio began brainstorming on how the quirk worked. When Inko asked her son what the feeling was like when he took her quirk, he replied saying that it felt like he was absorbing something into his skin. Upon making this realization, Izuku figured he could reverse the pull. Instead of his quirk being a vacuum, he could make it like a fan. He tried this, and it worked like a charm. After around 10 seconds of trying, Izuku was able to give his mother's quirk back. The Midoriyas then went over to get Izuku's quirk registered. After some experimentation, the counselor gave Izuku's quirk the name, Quirk Manipulation, before giving them some resources for Izuku, since his quirk is so different from his parents'. After arriving back home, Izuku ran over to his mom. "Mom, can you see if Kacchan is available to play? I want to show him my quirk." Inko chuckled at the enthusiasm radiating off the boy. "Of course, sweetie. Let me call your Auntie Mitsuki and see if Katsuki is available." As Izuku watched his mother walk over to the phone, he felt a surge of confidence. "Once I show Kacchan my quirk, he will be super happy. I won't be Deku anymore." Since Izuku had gotten his quirk later than usual, his friends elected to call him Deku, an alternate spelling of his first name, as well as meaning useless. But Izuku isn't useless, not anymore. Izuku put his thoughts on hold once his mother came back. "Mitsuki said that Katsuki is playing with some other boys over in the forest you two love to hang out by," Inko explained. Izuku jumped upon hearing this, quickly running to put on his shoes. He said a quick goodbye to his parents before leaving. "This is it, Izuku. You can prove to them that you aren't Deku anymore." Izuku walked up to where his friends were playing. Katsuki was the first to notice the green-haired boy's arrival, looking over and waving. "Hey Deku, got a quirk yet?" Katsuki said with a smirk, the other boys snickering at the remark. None of them really expected Izuku to get a quirk. "I did, Kacchan. It appeared last night, and I can't wait to show you because it's really relicolon dash," Izuku said, quickly going off on a tangent. The other boys looked shocked. Finally, Katsuki spoke up. "Slow down, nerd. What do you mean you got a quirk?" he said. Izuku's eyes gleamed with excitement as he explained his quirk. "My quirk is called Quirk Manipulation. It allows me to give and take other people's quirks, no matter what it is. Isn't it just the coolest?" Izuku looked back at the other boys, expecting to see acceptance in their eyes, but he only saw that in his best friend. "DMN nerd, that's a pretty good quirk. Almost as good as mine," Bakugo said. Izuku was overflowing with joy hearing this. His best friend accepted his quirk, and he even said it's powerful. Looking over at the others, Izuku expected them to be just as nice as his blonde friend, but he didn't see the same excitement as Bakugo. They looked tense, as if Izuku just said he kicked a puppy. No one said anything until he heard a voice. "Sounds like a villain's quirk to me." Looking over at the origin of the voice, Izuku saw that a boy with wings said that. What? Izuku stuttered. "Yeah, looks like you went from a useless Deku to a villain Deku." A boy with a finger quirk sneered. The others started snickering at that remark, leaving Izuku to question himself. Why couldn't they just see how cool his quirk was? Better than what they have anyways. Maybe he should just take them man. What was that? Looking past whatever that thought was, Izuku looked at his best friend, expecting the same reaction, but to his surprise, Bakugo looked upset at them. "What are you extras talking about? Deku's quirk ain't villainous," Bakugo said, glaring at the others. "You can't be serious, right?" one of them said. "Of course I'm serious," Bakugo replied. "The quirk doesn't make the person, and Deku wants to be a hero more than everyone else here, except me of course." Bakugo then turned to his friend. "Come on nerd. I bet the hag will be happy to see you." Bakugo then walked away, with Izuku closely following behind. The green-haired boy almost couldn't believe what he had heard, but he wasn't about to tempt fate. So, he followed Bakugo to his house, and the two played heroes until Izuku had to go back to his house. 10 years later, Izuku and Bakugo still had dreams of being heroes. After Izuku had shown Bakugo his quirk, at the blonde's request, the two became inseparable. However, word spread quickly, so as soon as the rest of the school found out about Izuku's quirk, they distanced themselves from him. This later progressed into teasing, then shoving, and finally, bullying. Even though Bakugo would try his best to get the attackers to back off, he couldn't be around his friend always. Those days ended up being the worst for Izuku. The bullies knew they could do whatever they wanted to Izuku without any consequences. The teachers didn't care, and the only person who would defend Izuku was Bakugo. Today was one of those days. "Hey Deku." A boy with a finger quirk sneered. Izuku simply rolled his eyes. "Can't help but notice your boyfriend isn't around today. You finally scare him off?" The other two boys started laughing after the finger quirk user said that. Izuku simply rolled his eyes and got up. He made his way to the door, but he was stopped by another boy, one with an eye-extending quirk. Rude of you to walk away from us when we're just trying to have a conversation. You really are a villain in the making. The boy said, grinning from ear to ear. The other two encircled Izuku, preparing to throw punches, but one notices an object sticking out of Izuku's yellow backpack. Upon closer look, he found that it was a notebook titled, Hero Notebook for the Future 13. Seeing this, he gets an idea. What's this? Hero Notebook? Still trying to be a hero, huh? The boy says, pulling the notebook out of the boy's backpack. Feeling the removal of his notebook, Izuku quickly turns around to try and grab it, but he is too slow. The taller boy with wings holds the notebook too high for Izuku to reach, mocking him in the process. Still trying to be a hero, huh Deku? No one's gonna want a DMN villain to save them. The boy said. Izuku just looked down, trying to make himself small. Seems like you're understanding now, so I'll help you with some of the cleanup. Upon saying this, the winged boy threw the notebook out the open window into the pond below. Izuku stood there with a grim expression on his face, but otherwise he said nothing. You want some advice? Take a swan dive out the window and hope for a better quirk in the next life. Before Izuku could say anything, he and his cronies were already out the door, cackling as they left. Stupid fish, that's not food. Izuku muttered as he grabbed his notebook, shaking it off before putting it in his backpack. As he prepared to walk home, he felt a buzz in his pocket. Looking at the message, he sees that it's from Bakugo. Kacchan, hey nerd, meet me over by that bridge near school. Kacchan, I got SMTH I want to tell you about. Izuku was quick to agree, and he started to walk over there. As he trekked over to the spot, Izuku couldn't help but think about what those boys said. He didn't get how his quirk was villainous. It had the potential to be amazing for hero work, so why was everyone so scared? Maybe I should give them something to fear. Maybe if I just take their quirks they'll understand. Take it. Take them. Take it all. Take. 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 Izuku shook his head, trying to get the thoughts to go away. But they didn't stop. The words just kept getting louder and louder. Take. Take. Takeital. L. Shut up! Izuku screamed, holding his head as he tried to make the voice stop. That's the one thing Izuku could never figure out about his quirk. The urge to take. It was never this bad, though. Ever since Izuku's quirk awoke, his head has always been loud. It would usually die down whenever he took Kacchan's quirk, but after a few days the urge would come crawling back, like a cockroach that refused to die. Izuku rounded the corner and saw his friend, who was leaning on the bridge. Took you long enough, nerd. Bakugo shouted. Hey Kacchan. Izuku called, happy to see his friend after the day he had. Kacchan smirked upon hearing the glee in his friend's voice, but that smirk quickly faded as Izuku got closer. They were bullying you again, weren't they? Kacchan said, small hints of concern underlying his usually smug voice. Izuku's breaking of eye contact was all the confirmation Bakugo needed to see he was right. Look, Deku. You can't keep letting those extras walk all over you. I can't always be there to protect you, you know. He wasn't wrong. The bullies were more aggressive than usual today, but it wasn't as simple as just standing up for himself. Kacchan, if I do anything that might seem aggressive, they'll just double down on calling me a villain. Izuku said sadly. There are only a few months left in middle school anyways. After that, you and I will be going to UA. Izuku exclaimed. If there's one thing Izuku is great at, it's lifting the mood. Bakugo's usual grin appeared shortly after Izuku's speech. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about, nerd. Bakugo said. We need to start training if you want a chance of getting in. Your quirk is great, but it's just a backbone. You need to get some more quirks if you want to get stronger, and I think I know just the place. Izuku looked at his friend with stars in his eyes. It's almost too good to be true that the strongest person he knows wants to help him get stronger. But just as Bakugo was starting to say his plan, Izuku heard something. It sounded like a sewer grate shaking. Izuku shifted to see what was causing the noise. It was dark under the bridge, but he could swear that there was a strange black goo underneath the vent. What are you looking at, Deku? Bakugo asked, turning around to look at the grate too. Suddenly, the grate flew upwards, slamming into the top of the bridge. Out of the sewer, a being made purely of sludge surfaced. What's this? 2 flesh suits, ripe for the taking? It must be my lucky day. The sludge villain said. Its 2 large eyes scanned the boys before landing on Bakugo. I think I'll take the blonde brat. He looks stronger. Like hell you're gonna take me, DMN villain. Bakugo shouted, lighting small sparks on his hands. The intimidation didn't seem to work, however. The sludge villain simply laughed before launching itself over to Bakugo. The boy tried to land an explosion on the sludge, but the villain was able to slip by, latching onto Bakugo. In the blink of an eye, the sludge villain surrounded Bakugo, slowly climbing into Bakugo as the boy tried to claw it off. Struggle all you want, kid. It ain't gonna do you any good. The sludge villain laughed, slowly pouring itself into Bakugo. The explosive boy tried fighting, but his explosions couldn't hit anything. Slowly his screams muffled as the sludge started filling his mouth. Izuku was standing there as the scene unfolded, staring in horror as his childhood friend was being taken over. His pupils were shaking as the life was slowly being drained out of Bakugo. Izuku stood there frozen, unable to do anything to help. He closed his eyes, the words all his peers would call him rushed back into his head. Useless. Deku. Freak. Villain scum. Take. Izuku's eyes opened. He had to save Kacchan no matter the cost. If that meant taking then so be it. Looking into Kacchan's eyes, Izuku saw the look of someone who desperately needed to be saved. So, he ran. He ran as fast as he could towards his friend, not even realizing he was moving as he did. The sludge villain saw Izuku running and prepared a counterattack, but Izuku quickly shifted his backpack off his shoulders and threw it at the villain's big orange eye. The man shrieked in pain, slightly letting go of Bakugo in the process. Izuku jumped up, kicking Bakugo out of the sludge and landing on top of the villain. Izuku felt his quirk tugging at his hands, begging to be used. In that moment, his control slipped, and he felt the familiar feeling of power slipping between bodies. In only a second, Izuku had taken Sludge, leaving behind a naked and shaking man. What are you? He said shakily. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but the man ran away, stumbling as he adapted to no longer having his quirk. Yeah, that's right. You better run. Bakugo shouted. He then turned to Izuku, who looked shaken up. You good nerd? I feel like I should be asking you that. Izuku chuckled. I have this bad headache all of a sudden. Might be from using my quirk for the first time in a decade. Thuff maybates because buddy I suggesting to end dash. Izuku's speech slowly devolved into a full mutterstorm, annoying Bakugo. I asked how you were doing, not for your DMN life story. Bakugo quipped, jabbing Izuku's head. This snapped Izuku out of the muttering. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head as he apologized. Suddenly, the vent cover started shaking again, quickly gaining the two boys' attention. They hastily entered a fighting stance, preparing themselves for the next threat to come out of the sewers. Not again. Bakugo muttered, lighting sparks on his hands. Izuku didn't say anything, but it was obvious from the look in his face that he wasn't ready for a fight. The sewer grate flew up to the ceiling of the bridge again, but Izuku and Bakugo didn't expect to see what came out. Ha ha ha! The voice exclaimed. A large figure in red, yellow, and blue jumped out of the sewers. Fear not, for I am here. All Might? Izuku and Bakugo both shouted. Hello boys. Sorry I'm late. These sewer systems are not easy to navigate. All Might exclaimed. The boys just stood there mumbling incoherent thoughts. Their inspiration was standing right there, how could they not? I was on the tail of a dangerous slime villain. Did either of you two boys see where he went? All Might asked. Izuku tensed at the question, remembering how he stole the villain's quirk. Bakugo noticed this and chimed in. The DMN villain ran that way, towards the city. I saw him deactivate his quirk, but he still has some sludge on him. The BSTRD has white and green hair, and he is missing a tooth on his upper jaw. Bakugo said nonchalantly. All Might nodded at the explanation. Thank you, young man. I'll now be heading off to catch that villain. All Might exclaimed, flashing his signature smile. Izuku's thought finally caught up to him, and he realized he had a very important question to ask his idol. All Might wait! Izuku exclaimed. All Might turned around to see what the boy wanted. I have an important question to ask you. All Might nodded in confirmation, prompting Izuku to continue. All my life, I wanted to help people with a smile on my face, but my peers would always laugh at me because of my quirk. They think it's a villain's quirk, but I know it can do so much good. Please, All Might. Tell me if I can still be a hero, even with my villainous quirk. Izuku tensed upon finally asking his question, but he was surprised by All Might's response. Young man, while I'm not too sure what your quirk is, I do know that there's no such thing as a villainous quirk. There are only villainous people. If you strive to be a hero, then go for it. Prove to yourself and to your classmates that you have what it takes. Young man, you can be a hero. Izuku broke down in tears upon hearing the confirmation he needed. All Might patted Izuku on the head before dashing towards where Bakugo said the villain ran off to. Once All Might was gone, Bakugo looked to Izuku, who was wiping away tears. "Done crying, nerd?" Bakugo said, teasing his friend. Izuku only nodded, allowing Bakugo to continue. "As I was saying before we were interrupted, I have an idea on how to get you some more quirks." Bakugo pulled a flyer out of his pocket. The paper simply had an address, along with the description, "Underground Fighting Ring." "What is that, Kacchan?" Izuku asked. "Found it crumpled up in a dumpster near my house. Figured it could be a good way to get you some new firepower for your arsenal." Izuku stared wide-eyed at his best friend, but instead of arguing, Izuku nodded. What better place was there to get quirks undetected than an underground fighting ring? Odi Manto ran as fast as his legs would take him. He didn't even care that he was naked, he just needed to get away from that thing. He didn't even know what it was, but it somehow was able to get rid of his sludge form. Manto had never been able to turn his quirk off for as long as he had it, but that green-haired kid was able to. No. It wasn't turned off. Manto couldn't even feel the sludge quirk in his body anymore. It was like it was never there to begin with. Whatever that kid did, it took his quirk away from him. That was currently the second most terrifying thought Manto had. The first place spot was taken by his current situation. The whole reason he wanted a flesh suit was to get out of the country. With All Might on his tail, he needed to get out. Now, he needed a new plan. Walking into an alleyway, he found an old towel he could use to cover himself with. Not the best option, but beggars can't be choosers. Heading deeper into the alley, Manto found a door, slightly cracked open. Peering inside, he saw a dimly lit room. The room was tattered, as if there was a fight inside that destroyed the contents of the area. There was a strange symbol on the back wall, one that Manto didn't recognize. Must be an old gang hideout. Manto thought. He went inside, ignoring the foul stench as he looked around for anything useful. The place seemed abandoned, but a worn-down box in the corner caught his eye. Opening it, he found a handgun in mint condition. Manto debated whether to take the gun or not, but he figured that the gang this place originally belonged to wouldn't mind him taking one measly handgun, so he grabbed it out of the box, making sure to grab some ammo and test it to make sure it works. Perfect. He thought, a grin appearing on his face. Now, Manto needed money to get overseas. Tsuyu Azui was currently bored out of her mind. Why? Her father had somehow convinced her to come with him to the bank he works at in Mizurufu. Her father, Ganma Azui, figured it would be helpful for her to see what other jobs were like if the hero business didn't work out. Tsuyu was already set on being a hero, though, so this was just a waste of time. The two were currently behind the counter, with Ganma showing her the intricacies of bank work, when they heard a commotion at the entrance. Intrigued, Tsuyu steps out to see what happened, but she immediately froze at the sight. There was a man in nothing but a towel robbing the bank with a handgun. He had at least 3 people as hostages. A bank teller behind the counter was panicking, but another seemed to have activated the emergency alarm. The sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance, and a few pro-heroes were already outside, attempting to find a way in. It was hard to hear what they were saying, but from what Tsuyu could pick up, they were talking about how none of them had the right quirks for the situation. "Hurry up!" The criminal shouted towards a bank worker, who was loading cash wads into a bag. The tension in the air could be cut by a butter knife, and the heroes were in a tricky situation. The police had finally arrived at the scene, and the hostage negotiations were underway, but it was clear that whatever they were saying to the man was not getting through to him. In fact, the man was seething in rage. He pegged the gun and pointed it at one of the people he had hostage. The hostage started crying, begging for his life, but the criminal had no sympathy. In that moment, Tsuyu knew what would happen. The man would die, and there was a good chance the criminal would get the money and run away. In a flash, Tsu found herself leaping towards the hostage, and before she could even think, she swatted at the gun with her tongue, hoping to knock it out of the perpetrator's hand. The gun fired away from the man, the bullet lodging itself in a counter to the left. However, the gun was still in the criminal's hand. The criminal recovered from the shock of the surprise attack and threw a punch at Tsuyu, who still had momentum from the initial jump to intercept the gun. The punch landed squarely in Tsuyu's jaw, launching her away from the hostages. Groaning, Tsuyu attempted to get back up, but she felt the foot of the criminal on her chest pushing her back to the ground. The man had a sick laugh and pointed the gun at Tsuyu. "Any last words, little girl?" the man said, pressing down harder on Tsuyu. Tsuyu wanted to say something, anything. She wanted to apologize to her dad for getting herself killed. She wanted to curse the man about to kill her. She wants to say one last thing to her siblings. But no words came out. She didn't have the strength to speak. Tsuyu closed her eyes, waiting for the moment the gun fires. Bang! Tsuyu flinches at the sound, bracing for impact. The pain never came, though. Hesitantly, Tsuyu opened her eyes to see the criminal fires straight into the sky. She saw a large hand on the man's arm, and looking towards it revealed the source of the hand, All Might. All Might ran in the direction the young blonde man said the villain ran off to. Entering the city, he looked for any sign of the villain, but there was nothing. He looked around, asking civilians if they saw anything. After asking around, he found out that witnesses saw a naked man running into an alleyway, muttering something about getting out of the country. He ran in, finding a door covered in a bit of the sludge. Going inside, All Might could see that the place belonged to some sort of gang, but it was abandoned some time ago. Looking on the table, All Might saw an empty weapon box. The villain must have taken a gun from here. If he wants to leave the country, he would need money. All Might thought to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He remembered that there is a bank nearby. As he prepared to dash out, steam collected around his body. Sheet. All Might deflated, looking like a skeleton with flesh still attached to the bones. Despite this, All Might knew he needed to help. He ran out of the building, towards the bank closest to the alleyway. As he was running, he called an old friend, Detective Tsukachi, to let him know that Mizurufu General Bank is likely to be robbed and to send officers. Making it to the bank, All Might saw a grim situation. The villain, now without Sludge covering him, had 3 hostages. The police and heroes were making no progress in calming him down. If anything, the villain looked angrier. All Might's eyes widened as the villain stepped down on one of the hostages, preparing to kill him. Damn it. If only I wasn't out of time, I could stop him. All Might looked at the scene unfolding, unable to keep his eyes from watching. When All looked grim, out of the corner of his eye, he was a flash of pink. A young girl with green hair ran up and smacked the gun, causing it to fire away from the man. All Might stood there in shock. This young girl risked her life to save that man. She put everything into keeping him alive. And here I am, saying I can't be a hero just because of some stupid time limit. All Might slowly reinflated himself and charged in, saving the girl just before she could be shot. The last few hours felt like a blur to Tsu. After the bank robbing incident, she was reprimanded by the heroes on site for being reckless. Tsuyu rolled her eyes hearing that. They were the reason she needed to be reckless, after all. Then, she was taken into a clinic to make sure she wasn't injured. Then, the police needed to take her in for questioning. At that point, Tsuyu had told her father to go home instead of waiting for her, saying she could take the train home after this is all over. After some questioning and more reprimanding, Tsuyu found herself walking to the train station. It was basically dark by this point, with only a hint of orange still left in the sky. As she approached a crosswalk, a large figure zoomed in front of her. I am here, approaching like a normal person. The figure, now easily identified as All Might, said. Tsuyu's eyes widened slightly. All Might? She said. That's right, young heir. All Might said before realizing he didn't know her name. Tsuyu Azui, Ribbit. Tsuyu spoke. Young Asui then. I wanted to ask you some questions, if you wouldn't mind. All Might said. Tsuyu thought for a moment. The train for Aichi didn't leave for another half an hour, so she figured she had time to talk. Also, this is All Might. Sure. Tsuyu replied. Great. All Might said excitedly. First, I wanted to ask you what you want to do in the future. Tsuyu thought for a moment before speaking. Well, sir, I want to be a hero, Ribbit. It's been my goal for as long as I can remember. All Might's smile grew before asking his next question. Great. My next question is this, what exactly were you thinking during the bank robbing situation? All Might said. Tsuyu opened her mouth to reply, but All Might quickly added something. Don't worry, I'm not here to reprimand you or anything. I simply want to know your thought process. Upon hearing the clarification, Tsuyu thought for a bit before speaking. Well, I wish I could give a satisfying answer, but I don't think I can, Ribbit. My body moved before my mind could even think of something to do. Sorry if this is disappointing, Ribbit. Nonsense. That answer makes perfect sense to me. I've heard stories about how the greatest heroes we've seen realized they wanted to be heroes, and one thing each story has in common is that their bodies moved before their minds could tell them what to do. All Might said, earning a smile from the frog girl. After hearing it for myself, I think I can say with confidence that you will be an amazing hero. However, I wanted to offer something of my own to help. Tsuyu wanted to question what All Might had said, but she let him finish first. What I am about to show you is a national secret, so under no circumstances can you tell anybody what you see. Tsuyu opened her mouth to ask a question, but she was interrupted by a burst of steam that came from All Might. Once the smoke cleared, she saw a shorter skeleton in place of All Might. Tsuyu instinctively jumped back a bit. All Might? Where did you go? Are you some sort of fake All Might? Tsu asked. All Might chuckled briefly before answering. I am in fact All Might. Around 5 years ago, a dangerous villain gave me an almost fatal wound in my stomach. He lifted his shirt to show her the scar. I was able to take down that villain, but in the process, got this injury. I can only do hero work for around 3 hours a day now. Which is why I have been looking for a successor. He looked at Tsuyu, who was still in shock from what she had just heard. After what I saw today, I want to make you my successor. You showed the heart of a true hero, something I have not seen in anyone else so far. Additionally, I want to give you my quirk. All Might continued. The last part about All Might's quirk seemed to have broken Tsuyu out of her trance. Wait, you want to give me your quirk? How is that even possible? Tsu asked. My quirk is a special one. Whenever interviewers asked me what my quirk is, I would always laugh it off and tell a joke before changing the subject. The true name of my quirk is One for All. This quirk was made over 200 years ago and has been passed down through generations of users until reaching me. I am the 8th bearer, and I want to make you the 9th. Tsuyu listened in awe. A quirk that could be transferred? That should be impossible, but if All Might is saying it's true, then it must be. So, young Azui, will you accept my quirk and become my successor? All Might asked, looking towards Tsuyu again. Tsuyu stood there like a deer in headlights. The number 1 hero was offering his quirk to her. How could she possibly reject that? Besides, she could be an even better hero with the quirk of the current number 1. Thinking about every possibility, Tsuyu made her choice. I'll do it, Ribbit. I'll be your successor. Kacchan, are you sure this is the right place? Izuku asked. The duo currently stood outside a rundown building in the red light district. The tall building was cracked all over and had boarded up windows. You know any other buildings with this address? Bakugo asked. Izuku prepared to counter, but the words died in his throat. Relenting, Izuku simply shook his head. Thought so. The two walked towards the building. Izuku was becoming more and more unsure of their decision with each step, but it was too late to turn back now. Izuku would get stronger, and nothing would get in his way. The two entered the building. As Bakugo looked at the flyer for any instructions, Izuku took in the sights. The building looked no better on the inside. The boy was surprised that the building still had structural integrity. Used needles and cigars littered the floors, and the area was decorated with moldy furniture. Okay, so we need to knock on the back wall and state our names. Then, they'll let us in. Izuku nodded and prepared to walk over to the wall, but he was stopped by Bakugo. I'm doing the talking, nerd. Why? I could do a great job. Izuku questioned. Bakugo simply rolled his eyes before responding. Deku, you can barely hold a conversation with people who aren't me and Auntie Inko. What makes you think you can handle this? Izuku, pretending to be hurt, put a hand on his chest and gasped. You wound me, Kacchan. Izuku giggled quietly at the joke. Bakugo was not impressed. The two walked over to the back wall, and Bakugo knocked loudly on the wall. Names? A voice from behind the wall asked. C4 and Green Bean. Bakugo replied. Izuku gave his friend a confused. Bakugo mouthed, just go with it. Izuku shrugged and listened in again. I mean real names. The man impatiently stated. You think we're dumb enough to give you our real names? Just let us in already. Bakugo shouted, annoyed. The man on the other side of the wall scoffed before placing his hands on the wall and muttering something too quiet for the boys to hear. After the man stopped talking, a green swirl appeared on the wall in front of the boys. The swirl formed an oval large enough for them to walk through, and as soon as the swirl stopped, the portal became see-through. Looking in, they saw the man they were talking to as well as the fighting ring in the distance. The whole area looked massive, or at the very least way too big to fit into this one building. Izuku looked like a kid in a candy shop upon seeing the man's quirk. Whoa, a portal quirk! Those are really rare. I wonder if he can choose where the portals go or how many to create. Is there a limit? How far can each portal take you? Are the portals always green or can they be any color? I wonder if he could be willing to answer my questions, because he has a really cool quirk and dash. As Izuku was muttering, the man looked at the green-haired boy in confusion. Does he usually do this? The man asked. Bakugo shrugged. Yeah, this is normal. We'll get out of your hair. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shirt and dragged him through the portal, Izuku muttering the whole way. The man stood there in silence before closing the portal. Bakugo flicked Izuku on the forehead, and the boy broke out his muttering trance. Where are we? He asked. TCH. If you weren't lost in your head, you would know. We're sitting in front of the ring. Izuku looked around and was taken aback by how in-depth this place was. The center of the room had the fighting ring. A large cage hung over the ring that would lower during a match. Above the cage was a large electronic display of the current fight. The ring was surrounded by bleachers full of spectators. Four hallways led from the ring into the circular lobby that surrounded the fighting area. The lobby had bathrooms, preparation rooms for the fighters, food stalls, and a desk where you could place bets on the fights. As Izuku was looking around, he heard the announcer call the end of a match. A woman with spikes all across his arms had just beaten a man with 2 long tendrils coming out of his back. Izuku kept an eye on the tendrils man, as it seemed that he had already lost a lot of fights. Izuku was not as oblivious as many people would assume, so he could see the audience reaction to the tendril man's loss. The crowd had looks of disappointment on their faces. Izuku could hear whispers of how poorly the man was doing. From the booth next to him, he even heard a man tell his buddy that the tendril man's boss was not going to be happy. Izuku told what he saw and heard to Bakugo, who nodded and told him to keep watching. Sure enough, the next time the tendrils man stepped up to fight, he was getting destroyed. Upon seeing this, Izuku and Bakugo got up and went into the lobby in search of the man's locker room. It didn't take long to find it, as it was labeled with his quirk, tendrils. Now all the two needed to do was wait. Yusumu Takana was having a bad day. Scratch that, he was having a terrible day. He was supposed to be the ring's champion, but he was taking loss after loss. His quirk, tendrils, is really versatile and was able to catch the eyes of a powerful gang. The boss gave him a chance to prove his worth, but he couldn't even do that. There was no doubt in his mind that the big man was said. Sighing, Takana hobbled over to his locker room and turned on the sink, splashing his face with water. He needed a plan, or at the very least a scapegoat. Suddenly, he heard the door open. He quickly turned around, but instead of the big man, he saw 2 kids. One had spiky blonde hair, and the other had green hair and freckles. "What are you brats doing here? This ain't the bathroom." Takana growled. The kid with blonde hair scoffed before speaking. "We were looking for you, actually. We saw your boss after you lost, and boy did he look sad. He was saying shit about how he was going to tear that BSTRD a new one, or something like that." Takana paled upon hearing this. The big man was going to kill him, and he couldn't do anything about it. The blonde kid rolled his eyes before continuing. "Luckily for you though, he sent me and my friend here." The kid motioned to his green-haired associate, who simply waved. "We have a proposition for you. My friend here has a quirk that can take other quirks. You have 2 options. Either my associate takes your quirk, and you get to live, or you get killed by your boss. Your choice." Takana's eyes widened. They wanted his quirk? He doesn't even remember seeing these kids employed in the gang, but he figured that they must have been new hires. "Fine." He snarled. "I'll let you take my quirk." The blonde smirked and motioned to the green kid to do his thing. The boy stepped forward and placed a hand on Takana's forehead. "Don't fight it." That was all the kid said before he started. Red energy danced around the boy's hand, and Takana felt his quirk being ripped away. After around 10 seconds, the red energy dissipated, and the green-haired boy stepped back, seemingly out of breath. The blonde kid dragged his friend out the door, only looking back to chuckle before leaving. That was odd. Takana thought. He couldn't remember seeing those kids ever associate with the gang. In fact, they didn't even have the branding on their faces. Takana's eyes widened, and he could only think of one thing. I was tricked. Furiously, Takana rushed towards the door, preparing to catch those kids. As he put his hand on the doorknob, though, the door slammed open, pushing Takana back slightly. Takana grunted and prepared to shove past the intruder, but just one look at who entered made him lose all of his momentum. It was the boss. Takana could only stare in horror. Tsuyu wasn't too sure what to expect when All Might asked her to meet him at Takoba Municipal Beach Park. It was decently far away from her house, but she figured that since she would be training with the #1 hero, she didn't need to do the usual training that she started to prepare for the practical exam. As Tsuyu approached her mentor, All Might noticed her and waved. "Ah, young Azui. How are you?" he asked. "I'm doing all right, sir. I am curious why we're here, Ribbit. This place is a bit of a dump." Tsuyu responded. Tsuyu was always known to be blunt, and this was no exception. Takoba was a dump. Trash was littered all around and more seemed to pile up each day. "I'm glad you asked," All Might replied. "You see, being a hero in the old days was about helping the community, rather than having a flashy power and being on commercials. For your training, I thought it would be perfect if you were to clean this place up. Not only would you be training muscle groups all around your body, but you would be serving this community in the process." The enthusiasm radiating off All Might was infectious, and Tsuyu couldn't help but get excited. She did have a few questions though. "Ribbit, I know training will be good for the entrance exam, but didn't you say I was already worthy of your quirk?" Tsuyu asked. "You are worthy in spirit, young Azui. However, you still need to prepare for one for all physically. The power has been stockpiled over decades, so an unprepared body cannot handle the sheer amount of power stored in the quirk. All Might explained. In fact, if you were to accept the quirk now, your limbs would probably shoot off like a rocket. Upon hearing that, Tsuyu's eyes widened, something abnormal for the usually very stoic girl. One for all must be very powerful if it has that much force, ribbit. Tsuyu thought to herself. If you don't have any more questions, then I suggest we start. All Might exclaimed. Tsuyu nodded, both intrigued and excited for what the symbol of peace had planned. Tsuyu did not sign up for this. Okay, well maybe she did, but when All Might asked her to come to Takoba Beach for training, she was not expecting to tow refrigerators with a 600-pound man on top. All Might gasped in faux sadness. Young lady. I'll have you know that I am down to only 560 pounds these days. All Might said with a chuckle. It had been around 2 weeks since they started the training. Tsuyu could tell that she was a little stronger, but it wasn't too noticeable. The frog girl had already been training for hero school since the start of middle school, so her strength was above average. This would certainly help though. As Tsuyu walked down to the train station after another day of school, she felt a familiar pair of eyes stalk her as she walked. Any normal person would be scared at the prospect of being stalked by someone, but not Tsuyu. The eyes felt familiar because they belonged to a certain snake she was great friends with. Habuko Mongoose. Habuko jumped out and gave Tsuyu a big hug. Tsu, how are you? She asked. I'm doing good, Habuko. Tsuyu replied. It had been a while since the two have spoken outside of school, since Tsuyu left immediately after school ended to go to training. The two chatted as they made their way to the train station. You've been busier these days, Tsu. Have you gotten a new training routine? Habuko asked. Tsuyu debated telling her about Takoba, but she figured it wouldn't be a problem as long as she let All Might know. Yeah, ribbit. I met a new trainer, and I have been working with him to clean up Takoba Beach. Tsuyu replied. Habuko's eyes sparkled at the name of the beach. Really? She exclaimed, startling Tsuyu. I've heard how pretty the beach used to be. Can I see? Please? Sure. Tsuyu said with a smile. Let me just let my trainer know you will be with me today. Habuko jumped for joy upon hearing the frog girl's answer. As they took their seats on the train, Tsuyu pulled out her phone to let All Might know of her friend's appearance. Tsu, hey All Might. Tsu, I wanted to let you know that my friend Habuko will be joining us. Tsu, is that okay, ribbit? That is perfectly fine, young Azui. All Might. I do request that you call me Toshinori or Yagi while your friend is here. All Might. Tsu, okay. Upon receiving her answer, Tsuyu put her phone in her pocket and talked with Habuko on the train. Once Tsuyu and Habuko arrived at the beach, All Might greeted them. Hello young Azui. And you must be the friend she told me about. I am Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori said. Habuko stopped gazing at the beach briefly to reply. Hello sir. I am Habuko Mongoose. Thank you for allowing me to visit. All Might chuckled. No worried young Mongoose. If you would like, you can join young Azui's training for today. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. Habuko's eyes lit up. I would love to sir. All Might led her over to where Tsuyu was working, and the friends began to clean up the beach. Tsuyu couldn't help but reflect on how happy she was that she and Habuko were friends. While their first few interactions weren't exactly normal, she couldn't be happier that she had a friend by her side as she worked to become All Might's successor. She wouldn't trade this for the world. As Habuko waved goodbye and left, Tsuyu was left with All Might. Young Azui. Before you go for the day, I wanted to discuss the training plan with you. All Might said. Sure, ribbit. What do you have in mind? Tsuyu replied, tightening her head slightly. I want to help you build muscles outside of our usual meetings, so I took the liberty of creating this. All Might pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket, earning a confused look from the greenette. I call it the Aim to Pass, American Dream Plan. Think of it as a daily routine. He explained. The schedule itself wasn't too far off from Tsuyu's usual schedule. It just included an earlier wake-up time to go for a run and get some strength training before school and on days where she wouldn't go to the beach. Sounds good, sir. Tsuyu said. All Might simply flashed his signature smile as he turned around and left. After their last escapade in the fight club, Izuku and Bakugo stayed away for a couple months. In that time, they decided to train in a quirk gym to build up their strength. Tendrils was an odd quirk to use. It took almost a month for Izuku to consistently control the 2 new appendages. It was difficult to build up quirk control while fighting Bakugo, so the boy planned to instead use tendrils whenever he could around the house. Many broken glasses and dented walls later, Izuku had a pretty good grasp on using the quirk. Sludge was easier by comparison. Izuku learned that he could control the quirk much better than the previous user, either because the original user never tried enough or because Izuku's main quirk gave him a more advanced quirk control. Sludge had little to no offensive capabilities, but it was useful whenever Izuku needed to slip into a tight area or needed to maneuver faster. 3.5 months after their first trip to the Fight Club, Izuku and Bakugo decided to go again and see if they could get lucky enough to have the opportunity to get another quirk. "What are you going to look for this time, nerd?" Bakugo asked. Izuku wasn't too sure. He had a good generalist quirk and a great infiltration quirk. Maybe something for mobility? He wouldn't mind getting a heavy hitter either, something with great offense. Either something offensive or something to help with my mobility, whichever we get first. Izuku replied. Bakugo hummed in response, and the two continued to walk towards the building. Upon reaching the arena and making it past the entrance guard way easier, the duo decided to sit and watch a few of the rounds to see what the contenders were like. There weren't too many contenders today, but a few caught Izuku's eye. First was an older man with 2 large insects flying around him. It looked like his quirk summoned them, but they didn't seem durable. Next was a middle-aged brunette woman with springs for legs, but she doesn't seem to be doing too well in the fights. While her skills are great, it doesn't look like she gets healed in between her fights. The third person was a cloaked figure using a shadow manipulation quirk. They seemed to be able to form complex shapes with shadows and even use them to attack. Lastly, a very buff-looking man with a punching quirk caught the duo's eyes. He seemed to be an adrenaline junkie, so getting him alone wouldn't be easy. As the days passed, the 4 Izuku had his eyes on fell out of favor for one reason or another. The insect man quit after his insects got squashed by another fighter. It seemed that his quirk was only controlling the insects, not summoning them. The cloaked figure disappeared one day. The buff man also disappeared, but people spoke about how he was last seen with a man in a green coat and a bird mask. Only one remained on Izuku's radar. Haru Katsuki. She finishes her fights quickly, with only a few able to last against the first onslaught of kicks. Despite this, though, she looks more and more injured every day, almost like she refuses to get treated for her injuries. It struck Izuku as odd. Why would such an amazing fighter refuse treatment? Izuku figured he would go and figure out why. After her latest match, he left to try and find her. She didn't seem to have a waiting room like the other contenders, so he scoured the lobby and back areas to see if he could find her. After looking around, he eventually found the fire escape door open. Peeking through to the outside, he found Katsuki sitting on the edge of the platform. She was looking down towards the alley, hair in front of her face. She turned around, alarmed at the intruder, but calmed down once she saw the green-haired boy. Curious, Izuku went over and sat down next to her. "It's you." She spoke softly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You've become something of an urban legend." The owner of the place said something about a green-haired kid showing up and taking Takana's quirk. No one really believed it, but a part of me hoped. Katsuki answered, playing with her hair as she answered. "Hope? Does that mean you wanted me to come back?" Izuku asked, not fully understanding Katsui's speech. She smiled softly. "Yes. I want you to take my quirk." Izuku looked baffled. He jumped backwards and stood up. "Wait. You want me to take your quirk?" Katsuki nodded, and Izuku asked his follow-up question. "Why?" Katsuki sighed softly before explaining. "I used to be one of the best fighters in this club. Only a few people had bested me, and only a small percentage of them had an absolute victory. I was on top of the world. But then something changed. After one of my fights, as I was walking off the arena, I coughed up blood. My opponent hadn't landed a hit on me, so it couldn't have been an injury from that. Before I could figure out what was wrong, my vision went hazy, and I blacked out." Izuku stared in shock but otherwise stayed quiet. "After I woke up, I left to get checked by a doctor. They performed an MRI, and she looked like she was on the verge of sobbing." Izuku wasn't too sure what to do, so he decided to simply put his arm on the woman's shoulder. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to," Izuku said softly, looking in her eyes and smiling. "No sniff I want to," she replied. After taking a deep breath, she continued. "They found I have a tumor on one of my lungs. It can't be removed, and it will continue to eat away at my life until I die." Katsuki said grimly. "I decided that if I was going to die, I wanted it to be on my terms. That's why I fight. I want one of these fights to kill me." Izuku gasped. That's why she never wanted to be treated. She wanted to slowly break herself. There has to be another way," Izuku shouted. "I won't let you do this to yourself. I want to help you." Katsuki chuckled. "I'm sorry, kid. The doctors already told me that the tumor cannot be removed. That's why I want you to take my quirk." A part of me can live on inside you, and that is more than enough for me. She smiled weakly, as if she wasn't sure if she wanted to go through with this. I'm going to try for you, eh? If I get in, I can ask Recovery Girl to help you, I know she will. Please, just stay alive. Izuku said desperately. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, but he kept them at bay. Katsui looked conflicted, but her eyes flickered with hope. If you think so, kid. But I still want you to have my quirk. You'll need all the help you can get to be accepted. She held out her arm. Izuku looked at her, slightly tearing up, and accepted. Before Izuku left, he turned around. By the way, do you think we can exchange numbers? I can let you know if I get in. Sure thing, What is your name? I think calling you kid will get old fast. Katsui laughed. Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. It had been 8 months since Tsuyu had started training to inherit One for All. The beach was almost spotless, and Tsuyu had definitely gotten stronger as she worked. Habuko would occasionally join Tsuyu in cleaning the beach, but the majority of the cleanup was spent alone or with All Might's supervision. Tsuyu was also able to practice using her quirk more, though mostly with jumping. No force on earth could get the frog girl to grab garbage with her tongue. All Might instead had her work on holding her breath underwater for longer, cleaning the ocean in the process. After another day of school, Tsuyu went back to Takoba Beach to finish her job. There was only a little bit left, so Tsuyu figured she could knock it out before All Might arrived. Arriving at the beach, Tsuyu took a deep breath of the ocean air before walking down to the last bit of trash left. She put on gloves and started picking up junk from the pile. As she worked, Tsuyu thought back to everything that happened in the last 8 months. The bank robbery, meeting the symbol of peace, and the work she's put into inheriting his power. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice. The hell did you say, DMN nerd? A loud voice called out. Tsuyu turned around to see where the voice came from and immediately found her answer. It's them again. Tsuyu thought. The boy in question had spiky blonde hair, and he was accompanied by his green-haired friend as usual. Tsuyu would often see the two of them walk by as she worked. They, well the blonde one, were typically very loud, but Tsuyu often had a good chuckle at their arguments, like the one time they argued about whether or not Mirko could break Crust's shields. This argument was no different, though it focused more on whether the green boy could beat the blonde guy in a fight. The blonde boy was getting really heated in this argument, and he even started setting off sparks from his hands. He had the green-haired boy backed up against the railing of the walkway, frantically waving his arms. The explosive blonde got closer, and the freckled kid backed further into the railing. Creak. A loud sound came from the railing. The two boys stopped and looked at each other before the railing collapsed, taking the green-haired boy with it. Panicked, the boy attempted to grab the brick wall with some sort of black tentacle coming out of his back, and he latched onto the wall. In all honesty, it was a good save. Until it wasn't. The brick slid out of place, causing the greenette to start falling again. He landed face first onto the sand, groaning as he shakily got back up to his feet. Tsuyu took this time to run over there to check on him. Are you okay? Tsuyu asked, tilting her head slightly to examine him. The boy didn't seem to have any injuries, but he did have some impressive musculature. Oh yeah, I'm okay. No need to worry. He said instantly before looking up to meet her eyes. Whoa, it's you. You're the girl who's been cleaning the place up, right? Yep, that's me, Ribbit. Tsuyu responded. My name is Tsuyu Azui, but you can just call me Tsu. The boy looked a bit red upon hearing Tsuyu's request but composed himself quickly. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and my friend's name is Katsuki Bakugo. He's the one I was talking to up there. Midoriya said. As if being summoned, Bakugo walked into the conversation. That's what you get for saying you can beat me in a fight. Who's frog face? Bakugo said, pointing at Tsuyu. Kacchan. You can't just say that, it's rude. Midoriya replied, waving his hands at the blonde. Tsuyu deadpanned a bit before answering. My name is Tsuyu Azui. You can call me Tsu though. Bakugo scoffed before grabbing Midoriya's arm and dragging him off. Come on nerd, we need to train. It was nice meeting you Tsu. Midoriya called out as he was dragged out. Kacchan quit it. Midoriya said with a pout. Tsuyu watched until she could no longer see them. Adorable. A few hours later, Tsuyu had finally cleaned the entire beach. She was only meant to clean a specific section, but she figured she could do more, plus ultra style. As she set the last pit of trash into the cleanup pile, she heard a familiar voice. Wow, young Azui. You've gone beyond what I set out for you to do. All Might said, walking over to her in his depowered form. Great job. Ribbit, thank you sir. Tsuyu said with a smile. You've grown so much from that day I met you. I'm honored to have seen your growth as a friend, student, and hero. I think it's about time for what I promised. All Might said, buffing up to his hero form. It's time you inherit my quirk and become my successor. Do you accept? Tsuyu thought back to everything she had done. The hours she spent on the beach cleaning until her muscles screamed for her to stop. The time she spent with her best friend. The way she got to meet that cute boy, Midoriya. Tsuyu knew that she was ready for this. Whatever came next, she would smile. Yes, sir. Tsuyu said, brimming with confidence. Very well. All Might said. He plucked out a single hair from his head and held it out in front of her. Now, eat this. Tsuyu blinked. Tsuyu was no longer smiling. The next day, Tsuyu got a text from All Might. He said that now that she inherited One for All, she groaned at the reminder of eating the hair of the number one hero. He wanted Tsuyu to train under his old mentor, a hero named Gran Torino. Tsuyu was intrigued hearing about her trainer predecessor's teacher, but something else struck her as odd. Even through text, she could sense immense fear coming from All Might. He was even stuttering in text, as if he made typos from shaking too much but was too afraid to notice. Whatever the case, she agreed to train under Gran Torino. Later that day, she met with All Might at the now trash-free Takoba beach. He was shaking intensely as he waved to her. Hello why young Azui? He said nervously. He opened his mouth to speak again but was interrupted by a voice from behind. Aren't you gonna introduce me, brat? The voice spoke. All Might paled as if he had seen a ghost. Oh of course, sir. All Might said. This is my old mentor, Gran Torino. He stepped aside to reveal the old man. He wore a yellow costume with a black mask on his face. So, you're the brat Toshinori chose to inherit One for All? Gran Torino said, inspecting the girl. Tsuyu was unfazed. Hello sir, I'm Tsuyu Azui, Ribbit. Pleased to meet you. Tsuyu said, bowing. Very respectful. If only my previous student acted like you. Gran Torino remarked. All Might slumped over. I'm glad he didn't decide to teach you himself. He's a great hero but a terrible teacher. He probably would have told you to clench your butt cheeks and yell, smash, to use One for All. Torino laughed. He looked over at his former student and immediately knew he was right. Remind me to kick his butt later. Gran Torino sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Anyways, he turned to face Tsuyu with a grin. Let's see what you've got. True to his word, Izuku stayed in contact with Katsuki. He learned a lot about Katsuki over the passing months, such as her love for first-person shooter video games and junk food. They became friends fast, and Izuku would even stop by her apartment to bring snacks or new video games. Izuku also kept up his training with Bakugo, slowly getting the hang of spring legs. With the added agility, he learned to react faster to attacks and kick even harder. Izuku felt ready for the entrance exam. With a newfound confidence, Izuku went to bed. More. But something was wrong. More. Izuku knew he was ready, so why did it feel like there was something missing? More. Well, one or two more quirks wouldn't hurt, right? Izuku woke up without any of his bed sheets on him. He looked over to his All Might alarm clock and read the time. 4 a.m. Another nightmare. Izuku thought. Figuring he wouldn't be able to go to sleep again, Izuku got out of bed and hobbled over to his computer. With only 2 months until the entrance exam, Izuku figured going back to the fight club would be risky. As he thought of ideas to get more quirks legally, Izuku found himself scrolling through some online forums. He found they were the best way to get new information on new heroes and rewatch old hero fights. His favorite forum was one focusing on underground heroes. Seeing as Izuku had plenty of time before he needed to get ready for school, Izuku decided to browse longer than he usually would. This led him to a smaller community. Annoying quirks, the place to talk about all your quirk-related struggles. Izuku said to himself. He had seen this forum occasionally but never looked inside it. Izuku was about to scroll past it when he thought of something. Wait. If these people are complaining about their quirks, then maybe they would want someone to take them away. Izuku quickly clicked on the community and began to scroll through the entries, looking for any that had users complaining about their own quirk. Most of the entries were about collateral damage that came from villain attacks. Endeavor happened to pop up in a lot of these, causing Izuku to grimace slightly. He was one of the most successful heroes, solving more cases than All Might himself. Despite this, it always seemed he had more focus on beating villains and less focus on protecting civilians, as if he thought he had something to prove. After searching for around 15 minutes, Izuku found someone. A man with the username Gramps. He had a quirk called Exponential. It allowed him to boost other people's quirks when he touched them based on how long he charged his quirk. He explained in his post that he's too old to use his quirk, since the energy needed to amplify someone's quirk even by 1.01% left him with too little energy. Izuku figured that a quirk like that would be great if he could amplify himself, and even if he couldn't, amplifying others in a battle would surprise villains. Once Izuku made up his mind, he sent a DM to the old man. Small Might 02, hey! I saw your post on annoying quirks and wanted to ask you a question. Small Might 02, if I told you I could take your quirk, would you accept? I'm trying for UA, and I think your quirk would be great for heroics. As Izuku waited for the man's response, he looked more for any other quirks people didn't want. Izuku's mind went into overdrive looking at all the cool quirks, thinking of all the possible ways they could be used in hero work. As he got to some of the earliest posts, he saw another one that caught his eye. A young man with a quirk called Pancakes. It allowed him to make any kind of pancake using the fat stored in his body. The problem was that the man was allergic to eggs, so he would always have a reaction when using his quirk. He reached out in a similar manner to Gramps and logged off. Izuku was nervously waiting for a response from both the people he talked to last night, so when he felt a buzz in his pocket, he nearly jumped out of his seat. Looking at the notification, he saw it was from the Pancake person. Pancake, FR dude? That sounds awesome. Pancake, I'm free all week, so just let me know what time and place to meet. Small Might 02, awesome. Small Might 02, is there anything you want in exchange? I don't have much, but I can give you money or a different quirk if you'd like, laughing face. Izuku and Pancake started negotiating, and the two eventually settled on Izuku paying 7,000 yen for the quirk. While it would be a noticeable dent in his savings, Izuku was just glad he didn't ask for a quirk. Considering he didn't have any to give. The two decided on meeting at a small park in Tokyo in 2 days. Smiling, Izuku finished the rest of his lunch and went back to class. He screenshot the conversation to solidify their deal. As soon as school ended, Izuku ran to find Bakugo. He wanted to tell his friend what he was doing, especially since it was his idea to get new quirks. Good news, Kacchan. Izuku called out to his best friend. Bakugo turned to look at him. I was talking to someone online, and they offered to sell me their quirk. This caught the blonde's attention, especially since people usually like having their quirk. Oh? What kind of quirk did you buy? Bakugo asked. It's a quirk called Pancakes. It'll allow me to make any kind of pancake using my fat storage. Izuku explained. Bakugo had to do a double take to make sure he was serious. Seriously? How's some stupid pancake quirk gonna help you become a hero? Bakugo asked, slightly irritated that his friend was paying for a seemingly useless quirk. Well, I could give pancakes to people I rescue if they need comforting, or I could make tough pancakes to throw at people. Izuku explained. Plus, I might have been hungry when I saw him complaining about it online. Izuku sheepishly added, earning a chuckle from his explosive friend. Well, it's up to you. I still don't see the use of having it. Bakugo said. Who knows, maybe I can use it to beat you in a fight. Izuku cheekily remarked, though he quickly regretted saying that. The hell did you say, DMN nerd? Bakugo roared, causing Izuku to back up. I was just kidding, Kacchan, honest. Izuku said, waving his arms to convince Bakugo. I'm gonna make you eat those words, then I'll eat those stupid pancakes too. Bakugo said, using his quirk to make sparks fly from his hand as he approached the green-haired boy. Izuku continued to back up until he felt the railing behind him on his back. As Bakugo continued to move forward, Izuku could hear slight noises coming from the railing, but he paid no mind to them, continuing to push back to get away from his enraged friend. Creak. The two looked at each other, Bakugo stopping his advance, as Izuku started to speak. Well sure Izuku couldn't finish his statement as the railing collapsed, sending him falling over the edge. He tried to grab onto a brick with tendrils, which seemed to work. That was until he heard the brick start to slide out of place. Izuku could only look in horror as the brick flew out, sending him hurtling towards the ground again. After Izuku hit the ground, he heard a voice coming from above him. Are you okay? The girl asked, tilting her head slightly. She looked to be his age and had green hair. Her eyes were larger than an average person's, and so were her hands. Honestly, she's really cute. Wait, where did that come from? With a slight blush, Izuku answered. Oh yeah, I'm okay. No need to worry. He looked up to her eyes, immediately recognizing her. Whoa, it's you. You're the girl who's been cleaning the place up, right? Yep, that's me, Ribbit. She replied. My name is Tsuyu Azui, but you can just call me Tsu. Izuku blushed again at the thought of calling a girl by her first name but quickly composed himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and my friend's name is Katsuki Bakugo. He's the one I was talking to up there. Izuku said. As if he heard his name, Bakugo instantly walked over to them. That's what you get for saying you can beat me in a fight. Who's frog face? Bakugo said, pointing at Tsu. Kacchan. You can't just say that, it's rude. Izuku shouted as he waved his hands. Tsu did not look amused, though she introduced herself just as she did for Izuku. Bakugo scoffed before grabbing Izuku's arm and dragging him off. Come on nerd, we need to train. It was nice meeting you Tsu. Izuku called out as he was dragged out. Kacchan quit it. He said with a pout. Today was the day Izuku would get his next quirk. He got ready and said goodbye to his mom before heading out. He was excited to meet Pancake, but he was more excited to get a new quirk, something quirk manipulation seemed to agree with. As he walked into the park, he looked for the man he was meeting and ended up finding him on a bench in a secluded part of the park. Hey, you're Pancake, right? Izuku asked. Yep, that's me. He responded. Izuku sighed in relief, thinking about how awkward it would have been if he got it wrong. Pulling out the money, Izuku started talking. So, are you ready? Yeah, let's do this. Pancake said with a grin. Izuku handed the money and placed his hand on Pancake's forehead. You're going to feel like something is being ripped out of you. If you don't fight it, it won't hurt. Izuku explained as red energy began dancing around his arm. Pancake nodded and closed his eyes. After only 7 seconds, it was done. It's done. Izuku said, panting a little. Okay. Well, looks like this is goodbye. Make sure to let me know when you get in. Pancake called out before turning around, leaving Izuku to ponder what he had said. He sounded so confident in me. Even knowing my quirk, he didn't scream or call me a villain or anything. Izuku started tearing up slightly. I'll get in, I know I will. After calming down, Izuku tested the new quirk. Sure enough, as soon as he activated it and thought of a pancake, one came out of his hand and landed on the ground. Excited, Izuku jotted down several ideas to practice. There was so much he wanted to try, but there was one person Izuku needed to visit. Bakugo was doing homework in his room when he heard a strange sound coming from his window. It didn't sound like any bird he knew, and it definitely wasn't the wind. Curious, Bakugo got up from his desk and opened the window. He saw a pancake with the word payback written on it in syrup. Deku. Shut up, brat. Bakugo's mom yelled. Listen up, shrimp. Torino said. There's only 2 months until the UA entrance exam. We'll need you to get some control over One for All before then. The old hero paused briefly before grinning. I'll try and help you channel One for All's power through you, and then I'll teach you the same way I taught the blonde oaf. All Might gulped upon hearing that, but Tsuyu paid no mind. If she was to master this new power, who better to teach her than All Might's old teacher? Yes, sir. Tsuyu replied promptly. What will you be having me do, Ribbit? From what All Might and his former master have told me, One for All feels like a surge of energy that goes straight through your veins. Try drawing out that power. You'll be able to feel the quirk flowing through your veins when you've got it. Torino said. For now, try and focus the power into one of your limbs. Feel free to sit down or do whatever you need to do to help yourself. Tsuyu nodded and sat on the sand, crossing her legs and closing her eyes. Frog was an easy quirk to understand since it is a mutant quirk. Looking into herself, Tsuyu felt it. An immense well of power that wasn't there before. Tsuyu reached out and drew out the power, sending it to her legs. Opening her eyes, Tsuyu saw her legs glowing a bright red. Well, color me impressed, shrimp. You managed to do it. Torino remarked. It's good that you can access that power, but you'll need to be able to draw it out quicker. Let the energy diffuse back into yourself and try again. Keep going at it until you can draw that power out without having your eyes closed. Then do it standing up. This is the first step to getting control of One for All. Tsuyu looked back to All Might, who was smiling. Yes, sir. Tsuyu said with confidence. From what I've seen, you picked a good successor, Toshinori. Torino said. It has been around 2 hours since the old hero gave Tsuyu her assignment. She had gotten to the point where she could draw up the power of One for All rather quickly with her eyes open, but she was struggling to do it standing up. She's got a good work ethic and a strive to do better. She's also very respectful and level-headed. Torino looked at his former student. Nana would have loved her. All Might frowned slightly hearing the name of his former master. I hope so. After a moment of silence, All Might perked up. Enough reminiscing for now. What do you suggest we do once young Azui is able to access One for All in her legs standing up? Torino paused for a moment to think. We should have her do the same in her arms. Then, I want to do some sparring. Torino put 2 fingers on his chin before continuing. I'm worried that One for All's power will be too much for her, even after preparing for 8 months. So instead of asking her to use it in combat, I want to test her reaction time and prowess with her original quirk. The two looked over to see that Tsuyu was able to control the power in her legs. They smiled before standing up. Let's go give young Azui her next assignment then. All Might said, walking over towards his successor. As he took a step forward though, he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. He looked back to see his teacher with a grim expression. Have you told her anything about the first user? About how the quirk came to be? About him? Gran Torino asked. No. At least, not yet. I'm hoping to never have to tell her about that monster. He's dead. I made sure of that myself. All Might said. Gran Torino frowned. Even though he's dead, you should still tell her. Keeping a secret this big will cause troubles for you and her. Gran Torino looked down, remembering the tough decision he and Nana had to make all those years ago. Did we make the right choice all those years ago, old friend? I'll tell her once she gets into UA. All Might said sternly. Gran Torino looked up and nodded. Now, let's go and teach my successor. Gran Torino chuckled. As long as you don't tell her to do anything reckless. All Might stuttered as Gran Torino continued laughing. Tsuyu has worked up quite the sweat-controlling one for all. Holding back such an immense amount of energy is no easy feat, but she has finally been able to control it enough to let the energy flow into her legs and arms. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps in the sand, she looked up to see Gran Torino and All Might. Good work, kiddo. You really are a natural at this. Gran Torino said with joy. Now, there's one more thing I want to do today before we call it quits for the day. I want to get a feel for your reflexes and timing, so we're going to do some sparring. Gran Torino grinned upon saying that, filling Tsuyu with uneasiness. Maybe All Might was right to be worried. Tsuyu though to herself, shuddering slightly. On the outside, however, she remained composed. All right, ribbit. Tsuyu replied, bending down and getting into a battle stance on all fours. Let's do this. Gran Torino looked at the conviction in his student's protege and smiled. Doing some quick leg stretches, he bent down and jumped, disappearing into a cloud of air and sand. Tsuyu scanned the air for her teacher but saw no sign of him. That is until she felt a boot strike from behind. Gran Torino laughed as he kicked Tsuyu to the ground, going into the sky once again. Tsuyu groaned and got into her stance again, looking around for Gran Torino again. She would hear her teacher land on the ground but be gone as soon as she looked. He was relentless, kicking from behind whenever she let her guard down enough. I can't even see this guy, let alone hit him, Tsuyu thought. A blur passed by her face, but the responding kick from the greenite was too slow. He prioritizes attacks from my blind spots. His attacks seem random, but they are actually coordinated, which means they have a pattern. She looked over to a blur from behind. 1. She turned around again, seeing her mentor fly past her yet again. 2. After a bit, she heard the hero land right behind her. Now! Tsuyu pushed off from the ground, launching her tongue at the space right in front of where she was. Just as she predicted, Gran Torino flew past and was hit by her tongue. Gran Torino fell onto the ground and slid in the sand before stopping. Tsuyu prepared to launch her tongue again to ensnare her teacher, but with a huge puff of wind, he was gone. Tsuyu felt another kick to her back, and she fell face first onto the sand. This time, she didn't have the strength to get back up. Not bad, kid. Gran Torino said, helping the frog girl up. Nice job picking up on my attack pattern. You've clearly got a good head on your shoulders. Tsuyu smiled at the praise. Thank you, sir. Tsuyu said, trying to balance on her feet. Let's call it quits for today. I'm not sure what Toshinori will have you do tomorrow, but I want you to come over to my house the following day to continue training. Is that okay with you? Once Tsuyu nodded, Gran Torino continued. All right. Now go ahead and get some rest. I'll let All Might know what he should do tomorrow. Tsuyu nodded and started walking up to the road. Gran Torino watched her and smiled. You really did pick a good one, Toshinori. Izuku kept checking his phone for an update from Gramps, but he hasn't said anything. He was starting to have doubts about the entrance exam. What if he wasn't ready? What if the quirks he has now isn't enough? What if he needs MORE? What if? Izuku was interrupted from his spiral when he felt a nudge from Bakugo. Looking up, Izuku remembered that he was still at school, sitting at his desk even after the final bell rang. You good nerd? Bakugo asked with indifference, though Izuku could tell there was some concern hidden behind that facade. Yeah, sorry Kacchan. Izuku replied, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. I was just thinking about the entrance exam. Bakugo hummed in response. The exam was only a month away, so it was natural for him to be nervous. Just remember all the work you put in. You and I are the only ones from this dump going to UA, don't you forget it, Deku. Izuku looked up and faintly smiled, but it seemed forced. What else is bothering you, nerd? I know there's something else you aren't telling me about. Bakugo said with a sigh. Izuku silently cured at having such an attentive friend before answering. Well, a month or so ago I contacted someone on an online forum about their quirk, since they had posted about finding it annoying, but I haven't heard anything back yet. What kind of quirk? Bakugo asked. The post said it's called Exponential. It allowed him to charge an energy inside himself that could enhance the quirks of people he touched. It would be useful for me to have Anikanal Redithing Kofsamani Izuku stated before devolving into a mutterstorm. A quirk jab from Bakugo snapped him out of it. Seems useful. If this guy is serious about not liking his quirk, I'm sure he'll let you know. And if he never sends anything back, just know you already have nothing to worry about. We are almost equal in terms of power, and I know for a fact that I'm gonna ace this exam. Bakugo said with confidence, causing a slight chuckle from Izuku. Thanks, Kacchan. Izuku said with a smile. TCH, whatever. Let's get out of here already, I want to go home. Bakugo quipped. Izuku nodded and got up from his chair, making sure to grab everything. He left school that day feeling more confident than ever before. Izuku collapsed onto his bed with a sigh. Homework took up so much of his time, and all he wanted to do now was lie in bed. He pulled out his phone to scroll through HeroTube but noticed something else instead. A new notification from Fall appeared. Izuku almost fell out of his bed when he read that and quickly opened the app to read what it was. Gramps, hey Sonny. Sorry for the long wait, but I'd be happy to meet with you. I was talking with the other folks I live with, and they said they would be happy to meet with you too. I live in a small village outside Mito, so let me know when you're stopping by. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. Not only did Gramps want to give away his quirk, but he found others too. Izuku immediately responded, and the two set up a meeting time that weekend. Squealing in delight, Izuku rushed over to his notebook and began planning the applications of Exponential. Before that though, he reminded himself to let Bakugo know of the arrangement. With confirmation that his explosive friend would be there, Izuku let himself get drafted into his notebook until he fell asleep. Arriving at the address Gramps sent him, Izuku and Bakugo went in. The old wooden building looked in slight disrepair, having areas where the off-blue paint was scratched off. The house had only one story, but it was a large property. The floor creaked with every step, filling the two teens with a feeling of paranoia. As Izuku prepared to step through a set of double doors, he was stopped by a voice. I was wondering when you'd get here. The voice said. Izuku and Bakugo jumped in shock, though Bakugo will forever deny this. The old man chuckled before continuing. Sorry for startling ya. Couldn't help myself. So, I take it you're Small Might? The old man asked. When Izuku nodded, he continued. Great. I'm Gramps, but feel free to use my name, Tsutono Han. Izuku lit up hearing the man's name. It's nice to meet you Han. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my best friend Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku pointed towards his friend as he introduced him. Han laughed at the introduction. You're a lively one. Well then, let's get into business. Izuku went serious then as he listened to the old man. As you know, my quirk is called Exponential. I used to be able to charge myself with an energy that I could transfer to others, temporarily amplifying their quirk. I used to get into quite a bit of trouble using it. Han sighed, reminiscing on when he was younger. Now, my quirk is too taxing for me to use, so I'm more than happy to give a young fellow like yourself the opportunity to use it. Izuku smiled brightly. Thank you, sir. I promise I won't let you down. Han chuckled before continuing. No need to be all formal, young man. I also wanted to tell you a bit about this place. This retirement home houses all sorts of people, and a lot of the people here also face similar struggles with their quirks. Some are also retired pro heroes who were forced out of their jobs after a terrible injury. After I received your message, I went around and asked around to see if more would be willing to give you their quirks, and a few agreed. Izuku looked taken aback. Wow, sir. Thank you so much. Izuku said with a bow. There must be something I can do to repay you, right? Though I said no need to be formal, kid. Han said. And no need for repayment. We're just happy that someone sees the use of our quirks and will put them into use for the betterment of Japan. As long as you can promise us that, we are more than happy to let you use our power. Izuku turned serious and replied. Of course. I've always dreamt of being a hero. I promise to use your powers for that purpose. The conviction in his voice left no room for doubt. Han smiled. Glad to hear it, Midoriya. Now, let me introduce you two to the others. There were 5 people, including Han, that wanted to give away their quirks. First was a mutant quirk called Anoli, which gave the user the abilities of an Anoli. These were cling pads on the fingers and a long tail that could be detached. This would be great for reconnaissance and infiltration, and the autotomy could be useful to surprise attackers. Next was an emitter quirk called Acupressure. This allowed the user to create small needles on their fingertips that could relieve pain. And STMLT nerves where the therapy was applied. This quirk actually belonged to a retired pro hero named Pressure Point. She was very surprised about how much Izuku knew about her. The third quirk is called Tight Jaw, an emitter quirk that allows the user to increase their jaw strength, allowing them to clamp onto targets. While it didn't seem very useful, Izuku figured that he could use it to bite through obstacles. This quirk also belonged to a retired pro hero. His hero name was Chomper, a sidekick who used to work under Rock Lock until his lower jaw was severed in a villain attack. The last quirk is called Last Resort, an emitter quirk that removes muscle limiters from the user in times of great duress. The catch was that the muscle fibers of the user would tear under the stress, but that kind of burst strength would be amazing to make a last stand. As he looked through his library of quirks, Izuku realized the voice asking for more vanished. He smiled, finally feeling ready for the entrance exam. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from his mom, however. Excusing himself, Izuku stepped outside the building to take the call. "Hey Mom. What's up?" Izuku asked. "Hi Izuku. I wanted to tell you something important. I got word from the hospital, and your father wants to see you," Inko said. Izuku tensed upon hearing mention of his father. He hadn't seen the man in years after an incident that happened whilst he was abroad in America. He's been in the hospital for around 6 years since, but Izuku rarely visited. He isn't too sure what to think of his father right now. He remembers the kind words his father spoke when he was 4, but he never stuck around, only supporting the family through money sent from overseas. "Okay Mom. Do you want to go tomorrow?" Izuku asked, wanting to get this out of the way. He doesn't hate his dad, but he doesn't understand why he requested to meet after so long. "Yes, that would be good," Inko replied. Izuku said goodbye and hung up. Upon doing so, Izuku sat on the ground and leaned his head on the wall of the retirement home. What could his father possibly want to talk about? For the time being, Izuku had no idea. He went back inside and told Bakugo and the others that he was leaving. They said their goodbyes before Izuku departed. Tomorrow would be fine, right? Working for the #1 hero in America was a nice gig while it lasted. Analysis work was much more popular in the States than in Japan, and the Verdant Dragon was considered one of the best, at least that's what Hisashi Midoriya always told himself. His work made takedowns much easier for Stars and Stripes, so when he was asked to investigate a mole in the agency, it should have been easy. However, during his last mission, Hisashi made 2 mistakes. The man was named William Schmitter. Hisashi was suspicious of him for a long time but never had any proof. His quirk, Endoskeleton, made IT work a cinch. It allowed him to open a part of his skin to reveal a fully robotic inside. He was able to work well with computers and anything related to technology, which also made him the perfect rat. Hisashi was finally able to catch him in the act though. By using a fake, top-secret document on an isolated computer, Hisashi was able to track down William and get proof that he was in fact the mole. Hisashi thought to get Star or one of her sidekicks, but he made his first mistake. He went after William himself. After sending the proof of William's disloyalty to Star, he went over to the computer to confront William himself, missing Star's message to let her do it. If William was anywhere near as smart as Hisashi thought, he would know by now that he was tricked. Hisashi needed to move now to make sure William doesn't run away. Rounding the corner, Hisashi walked into the room he set the trap in. It was an unused janitor's closet he slightly refurbished to look like an office. It was obviously a trap, but he figured William would be desperate enough to take that risk. Sure enough, standing at the sole computer in the room, Michael was there, a finger turned into a USB drive stuck right into the computer. "What you doing there, buddy?" Hisashi called, causing William to freeze. The traitor slowly turned around to face Hisashi. "Well, I thought I'd have longer all things considered." William mumbled, mostly to himself. "I take it this trap was your idea?" "Yep," Hisashi said, popping the P. "Did a good job too, considering it caught Mr. IT Genius." This caused a scowl to form on William's face. "You haven't caught shit." William snapped back, slowly unraveling skin on his hand to let his quirk out. "Either get out of my way or die. Your choice." Hisashi took a step forward, smoke fuming out of his mouth. "My son wants to be a hero, so what kind of father would I be if I didn't give him a good role model?" That was Hisashi's second mistake. Star gave him permission to use his quirk should he need it on this investigation, but he never should have had to. William smirked before swinging his arm back and sending forward a stream of wire. Hisashi rolled out of then way and retaliated with a fire breath sent straight towards the wire, forcing William to recoil. "Star not pay you enough or something? Why are you doing this?" Hisashi yelled as he dodged another attack. "It was never about money. I just want this stupid society to crumble at my hands as I torture everyone who called me a freak." William said as he sent a few wires into the lighting whilst attacking with the other hand. Hisashi could only frown as he took in a deep breath and sent a stream of fire straight at William. He was able to dodge the blast, but his attacking arm took some serious damage. Wincing, William started channeling his quirk through his leg. Seeing an opportunity, Hisashi ran forward and kicked William in the stomach, sending him into the wall. Hisashi walked over and pinned him to the wall, panting heavily but still smirking. "You're finished. Star will be here any second now," Hisashi stated, keeping his grip on William firm. "Anything to say for yourself, filth?" William simply started laughing a cold, depraved laugh. "Sensei would be furious with me if he found out I lost to some stupid analyst." Settling down, William looked Hisashi dead in the eyes. "You think you've won? There's one thing you must not know about me then." Suddenly, a large mechanical tendril stabbed Hisashi straight through the chest. Hisashi coughed out blood and fell over. "I always come back." William started cackling madly again, kicking Hisashi to the floor as he bled out. "Well, this was fun, though I should be going." William sent one last smirk towards Hisashi as he started to walk out of the room. "No," Hisashi said, slowly fading in and out of consciousness. "Think, damn it. What can I do?" Looking to his left, he saw a long metal stick that must have been from William's final attack. He used his quirk to blow fire on the metal, heating it until the tip was glowing a bright orange. Sitting up and leaning on the wall, Hisashi poured all his strength into his arm and threw the pole. William turned around to check on the noise and could only widen his eyes as the pole flew at him, impaling him in his right eye. He screamed in pain as the hot metal burned the inside of his eye, eventually collapsing from the pain. "Come back from that, BSTRD," Hisashi said, chuckling softly at a joke no one else heard. He sent his location and an emergency alert to the agency's network before finding something to cover the now purple wound on his chest. By the time Stars and Stripes arrived with some of her sidekicks, Hisashi was already unconscious. Hisashi groggily woke to the sound of a heartbeat monitor and the smell of saline. He heard a nurse yell something about his being awake, but he couldn't focus on anything right now. He put a hand up to his head as he felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Stars and Stripe burst through the door. "You're awake," she said as tears slowly crept down her face. Hisashi chuckled. "You miss me?" he said, wincing at the sudden pain that came from talking. This earned him a flick from the #1 hero. "You idiot. You could have died," she said, much more somber than before. Hisashi became grim remembering the events that landed him here. "Yeah, I could have," Hisashi said. He then looked her in the eye with a new resolve. "But I don't regret anything." "Ah, good to see you're awake, Mr. Midoriya," a new voice from the back said. Star and Hisashi looked over to see the doctor. "I'm glad too," Hisashi said. The doctor nodded. "Shall I get into your report then?" Once Hisashi nodded, the doctor continued. "To be frank, it's a miracle you're still alive. You were stabbed through your lung. If William were a few centimeters higher with that strike, he would have hit your heart. If that were it, then you would be discharged in a couple months, but something else is wrong. I'm not sure it's William's quirk, but the stab area is almost infected with a flesh-eating virus that's turning your skin purple." He motioned to Hisashi's torso. Hisashi lifted the covers to see that a distinct purple has sprouted on his chest. "Even with all the technology we have, we can't get rid of it without killing you. By our estimations, you only have around 5 years to live if you get lucky." The mood instantly soured. Star started to tear up again and Hisashi could only stare in disbelief at the mark on his skin. "I'll leave you two for now. If you have any questions, feel free to call for me." With that, the doctor left. "Don't cry, Star." Star let out a shuddered breath and turned to Hisashi. "I did this to myself." Despite the situation he was in, he still beamed a bright smile. "I'm sorry, Hisashi. I should have been faster," Star said. "Please, if there's anything I can do, let me know." Hisashi blinked once before softly laughing. "Continue being a great hero for America, that's what I want." As he said this, he looked down. "I just wish I could still support my family. They're still in Japan. My son is only 9 for Christ's sake." Hisashi let out a sob, thinking about the situation he left his family in. Star placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him to look up. "Please, let me help support your family. It's the least I can do to repay your service to not just my agency, but to the country as well." Now it was Hisashi's turn to tear up, but he held back to prevent any water damage to the hospital. "Thank you," Hisashi said, smiling. Once Hisashi was stabilized a few weeks later, he was transferred to Mizudafu General Hospital with the help of Stars and Stripe. Once he was there, the attendants let his family know of his condition. They visited the next day with many tears. As Inko and Izuku were about to leave, Hisashi called out, Hey kiddo. Hisashi yelled, causing Izuku to turn around and look at him. Keep working towards your dream. I know you'll be an amazing hero. More tears threatened to spill from father and son, but they held strong. Izuku nodded before turning back towards his mom and leaving. As the days went by, Hisashi's condition continued to get worse. His wife and son continued to visit, but as the days went by, Izuku's visits became less and less frequent, until it was just his wife visiting once a week. Star stayed true to her word and continued to support the Midoriyas in any way she could, even visiting once in a while to check up on her former employee. Hisashi sighed as another mundane day came and went. He missed his life before everything changed. Now, he was almost fully purple, with just his head remaining as his original tone. Hisashi could only wait until death came for him now. Until then, he'd get some shut-eye until the next day. The last time we met, I told you something about myself. Hisashi immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the origin of a voice he remembers as clear as day. I told you I always come back. Sitting at the edge of his hospital bed was William Schmitter. He was now donning a new scar on his eye from where Hisashi impaled him. He smirked as he looked at Hisashi's broken body. Come to finish the job? Hisashi scoffed. Hardly. William said. I'm only here to remind you of your failures until you die. Shouldn't be too much longer by my estimations. William grinned, sending a shiver down Hisashi's spine. You aren't looking like yourself either, you know. That scar is looking pretty painful. Hisashi said with a smirk. On death's door and still running your mouth. William grumbled. Your son's still working towards being a hero? You did tell me about him when we last faced each other. Yeah, he's working hard. Not like you really care. Hisashi said. I suppose you are right. William scoffed. I wonder if he'll turn out just like his dead old dad. Don't you dare say anything about my son. Hisashi said through his teeth as smoke threateningly danced around his mouth. William simply smiled. Or what? Your legs don't even work anymore, and I know for a fact that I punctured a lung. Well, maybe not me, but there's no way you're getting out of here without being captured. Hisashi said smugly. To that, William laughed. Of course I will. Want to know why? William said. Hisashi looked confused but nodded for him to keep going. Because I don't even exist. As soon as Hisashi blinked, the man sitting at the foot of his bed was gone, as if he were never there. Hisashi picked up his pillow and sobbed into it. There wasn't much time left, and there was one more thing he needed to do. Izuku wasn't too sure what to make of this impromptu visit his dad requested. His mom seemed excited, but Izuku was still uneasy. So much has changed in 5 years. Would he still approve of what he's done with his quirk? A part of him wishes his dad never tried to fight that person who put him in the hospital. He would still be in America, but at least he would be out of the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Izuku and his mom greet the receptionist and walk over to Hisashi's room. Once the nurse announces to his father that he has visitors, Izuku and Inko step into the room. Hey Inko. How are you? Hisashi asked. I'm good honey. Inko replied. I brought Izuku too. She gestured to their son. Hi kiddo. How's my green bean doing? Hisashi asked playfully. I'm okay. Izuku replied hesitantly. It was clear that Hisashi didn't buy it, but he didn't press for more. High school's coming up, right? Are you excited? Hisashi asked. Izuku froze up a bit. How would he explain all the quirks he has now? Why yeah. It's a little nervous, but Kacchan and I have been preparing well. Izuku explained. Still friends with Kacchan, huh? Hisashi laughed, causing Izuku to blush. Well, he's one of the only people who doesn't hate my quirk so Izuku started to explain but then stopped abruptly, realizing he said a bit more than he wanted to. Hisashi narrowed his eyes. What do you mean people hate your quirk? Hisashi asked with an aura of murder surrounding him. Both Izuku and Inko felt a drop of sweat slide down their faces. Well, a lot of the kids say that my quirk is meant for a villain. Izuku said cautiously. Well, I think that's a load of crap. Your quirk has an infinite number of possibilities, and I'm sure you've got a whole bunch ready for the exam. Hisashi said with a grin. So, what kind of quirks are you packing inside ya? Izuku shifted nervously. Promise not to get mad? Hisashi chuckled. I'll only get mad if you give me a reason to. If you think I'm gonna get mad at how many quirks you have, you've got another thing coming. With a sigh of relief, Izuku pressed on. Okay. I have 9 not including quirk manipulation. Sludge, tendrils, spring legs, pancakes, exponential, anole, acupressure, tight jaw, and last resort. As Izuku listed off each quirk, he did a small demonstration for each one as Hisashi nodded along. What do you think? Izuku looked up to his dad only to see that he started muttering about the utility of each quirk. Inko chuckled fondly, seeing that the apple clearly didn't fall far from the tree. Something in the mumbling caught Izuku's ear, that being the mention of his dad's quirk. "Wait, I don't have your quirk, Dad," Izuku said. Hisashi looked up and chuckled, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. "Whoops. Sorry kiddo, I got a bit carried away. That does bring me to my next question, though," Hisashi stated. "I'll be real with you, I don't have much time left." This admission caused Izuku to gasp and Inko to tear up. "Once the purple disease gets to my head, I'll be gone. But before I go, I have one last ask of you." Hisashi looked his son dead in the eyes as he spoke. "I want you to take my quirk, Fire Breath. I want you to use it to be the hero you've dreamt of, and the hero I never got to be." Izuku had to think the words in his head before he caught on. "What? I can't do that," Izuku said, hastily waving his arms in front of himself. "No need to be so loud, kid." Hisashi chuckled. "I know you might feel bad about it, but I want you to do it." He spoke with unrivaled resolve. "I don't know. It feels so wrong," Izuku admitted. Hisashi let out a sigh. "Look, do you remember what I said, about how I want you to be the hero I never got to be?" Izuku nodded. "Well, when I was young, I wanted nothing more than to be a hero. I wanted to make people happy and put a smile on their faces. But my peers didn't think I had it in me. They said that my quirk wasn't suited for it, and in the end, I let those words get to me. I went into analysis instead, where I ended up meeting your mother." Both parents smiled fondly at the happy memory. "Look, the point is, I let those kids decide my future. While I'm perfectly happy with how things turned out in the end, I don't want that for you. I want you to live your life the way you choose to, and if having my quirk makes it easier for you to reach that dream, then it belongs to you." Once Hisashi finished, Izuku started tearing up again, moved by his father's words. "Oh, okay, Dad. If it makes you happy, I'll do it." Hisashi smiled and nodded. Izuku put his hand on his dad's forehead, and red energy danced around the boy's arm. After only 5 seconds, Hisashi was rendered quirkless. "Thank you, Izuku," Hisashi said warmly. He lifted up his arms, and the two embraced. Izuku let all his tears out. "Thanks, Dad. I love you," Izuku said. Hearing those words made Hisashi light up. "Love you too, kiddo." Izuku and Inko stayed for another half an hour before they had to leave, isolating Hisashi with his thoughts once again. "It's admirable how much you care for them." A snide voice spoke. "But if your quirk couldn't beat me, what's that boy going to do against someone much stronger, Hisashi turned to William. "He's full of surprises, just watch. I know the kid will do great things." A chuckle came from William. "Seems so." The two sat in silence before William spoke up again. "You know your time is almost up, right?" "Yeah, I know. You don't seem very upset or scared," William remarked. "I knew this was going to happen for a long time. I've accepted my fate, though I only hope Izuku and Inko can accept it too." William let out a snort. "From what you've said, I have no doubt they will be fine." Hisashi looked at the man confused. "Since when are you so supportive?" "Since you've accepted your position. I was nothing more than your inner demons personified." With another blink, William disappeared. Hisashi smiled softly before closing his eyes again, never to open them again. Doctors rushed in to stabilize him, but it was too late. Hisashi Midoriya died on February 21, 20XX, at 10:03 p.m. The funeral was relatively small. Hisashi didn't have family outside Inko and Izuku, so the only participants were the Midoriyas, the Bakugos, and members of Star and Stripes Agency. Izuku spent almost 10 minutes fanboying over the hero. Once everyone was here, the ceremony began, and Hisashi's body was lowered into the grave. There were many tears and condolences, and after the ceremony the attendees confided to talk amongst themselves. "So, my dad worked for you, right?" Star looked over to the voice to see Hisashi's son, Izuku, if she remembered correctly. "He did. One of my best and most trusted employees," Star said with a smile. "The analysis he did was second to none. I was almost jealous of his smarts," Star admitted, earning a light chuckle from the boy. "That's good to hear. You know, you're almost a spitting image of your pops. And from the way you were fanboying earlier, I bet you have the same mind he did." Izuku blushed at the compliment and from being called out for his fanboying. "He would always talk about you and your mom. He had such faith in you and your dreams, and from what I've seen in the short time I've known you, he was spot on." Izuku felt tears coming on again but fought to keep them under control. "Keep working hard, and if you ever find yourself in need of a hero agency in the States, I'm a call away." The tears Izuku fought to keep under control came barreling out, earning him a teasing glare from Katsuki. Thank you. I work hard and become the hero he always saw in me," Izuku said, balling his fist and holding it out in front of him. Star chuckled at the boy's conviction. She saw herself in him, and in some ways, she saw her mentor in him as well. The next day, Izuku didn't go to school. Both his mom and Bakugo understood, so Izuku spent the morning laying in his room, staring at his ceiling. Occasionally, he would spit out a small flame to light the room. Izuku barely had the energy to do anything as he tried to wrap his head around everything that happened yesterday. He knew his father loved him, yet they always felt so distant. Izuku almost didn't go to see his dad the other day. What would he be feeling in that case? Eventually, Izuku had to use the bathroom, so begrudgingly, he got out of bed and got dressed for the day. After sluggishly making his way over to the dining area of the apartment, Izuku saw some food left out by his mother. "Hi Izuku. I know today will be rough for you, so I put out some leftovers for you to eat whenever you want. Make sure you don't get too full before dinner though. We're having your favorite tonight. Love, Mom." Reading the note attached to the food made a warm feeling bubble inside Izuku. With a smile, he took the food and put it in the microwave. It was as if all his worries went away. Though they wouldn't stay away forever, Izuku was glad to find this temporary peace. After a minute, the microwave made a ding, signaling lunchtime. After eating, Izuku felt a little better about himself. He figured that he should spend some time learning to use fire breath, even if he was still unsure about having it emotionally. He ran over to his room to grab his notebook and then sat down to focus fully on fire breath. Pulling the quirk to his lungs, he could feel his throat get warmer in anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Izuku let out a somewhat lengthy stream of fire from his mouth, counting internally how long he could hold it for. After he ran out of breath, Izuku wrote down an estimation for its length before trying again. It wasn't safe to use a full-powered breath inside, so Izuku used this time to practice control and precision. Using Pancake, Izuku made several targets to aim fire breath at. He placed them down in increments of 0.5 meter, 1 meter, and 3 meters away from himself and began launching fire at them. The closest one caught on fire in only a couple seconds, but the middle pancake took a minute. The third was too far away to safely hit. Izuku recorded the data in his notebook before deciding to scale down. The next test would be a small flame, no larger than the flame a cheap lighter would make. Izuku remembered his dad saying he would use his quirk to light cigarettes before he quit, so it was possible. Knowing it was possible didn't make it easy, however. Despite his best efforts, Izuku would either make a flame that was small but would flicker on and off or a flame that started small but got larger no matter what Izuku tried. Frustrated, Izuku decided to move outside to test the full capabilities of fire breath. Once Izuku made it to the quirk gym he and Bakugo would go to, he noticed it was much quieter than usual. Izuku looked at his phone to check the time. It was almost 2 in the afternoon, meaning school was still ongoing. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Izuku went over to the fireproof area of the gym to test out fire breath. Taking a deep breath, Izuku let out the largest flame he could. Using the ruler printed on the walls, Izuku was able to see that his maximum output is around 10 meters. Izuku tried taking deeper breaths and exhaling longer, but that resulted in minimal increases and lightheadedness. After recording everything, Izuku remembered that Exponential can affect most emitter quirks. Charging up Exponential, Izuku saw the familiar green electricity dancing around his body. He released Exponential and grabbed fire breath again. Izuku inhaled all the air he could fit into his lungs and then exhaled with all his might. The fire felt hotter this time, and the range doubled to around 20 meters. Now Izuku had a quantity for how much Exponential affected the other quirks. Smiling, Izuku wrote down everything he gathered on Exponential and fire breath before continuing. It was well after 5 by the time Izuku left. In that time, he learned a few more things about fire breath, like how he could make smoke instead of flames by controlling the breath in his lungs. Using Exponential, he was also able to condense the flames to make blue fire. The flame was only around 3 meters, but it was way hotter than anything else. The downside was that it started burning Izuku's tongue, so he had to stop the flame before he got any burns. Upon reaching his apartment, Izuku found that it was already unlocked. Odd, he thought. Slowly turning the knob, Izuku mentally prepared himself to face whatever was inside. To his surprise, he saw Bakugo. Kacchan, what are you doing here?" Izuku exclaimed. Bakugo halted his conversation with Inko and turned to his friend. "There you are. Been waiting ages for you, nerd," Bakugo said with a grin. "The hag and my dad wanted to invite you and your mom over for dinner." Inko looked at him with a disapproving stare. "You know you shouldn't address your mother as hag," she spoke. Bakugo simply scoffed and looked away. "Sounds like fun," Izuku said with a smile. "Well, let's get a move on then," Bakugo yelled, playfully shoving Izuku out of the doorway. Inko sighed and shook her head fondly at the interaction. The time he spent with the Bakugos was great. Izuku felt like a weight was lifted off his shoulders as he spoke with Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. The two doting on him felt nice, even if it angered Katsuki. He, Inko and Masaru then watched as Mitsuki and Katsuki got into an argument, which then ended in Izuku being dragged by Katsuki into his room. The two spent the time comparing All Might collectibles and using the punching bag in Katsuki's room. They enjoyed the time they were spending, though it wasn't entirely fun and games. "Look, no, Izuku," Bakugo said, looking much more serious than how he usually is. This immediately caught Izuku's attention. "This whole get-together was partially to hang out with you and Auntie Inko, but we also wanted to make sure the two of you were doing okay after yesterday." Izuku's breath hitched after hearing that, which did not go unnoticed by Bakugo. "God knows I'm not good at this sort of touchy-feely kind of crap, but you're my friend. I need to make sure you're doing okay." Izuku tilted his head downward. "I'm fine, no cause for concern. Let's just go back to Izuku was cut off by Bakugo grabbing his arm. "I know how you think. You think that you're bringing people down by revealing your burdens. Well, newsflash, you're a dumbass," Bakugo said bluntly. Izuku slightly deadpanned at the statement. "Point is, I care about you. You don't need to hide anything from me, because I know you'd do the same for me." Izuku started tearing up as the emotions he tried to lock away began to burst out. "I am fine, really. You can let your emotions out. You don't need to be afraid of rejection." Bakugo pulled Izuku into a hug. "Because I am here." Upon hearing that, Izuku finally cracked. He sobbed into Bakugo's arms, and the blonde, unsure of what else to do, stayed silent and let everything happen naturally. After around 2 minutes, Izuku's sobs quieted down. The two sat in a comfortable silence, until it was broken. "I feel so conflicted." Izuku spoke up. "He gave me his quirk, and a part of me wonders if that's what caused him to pee-pass." Izuku's voice faltered slightly upon saying that last part. "I can't tell you something for sure, but by the sounds of things your dad didn't have much time regardless. Whether your taking of his quirk sped things up or not, I don't know. But I do know that he was smart. If he wanted to live as long as he could for you, then he wouldn't have let you take his quirk." This answer from Bakugo seemed to calm Izuku down. Finally, the turmoil hidden away inside Izuku's mind was dissipating. As the two continued to talk, the conversation slowly became more positive. Unbeknownst to them, the three parents were lurking just outside the room. The Bakugos sighed in relief at their son's handling of the situation, and Inko was happy that someone was able to help her son. The next few days passed by quickly, and before he knew it, Izuku stood outside UA High. Every moment he spent training and preparing culminated into this moment. Steeling his resolve, Izuku prepared to enter the building. That was until he heard a voice call out to him. "Sup, nerd." The voice was unmistakably Bakugo's. Izuku turned around to face his friend. "Kacchan. I was worried you were already inside," Izuku said with a smile. Bakugo looked at him with a grin. "Of course not. I wanted to walk here with you, but when I got to your apartment, Auntie Inko said you already left." His grin suddenly turned feral. "You were trying to get a head start, weren't you? Well, it won't help you," Bakugo said, lightly punching Izuku in the shoulder. "Well, I thought about it, but then I realized that I don't need a head start to beat you," Izuku said with conviction rivaling that of his rival. This earned him a smirk from Bakugo. "Is that so? Then let's see who gets the most points in the entrance exam. Loser has to give the winner a collectible of their choosing. You in or are you too scared?" Bakugo said, raising his fist for a fist bump. "You're on," Izuku replied, returning the fist bump. As the two walked together, the sounds of other conversations faded as Izuku's inner monologue returned. "This is it," Izuku thought. "This is my moment to show everyone they were wrong about me. This is the chance I've been waiting for to prove that I have what it takes. I will be a hero." Unfortunately, an uneven brick met with Izuku's foot, sending the boy hurtling towards the ground. "Or I'll just die." Izuku braced for impact, but the blow never came. Instead, he felt a moist object wrap around his stomach. Looking back, he looked to see who his savior was. He instantly recognized her as Tsuyu Azui, the girl from the beach. But something was different. Her quirk light was beautiful. A symphony of color that would brighten any day. He wanted it more than anything. It was as if every fiber of his being gravitated towards it. TAKE. ITSHIM. GIVEMEBACKMYBROT. HER. Not this time, damn it. Izuku thought. No intrusive thoughts were keeping him away from his dream. A quick activation of acupressure was all Izuku needed to escape those thoughts. Even in their absence. Though, they still haunted him. He was almost completely certain that he heard a mention of a brother somewhere in there. Focusing back on the real world, he looked back at Azui, trying to ignore her quirk light. The girl had a finger to her chin as she tilted her head. Ribbit, sorry for catching you like that, but I assumed you didn't want to fall on your face right before the exam. After Izuku nodded dumbly, she continued. Oh, I remember you. Midoriya, right? Midoriya nodded again. Luckily, Azui didn't notice his quietness. Well, I should get going, Ribbit. Good luck you too, she called out, waving to them. Izuku simply waved back before realizing something. Holy crap. I talked to a girl again. He really didn't. Meanwhile, Bakugo was laughing his butt off at his friend's awkwardness. The written exam was a breeze for Izuku, so before he knew it, he was sitting in an auditorium next to Bakugo. As he quietly spoke with his friend, he heard a voice shout from the stage of the auditorium. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, the boisterous voice spoke, "Welcome to my show today." Izuku lit up upon hearing the voice. Everybody say, hey. Geez, tough crowd. Anyways, I'm here to give you the rundown on the practical exam. Yeah. Present Mike continued to explain the exam. The test allowed for everyone to use their quirk to its fullest potential to defeat as many robots as possible. He also explained the 3 different types of robots that give points. 1-pointers are the weakest and 3-pointers are the strongest. Izuku, however, could barely focus on that. Kacchan, it's the voice hero, Present Mike. Wow. Izuku excitedly whispered to an amused Bakugo. I listen to him on the radio every week. You may want to keep it down, nerd. Bakugo fondly chuckled, earning a sheepish laugh from the greenette. The duo continued to listen to the pro hero and looked at their exam cards. They saw that they were in different test centers. Looks like they don't want friends working together. Bakugo said, more to himself. He then turned to look at Izuku. Wouldn't want you getting in my way anyways, DMN nerd. After Present Mike finished his explanation, he asked if there were any questions. A tall, blue-haired boy wanted to ask one, and Present Mike let him. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. The boy said sternly. He then turned behind himself. In addition, you over there with the curly hair, he points towards Izuku, you've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku sputtered and prepared an apology, but before he could say anything, Bakugo stood up. I think your little presentation is a hell of a lot more distracting than some muttering, so shut the hell up and leave him alone. The boy looked appalled, but before he could retaliate, Present Mike interrupted. Whoa there, settle down. Now, to answer your question, examinee 7111, that guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it, either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. The boy thanked the pro hero and sat back down. Now, that's all from me. Get out there and follow our school's motto, Go Plus Ultra. As Present Mike made his final announcement, everyone in the auditorium left to head to their test centers. You got this, Kacchan. Izuku said proudly. Bakugo scoffed. Of course I do, but you'll do alright, I guess. He then pointed towards himself. But don't you forget who the next #1 hero is gonna be. He declared proudly. Real talk though, you gotta stand up for yourself more. I won't always be there to help you out, so man up. If you can't do it now, how will you do it to villains? Izuku pondered for a moment. You're right, Kacchan. I have to improve. Of course I'm right, DMN nerd. Bakugo said with a smirk before heading off to his test center. This is it. Izuku thought. I will become the hero I always dreamed of being. Izuku stared at the mock city where the battle trial was being held in awe. Despite only being one of many test centers, the urban area was massive, hosting many tall buildings and wide streets. The faux city also had many narrow alleyways. As Izuku and the other test takers peered at what little of the arena they could see, Present Mike spoke up. Like your application said, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in this super hip urban environment. Remember, each test center has the same 3 faux villains. You earn points based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. As he said this, 2 screens on either side of the gate displayed the different robots. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your high score by shredding those fake villains like a mid-song guitar solo. Izuku looked at all the other examinees. They looked so confident in themselves, even though Izuku himself was one step away from visibly shaking. How can they be so confident? Izuku looked at each of their quirk lights. While there were some exceptions, they all looked so dim. Were these people really all that powerful? Izuku was shaken from his thoughts by a memory of an old All Might interview. "We would like to thank All Might, the symbol of peace, for being here today," the reporter said cheerfully. "Ha ha ha. It is an honor being here today," All Might said in his usual jovial tone. The hero brought a smile to little Izuku's face as he watched. The interview was happening shortly after All Might's victory over the small criminal known as Toxic Chainsaw, who was defeated almost instantly by the symbol of peace. "Now, for our first question, we want to know what you think makes a good hero. Is it their quirk?" the reporter asked. "An old friend once told me that it isn't the quirk that makes the hero, but the heart does. While having a powerful quirk does help, anyone with the right mindset can be a hero. A quirk is simply the tool used to enact justice, and the heart of the hero supplies that tool with ammunition," All Might said without hesitation. The words rung true, with everyone watching being able to see that the man was completely genuine. "Wow! All Might is the coolest," Izuku shouted, holding his All Might action figure in the air. Izuku's mom let out amused giggles. "That's right, honey. Remember this for when you become a hero. Your quirk is limitless, but you have to remember that it's your nature that makes you a good hero, not your quirks," Inko said. Nature. The word rang in Izuku's head. How could he have forgotten? All these people have the drive to reach for their dreams, no matter their quirk. Stealing his resolve, Izuku waited patiently for the exam to start. He saw Azui again, but decided against talking to her since the blue-haired boy was nearby and staring at him as if he killed his brother. "Okay, everyone," Present Mike called out, gaining the attention of each student. "Go for it." As he said this, the gates opened, but no one moved. No one except for Izuku Midoriya. He rushed over to the nearest foe villain and called forth tendrils, wrapping around it and slamming it into the wall. It was a one-pointer, so it broke as soon as he made contact. The other students stared at the greenette in shock, some even giggling and whispering about how he was going to get disqualified until Present Mike spoke again. "Come on, there are no countdowns in real fights. That guy's got the right idea." After hearing this, everyone else rushed into the arena. Izuku continued to take down everything in his path. He wrapped up a pair of two-pointers and threw them into the air. He charged up a small percentage of Exponential and immediately switched over to Fire Breath to incinerate the foe villains. That should be 13 points. Izuku thought to himself. He looked down an alleyway and saw a three-pointer and several one-pointers surround a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks on her ears. Activating spring legs, Izuku coiled the springs and shot forward. He landed a kick against two of the one-pointers but was sloppy on the landing. Izuku felt a burning pain in his legs as he skid to a stop on the ground. Even as his body was in pain, he still had work to do. The three-pointers turned their attention to the multiple quirk user and started firing with rubber bullets. Izuku quickly activated a noli and climbed the wall. He landed on the first one with spring legs, using the recoil to cave in the robot's head. The other one was bit by Izuku, who then used tight jaw to tear off the limb. As the robot staggered back, Izuku kicked it with spring legs. Panting from switching between quirks so fast, he turned to the girl. "Hey, are you okay? Hurt anywhere?" Izuku asked, readying the needles of acupressure on his hand. "And no, I'm okay," the girl responded. "Just a bit shaken up." Izuku nodded before activating spring legs again. He shouted goodbye before jumping away. 21 points. Doing good, but I need to keep going. Izuku thought in a slight panic. Almost 5 minutes have passed, and he felt as if he hadn't gotten enough points. Ignoring the tension in his legs, Izuku grit through the pain as he found more robots to crush and people to help. The UA faculty watched each test center with curiosity. The room contained many monitors displaying camera feedback from each area. It seems that the examinees handling themselves well. A voice spoke. This voice was that of the principal of UA, Nizu. Though they must use their skills to hunt down every villain in their area. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan. He looked to a monitor on his right to see a tall heteromorph with several eyes and ears coming from his limbs, while others rely on speed to pull ahead. He focused on a monitor showing a girl with pink skin and horns shakily sliding on a liquid she is producing. Nizu then turned his attention to some of the monitors on his left. Of course, staying calm under pressure can be a huge advantage. He looked to see a shorter girl with long green hair kicking and using powerful tongue lashes to take out an intimidating horde of false villains. All Might secretly smiled seeing his protege doing well. Pure combat ability is also a game changer. The bottom left corner monitor showed a boy with spiky blonde hair yelling at a boy with red hair. Without even looking behind, he faced his palm backwards and let out an explosion, destroying the robot instantly. Nizu then turned his attention to a monitor slightly off-center. The most successful, however, are those that use a combination of all these tactics. The monitor displayed a boy with green hair and freckles. He charged up some sort of energy before growing springs from his legs and charging towards a group of three-pointers. The impact heavily damaged them, and he finished them off by throwing what looked like metallic pancakes at them. Nizu was interrupted from his musing by a deep voice from behind him. That kid with the green hair and freckles, what's his quirk? He's been using tendrils from his back, fire, springs on his legs, and, are those pancakes? Nizu turned to the man with a cheery smile. That is Izuku Midoriya. I can pull up his file for you if you'd like, Eraserhead. The man nodded, leading Nizu to dig around in a file cabinet until he found the correct document. He pulled it out and handed it to Eraserhead. Quirk manipulation. Allows the user to freely manipulate the quirks of other people, either keeping them for himself or giving them to others. This one seems like a major problem child. He sighed. It does bring up the question of how he got so many quirks, though. Eraserhead said, earning murmurs from his coworkers. Not to worry, Shota. Nizu said calmly. On the written exam, Mr. Midoriya mentioned that each quirk he has either belonged to someone that is deceased or was given to him on their own accord. When he saw that Eraserhead still looked wary, Nizu continued. We can always have him in for an interview before the school year starts to ease your nerves. Eraserhead nodded. Meanwhile, All Might was lost in thought. It can't be. He shuddered. I killed him years ago. Is it possible he had a child? No, nothing seems out of the ordinary in his file. Not to mention that I remember seeing him with another person almost a year ago. He subtly glanced at Nizu, who nodded at him. He was going to need to keep an eye on Midoriya. This batch looks promising. A teacher with 2 prosthetic legs and a face mask said. There's still plenty of time left before it's over. A teacher with a metal helmet and fingers said. The real test has yet to come. Nizu sat up with a devilish grin. Let's see how they react to this. He nodded to Eraserhead, who pressed a red button on the control panel with a grin. 45 points. That should be enough. Izuku tried to rationalize with himself, but the more doubtful part of himself was anxious. Right? Shaking his head, Izuku turned into an alley that led into the main road to see if there were any faux villains left. Emerging at the central road, he saw many other examinees. He was about to run back to look for more, but he felt a rumbling from the ground. The rubble on some buildings started to shake and fall, and a large shadow emerged over the horizon. Izuku peeked his head out from the alley and saw it. A massive green robot. It had to be at least 7 stories tall. That's what they said not to worry about? Izuku thought in a panic. Other examinees were shouting and running away in a hurry. Izuku prepared to join them, but he heard a faint voice. A cry for help. He turned towards the carnage and saw a brunette with cheeks that were always blushing. The girl was trapped under rubble, her foot caught underneath several layers of broken concrete. The world paused around Izuku. In that moment, all he could see was someone in danger. Without even thinking, he activated spring legs and sprinted towards the girl at full speed. Pushing past the people running away, he ran as fast as he could towards someone in danger. Upon reaching the girl and rubble, he activated tendrils and gripped the bottom of the wreckage. To his surprise, it was way heavier than he thought. Struggling, Izuku grabbed it with his hands and pulled with all his might. Despite his best efforts, however, the rubble refused to move. The hulking robot inched closer and closer, and Izuku knew he was running out of time. He could barely hear the girl's pleas to run away over his own heartbeat in his ear. It seemed hopeless as the beast of an obstacle slowly lowered its foot just inches away from the duo. Izuku pulled with everything he had, causing the rubble to budge slightly. He just needed help. Even an extra set of hands would work. Boom. Izuku looked behind him to see a crater in the ground. Looking up, he saw a figure flying up to the robot's face. It attempted to swat them out of the sky, but the figure was able to slip between its fingers. With a mighty cry, the person threw a punch so devastating the face of the robot caved in. Izuku and the onlookers were in shock. Thankfully, the shockwave from the jump disrupted the rubble enough for Izuku to lift it off the girl. She crawled out before he let it go. He expected to see that person who destroyed the zero-pointer beside them, but they were nowhere to be found. Looking up, Izuku realized they were falling fast. Wasting no time, Izuku activated spring legs despite his body's cries to rest. He jumped as high as he could towards a nearby wall. He activated a noli before quickly jumping off using another charge of spring legs. This time was too much, however. Izuku could feel his legs twist unnaturally. Letting out a loud grunt in pain, Izuku switched from spring legs into exponential and charged it as much as he could. Then, he summoned tendrils and reached out as far as he could. Thanks to the boost from Exponential, Tendrils was able to wrap around the figure despite their great distance away. Another tendril set out to grip onto the roof of a building, but the stability of the area grabbed was too weak and crumbled. He brought the figure, who he could now identify, closer to himself. It was Azui? She could do this all along? Brushing that aside, Izuku needed to come up with a plan fast. Don't panic. I need to think of something fast. Izuku hurriedly thought. Pancake and Anoli won't help. Acupressure isn't useful either. Then it hit him. Last resort. If I can use it and punch the ground, hopefully I'll be able to negate the fall. But the timing needs to be perfect. He looked towards Azui, but she was looked to be out of it. He summoned fourth last resort and activated it in his arm. He could feel his muscles bulging as he felt his strength increase. This is it. Izuku let out a cry as he ped his fist back preparing to punch. Before he could do so, however, he felt a slap on his face. Looking over, he saw a flash of pink and the girl he just saved. Izuku and Azui slowed down and were able to land somewhat safely onto the ground. Izuku set Azui on the ground gently as he prepared to thank the girl who saved him. However, he heard a GG and then puking from that direction. Attempting to ignore the person losing her lunch behind him. Izuku turned to Azui, activating acupressure and holding her broken arm in his hands. While doing this, he surveyed the damages on the frog girl's body. Her leg bones were shattered as evident from the black and blue pigmentation. The punch also broke her arm and ripped the clothes on her sleeve and half of her torso. Upon realizing that, Izuku had to do a double take. She's partially and naked. Izuku thought in a panic, his face turning crimson. He immediately turned away and mumbled apologies to someone who couldn't hear him. As the dust started to clear, he figured he should do something. Without looking, he took off his shirt and slid it over top the girl, now very thankful he decided to wear an undershirt today. After Izuku surveyed the other girl, who seemed to be in about the same state as himself, he collapsed, the strain from spring legs finally catching up to him. The only thing that kept him conscious was the blare from the alarm signaling the end of the exam. Izuku heard the quiet discussions of the other students as he heard footsteps approaching him. Very nice, good work all around. An older woman spoke. Here, have some gummies. She gave some stamina gummies to a random student, who looked confused but thanked her nonetheless. She then looked over to the three students who stood up to the 0-pointer. Oh dear, what happened here? She asked with concern. Izuku spoke up. Well, the girl who's unconscious punched that thing but broke her legs and arm, so I jumped up and grabbed her but twisted my legs in the process. He pointed to the brunette, used her quirk on us but threw up afterwards. The woman looked concerned and mumbled something under her breath before approaching. Well, Sunny, I'm Recovery Girl. Izuku's eyes lit up as he recognized the name, but for once he was in too much pain to go into a full tangent. Recovery Girl stopped in front of him. Now, give me some sugar. Izuku could only blink before the youthful heroine extended her lips and gave him a kiss. Instantly, Izuku's legs started to glow a green light as his legs corrected themselves. After not even 10 seconds, Izuku felt good enough to walk again. Recovery Girl then did the same for the brunette, but she frowned when she looked at Azui. It looks like she is too tired for my quirk right now. I'll have to take her to the infirmary and let her rest a bit. Recovery Girl said, calling for medical bots to come pick the frog girl up. Izuku's eyes widened. She needed to go to the infirmary. Despite all logic, Izuku felt a pang of guilt over Azui's situation. Damn it. I should have been able to stop that thing myself. Izuku thought to himself angrily. As the medical bots were taking Azui away, Izuku ran up to Recovery Girl. Ma'am, would it be okay for me to accompany her? I feel bad that she got so injured. Also, Izuku could feel heat rise to his face. She's sort of wearing my shirt right now. Izuku expected to get yelled at, but to his surprise, Recovery Girl was very nice about it. What a gentleman. Sure, you can stay with her. You two seem close, so I'm sure she would appreciate seeing a familiar face when she wakes up. Smiling, Izuku walked with Recovery Girl as they went to the infirmary. Tsuyu groggily opened her eyes. She let out a weary rib-bit before sitting up. She tried to remember what happened to land her in the infirmary, but she was drawing a blank. All she remembered was fighting that large robot and punching it before blacking out. Tsuyu walked out to the entrance exam gates, eager to put her training to good use. Before she arrived at UA, she and All Might were practicing controlling One for All, and she was able to find out that the power was great in an area where no bones could be broken. Charging One for All in her tongue resulted in powerful lashes that generated large bursts of wind and explosive force. All Might congratulated her for her progress and gave her a pep talk before she needed to run to the exam. Though a part of her mind returned to that boy, Izuku Midoriya. Tsuyu was no stranger to being stared at due to her heteromorphic features, but this was different. It was as if he was staring into her very core. What's even stranger is that he didn't do this the first time they met, which caused some concern in the girl's mind. Does he somehow know about One for All? Tsuyu thought to herself before brushing the idea aside. There was no way he could have known. She didn't talk about it when they met, and she never saw the boy when she was with All Might or Grand Torino. When Present Mike started the exam, Tsuyu hesitated to run in. She was expecting some sort of countdown, and by the looks of thing, so was everybody else. That was until she saw a boy run in and wrap his quirk around it, throwing it into a wall and shattering it. She recognized the tentacles from when she first met Midoriya on the beach. Present Mike called for the rest of them to start, so she ran in. The robots were light work for Tsuyu. Even without using One for All, her kicks and tongue were strong enough to push and break the bots. Throwing One for All into the mix made the matchup even more one-sided, though she did have to be careful about other examinees. She also found the time to aid some people in tricky situations by grabbing them with her tongue. Her only struggles were with actually finding the robots, and even if she did find one, there was no guarantee that she could destroy it before someone else did. That should make 28 points. Tsuyu thought to herself after caving in the head of a three-pointer. She went over to another group, charging One for All in her tongue and ramming it straight into a two-pointer. The robot shattered, and the two one-pointers that were behind it were blown into walls of the surrounding buildings. She turned to the other robots she saw in the group but found that they were already taken care of, one by someone with a laser shooting out of their stomach and another with vines for hair. Tsuyu prepared to run off and find more, but she then heard a deep rumbling from the ground. Turning around, she saw a massive robotic hand land on top of a building. The other hand followed shortly after. Then, its head emerged over the roofs of the buildings. It made the large buildings of the test center look like toy bricks. Tsuyu turned around to run away from it. She could vaguely hear someone calling for help in its direction, but her fear tuned out that sound. When the sound stopped, she thought the worst. Turning around, Tsuyu was surprised to see someone helping the girl trapped under some rubble. That boy ran in there to help without a second thought. And here I am, chosen by All Might himself and still running like a coward. Tsuyu mentally reprimanded herself. Foregoing all sense of self, Tsuyu dashed towards the zero-pointer, pushing past people running away. She saw the robot preparing to step on the two hero hopefuls and acted without hesitation. She charged up One for All in her legs and jumped, creating a crater in the ground as she leapt. Tsuyu found herself soaring through the air. She narrowly weaved through the gaps in the gargantuan robot's fingers and prepared a punch. Channeling One for All in her arms, she reared back her first and prepared to strike. Sma Shasha. Tsuyu screamed, sending her fist straight into the metallic face of the robot. With its face caved into its head, the robot staggered backwards and fell. Once the adrenaline wore off, Tsuyu was hit with a wave of searing pain in her arm and legs. Her eyelids slowly drooped, and the last thing she felt before passing out was something grabbing her by the waist. "Good to see you awake, dearie." Tsuyu was interrupted from her trip down memory lane by an elderly voice. She looked to the old woman, who was wearing her usual medical outfit. "In case you don't know, I am Recovery Girl. Your quirk has quite the backlash, young lady," she commented. "Yeah, ribbit. Sorry for any concern I caused." Tsuyu bowed. "It's no trouble at all, dear. Just don't become a recurring patient of mine." Recovery Girl joked. "Am I okay to head home, ma'am?" Tsuyu asked. "You're all good," Recovery Girl replied. As she turned around to exit, she stopped. "Oh, I almost forgot. There's a young man who wants to check up on you. Izuku Midoriya. Should I let him in?" Tsuyu put a finger to her chin and tilted her head. Why would Midoriya want to see her? Curiosity got the better of her, so she agreed. Recovery Girl left, and in her place, Midoriya meekly walked in. Hey. Azui, right?" Midoriya asked. "Yes, but call me Tsu, ribbit," Tsuyu responded. She could have sworn she told the boy to call her Tsu last time they met. "Alright, sorry," Midoriya said sheepishly. "Anyways, I wanted to apologize for the whole zero-pointer situation. If I had just gotten that girl out of the way faster, then you wouldn't have had to hurt yourself like that." Tsuyu blinked. "Ribbit, you don't need to apologize for that. You aren't all-powerful, and I knew what I was doing. If anything, I should be apologizing for putting you in a situation where you needed to save me." Midoriya paused. Wait, how did you know I saved you?" "Well, I didn't really until now, but I had a hunch. I remember you using your quirk to try and help yourself when we met on the beach a while ago, and you were the only person I saw with a quirk like that." "Alright, I forgot about that." Midoriya chuckled nervously. Oh, when you threw that punch, half of your shirt got shredded, so I put mine on you to cover you up. He said before freezing, likely realizing what he just said. What? Tsu questioned. Ipromaizaiden sianthing gokbi. Midoriya hastily muttered before leaving. Wait. Tsuyu tried to call out, but the boy was already gone. Left with a small blush, Tsuyu looked at her clothes. True to what the boy said, half of her shirt and bra were gone, the only evidence they were there being a rip mark. Trying to ignore any possible connotation, Tsuyu looked at the shirt Midoriya put on her. It was a simple white shirt with kanji that spelled pants. The joke was stupid, but to Tsuyu, it was oddly endearing. It's kind of cute. Tsuyu thought before blushing even more than before. The 2-week lead up to the exam results were a nightmare. Izuku kept telling himself that he got enough points to get in, but his anxiety kept him from truly believing it. It didn't help that his classmates would demoralize him whenever they got the chance. Bakugo already got his letter back. He finished with 100 points, which was one of the highest in UA history. Bakugo bragged incessantly to their peers but refused to comment on his placement. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he heard his mom shouting. Izuku! It's here! She ran in, holding an envelope with UA's symbol. Izuku's heart soared upon seeing it in person. I'll open it here and tell you how it goes. Izuku told his mom, to which she nodded. She left and closed the door, leaving Izuku alone to ponder his thoughts. The waiting continued to eat up at him, so he took a deep breath and ripped open the envelope. A small metal disc fell out and landed on his desk. Before long, the disc lit up and projected Principal Nizu. Am I a bear, dog, mouse? What's important is that I'm the principal. The holographic Nizu said. Izuku only looked in marvel at the impressive display of technology. Let's get into your results. You did wonderfully on the written exam. Your score was by far one of the highest in UA history. Congratulations. Izuku blushed at the praise but continued to listen in silence. Now, your practical exam results were quite good as well. You finished with 52 villain points, which on its own would have been enough to enter the hero course. However, villain points were not the only thing we were grading on. You see, what kind of hero school would we be if we didn't give points for applicants that went out of their way to aid their peers? The holographic screen then changed to show recordings of moments when Izuku helped others, whether with dealing with robots or tending to minor injuries. Throughout the exam, you demonstrated your heroic spirit by helping your competition, people you didn't even know, at your own expense. This is the essence of a true hero. As such, people who went out of their way to help others received extra points added to their score. Therefore, in addition to your 52 villain points, you also earned 75 rescue points, making your total score 127 points. Izuku started tearing up, not believing his eyes. The hologram showed a scoreboard of every contestant, displaying Izuku at the top spot. As he started in awe, the holographic Nizu continued. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya, to your Hero Academy. Do you have everything, honey? Inko asked her son as he prepared to leave for his first day at UA. Yeah, Mom. Izuku replied. You sure? You didn't just pack action figures, right? Inko asked again, much to her son's displeasure. Yes, Mom. I have everything. Now I need to go before I'm late. Izuku replied with a groan. Izuku! His mom called out once more. What? Izuku called back, irritated at the constant interruptions. I'm really proud of you, son, and I'm sure your dad would be too, Inko said with a shimmer in her eyes. Izuku thanked her with a bright smile before heading out the door for his first day at UA High. The heroics course was split between two classes, 1A and 1B. Of those classes, 36 students were from the general entrance exam and 4 came from the recommendation exams. Izuku was placed into Class 1A, and right now he was trying to find his homeroom. Given the sheer scale of UA's campus, however, this was easier said than done. 1Izuku kept repeating in his head. Turning a corner, Izuku found himself face to face with a large door reading 1A. Wow, this door is huge. There must be giants here, Izuku said to himself. Placing a hand on the door, he steeled his resolve and opened it, revealing his childhood friend already arguing with someone. Get your feet off the desk. The blue-haired boy he recognized from the entrance exam commanded. It's the first day and you are already disrespecting this school's property, you cretin. Bakugo grinned ferally. You're serious? Did your old school put a stick up your butt or were you born like this? Bakugo laughed maniacally while the rule follower continued to reprimand him. Looks like Kacchan is already making friends. Izuku thought to himself sarcastically. As he went over to break the fight up, the blue-haired boy noticed him. Oh, it's you, he said, appearing in front of Izuku in the blink of an eye. My name is Tenya Ida from Sumai Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you. He stuck his arm out for a handshake, to which Izuku obliged. Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet you too, Izuku said in a chipper tone. Midoriya, you realized that hidden part of the exam, didn't you? I applaud your perceptiveness. I'll admit that I misjudged you that day, Ida said with a bow. Oh, it's fine, really. Water under the bridge. Izuku stuttered, slightly overwhelmed by the boy's outgoing behavior. As Ida went to talk to their other classmates, Izuku took the time to survey the people he would be spending the next few years with. There was a boy with a raven head sitting by himself and talking with a shadow. Another boy with blonde hair and a tail was speaking with a floating uniform. A girl with pink skin and horns was talking to a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks for earlobes. Oh, it's her. Izuku recalled saving her during the entrance exam. As he prepared to walk over to greet her, he heard a soft noise behind him. Turning around, he was greeted by a yellow caterpillar? The caterpillar turned to face the door, and Izuku saw the face of a scruffy man, only confusing the multi-quirk wielding boy even more. The man put a finger up to his lips, signaling him to stay silent. Izuku obliged and just went to sit at the nearest desk. Meanwhile, the caterpillar man inched his way slowly into the room. Once he got into the room, he waited around 30 seconds before he started talking. If you're here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now, the man said, gaining everyone in the room's attention. A few people gasped as everyone turned to the man. What is that thing? A student with purple ball on his head said. Dunno, man. Another student with yellow and black hair said. The caterpillar stood up and grinned. Welcome to UA's heroics course. It took all but one of you 30 seconds to notice me and an additional 8 seconds for you to shut up. Time is precious in the world of heroics. Rational students would understand that. The man pulled a juice pack from inside his sleeping bag and started drinking it. Who is this guy? If he's here then he must be a pro hero, but I don't recognize him. Izuku thought to himself. Hello. My name is Shota Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. He's our teacher? Everyone in class A thought. Anyways, put these on. He pulled gym uniforms out of his sleeping bag, and be outside in less than 15 minutes. Mr. Aizawa said to the confusion of some students. UA doesn't follow traditional curriculum paths. The teachers get to decide how they run class. Upon saying that, the man walked outside, presumably to where they are supposed to go. With no other choice, the members of Class 1A filed out the door to start their heroics journey. 12 minutes, not bad. Mr. Aizawa said to the 20 teenagers in front of him. Some were heavily breathing from having to run, but each one of them made it in the time allotted. Now, we're going to be doing a quirk apprehension test. Simply put, you're going to be running through normal apprehension tests with your quirks. In my opinion, it's highly illogical they don't already do that. A few students looked shocked, and one stepped up to ask a question. Excuse me, sir. Aren't we supposed to be at orientation right now? A brunette with odd finger pads asked. As I said earlier, I get to run my class however I see fit. Orientation is a waste of time, and heroes always need to keep track of time, Mr. Aizawa stated in his usual monotone voice. With her question answered, the brunette stepped back into the crowd. Now, Bakugo. You scored second on the entrance exam. How far was your softball throw in middle school? Mr. Aizawa asked, pulling a softball and some sort of device from his pocket. 68 meters, I think. Bakugo replied. Mr. Aizawa hummed with approval. Throw this ball as far as you can but use your quirk this time, Mr. Aizawa stated, throwing Bakugo the ball. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Bakugo adopted a wild grin. All right, you asked for it. As he stepped up to throw the ball, Izuku nudged the girl with earphone jacks. Hey, do you happen to have sensitive hearing? He asked. The girl nodded. You'll want to cover your ears then. Kacchan tends to get a bit loud, Izuku nervously said. The girl did as he said and covered her ears just as Bakugo started his throw. Die! Bakugo screamed, throwing the ball and sending it flying with a well-timed explosion. The ball soared into the horizon until no one could even see it. This is the most rational way of finding out your potential as a pro hero. Mr. Aizawa showed his students the device, and it showed that Bakugo had thrown the softball a total of 782.3 meters. Whoa! This sounds awesome! A student with red hair shouted. Yeah, it'll be fun. A girl with pink skin said. Fun? You think this will be fun? Mr. Aizawa said with a dark aura. You have 3 years to become heroes, and you think it's going to be all fun and games? Each student gulped at his intensity. You all will be competing in 8 games today to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will be deemed potential and be expelled immediately. Everyone gasped at their teacher's statement. Some of the students without physical enhancement quirks started getting nervous. But sir, it isn't fair to expel someone on the first day. We just got here. The brunette with odd finger pad said. And natural disasters are? What about power-hungry villains or accidents that level cities? Mr. Aizawa stated bluntly. The world isn't fair, and it's a hero's job to go against this unfairness. Your entire time here at UA will be unfair. So go beyond, plus ultra style and prove that you belong here. The students stilled at the impromptu pep talk, with one whispering about the speech being manly. Izuku took this speech to heart. My entire life has been unfair, but now it's time for me to prove that I'm not the villain people make me out to be. On your marks, get set, go, the robot said. Ida dashed past the sensor shortly after. 3.04 seconds. The robot said. I can't reach my full speed in only 50 meters. That's something I'll have to work on. He said. This test is the 50-meter dash, where two students race 50 meters to see who can finish faster. The engine user's opponent finished in 5.49 seconds. Each student participated, and Mr. Aizawa watched and calculated their placements. Testing them like this allows me to see their upper limits and assess their room for improvement. He thought Izuku and Bakugo took their places. You're gonna be eating my dust, Deku. Bakugo said smugly, stretching his legs. You keep telling yourself that, Kacchan. Izuku fired back, activating spring legs. The air silenced as the two waited with bated breaths for the permission to start. The robot started talking, but the two were only focused on hearing one word. Go! Instantly, Bakugo shot off like a rocketed and Izuku leaped with spring legs. Izuku felt the wind in his hair as he flew through the air. He saw that he overtook Bakugo, who was using controlled explosions to propel himself. Unfortunately for the multi-quirk user, he couldn't cover the full distance in one leap. As he fell, he tensed his legs again for another leap. He only spent a quarter of a second on the ground, but that was all Bakugo needed to take the lead and finish the race. 7.02 seconds. The robot said as Bakugo grinned. 7.23 seconds. The robot then said for Izuku. Where's all that confidence now, Deku? Bakugo said. Izuku rolled his eyes. You may have done well this time, but you won't get so lucky for the other events. Izuku proudly stated, earning a scoff from Bakugo. We'll see. He grinned. Enough fooling around, unless you're both volunteering to be expelled. Mr. Aizawa said, coming up behind the two rivals. The two quickly separated, with Izuku letting out an eep in the process. Each test went well for Izuku. Most of his quirks were extremely helpful for the tests. For example, during the grip strength test, Izuku wrapped tendrils around his hand as he squeezed the device. Doing this, he achieved a result of 162 kilograms, not the best result but not the worst either. During the seated toe touch, Izuku was able to coil his legs with spring legs, allowing him to touch his toes easier. Despite this, he still didn't get the best score thanks to the flexibility of some of his classmates. The last test ended up being the ball throw. Bakugo already went, so it didn't take long for Izuku's turn to happen. For this test, though, he wanted to try something different. He went up to Bakugo, who was standing by himself with his arms crossed. Hey Kacchan, mind if I use your quirk for this? Izuku asked. Sure. And if you get a better score than me, we know that my quirk was the deciding factor. Bakugo laughed. Izuku shook his head fondly and placed his hand on Bakugo's forehead. He felt the familiar static of quirk manipulation graze his skin as red energy danced between the two. Before long, Izuku had explosion. He looked around to see the confused glances of his classmates, but a thumbs up from his friend gave him the confidence to keep going. Izuku took the ball from Mr. Aizawa and stepped up to throw the ball. He let off a few sparks from his hands, getting a feel for explosion once again. He activated spring legs and jumped as high as he could. Whilst in the air, he deactivated spring legs and activated Exponential, charging the energy in his body. At the peak of his jump, Izuku shifted to explosion and threw the ball, sending a powerful explosion at the last second to send it flying. Izuku landed using Sludge, allowing the malleable form to take the force of the fall. He looked over to his classmates, who looked stunned. 982.4 meters. Mr. Aizawa said. The other students cheered for Izuku, which made him smile. Finally, after so long, he had classmates who wouldn't demoralize or bully him. Classmates who accepted him despite his quirk. He skipped over to Bakugo and gave him his quirk back. After waiting for Mr. Aizawa to compile the scores, the students were able to see the fruits of their labor as he presented the placements to them. Izuku placed fourth, which meant that Bakugo got bragging rights. Ignoring his friend's taunts, he looked to see the other students. Someone named Toru Hagakure placed in last. He turned to see her sniffling and being comforted by some of the other girls. He almost went over there to comfort her as well when he heard his teacher speak up. By the way, no one is being expelled. This was all just a logical ruse to make sure you did your best. Mr. Aizawa grinned at the look of disbelief on his students' faces. I'm surprised you all didn't figure that out sooner. A tall girl with onyx eyes said. The engine boy was yelling about lying and others were upset with the creation user, but all Izuku could think about was how happy he was that no one would be expelled. Midoriya. Someone called out. He looked over his shoulder and saw Ida and the girl he saved in the entrance exam approaching him. Hey Ida. Hi, oh I never asked for your name. He said sheepishly. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Uraraka said with a smile. You did really good out there. Your quirk was like boom and zoom. She made motions with her hands as she vocalized the sound effects of his quirks, causing Izuku to blush and turn away slightly. You're Deku Midoriya, right? She asked. Izuku chuckled. No, my name is Izuku Midoriya. But didn't that blonde guy call you Deku? Uraraka asked, head tilted slightly. Yeah, but it's a nickname. We've known each other since we were kids. He used to call me Deku before my quirk came in, since it meant useless, but even after my quirk came in, he kept calling me that as an inside joke. Izuku said. How crude. To call someone useless just because they don't have a quirk is unbefitting of a hero. Ida said, waving his arm up and down as if he were a robot. Oh, well Deku kind of sounds like you can do it. I think it's kind of cute. Uraraka said enthusiastically, causing the boy to blush. Well you can call me that if you want. Izuku stuttered. If anything, that's probably what he means now since I pretty much can do anything thanks to my quirk. He looked over to his childhood best friend and saw him yelling at someone with red hair, Kirishima, if he remembered correctly from the quirk apprehension test. That reminds me, what is your quirk Midoriya? Ida asked. Uraraka also looked at him for an answer. I'd prefer not to say now, since it's a bit complicated. I'll tell you everything after we all formally introduce ourselves in class. Izuku said, and his classmates nodded in approval. Once everyone changed and returned to the classroom, Mr. Aizawa spoke. Okay class. Since you will all be spending the next 3 years together should nothing bad happen, I want you all to introduce yourselves. Name, quirk, and something unique about yourself. Other than that, make sure you pick up a syllabus in the front of the class, and I'll see you all tomorrow. After finishing, Mr. Aizawa climbed back into his sleeping bag and went into the corner. The entire class sweat dropped at his behavior but continued nonetheless. Well since I am in seat 1, I'll start first. Said a blonde boy. I am Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is Naval Laser, which allows me to fire a magnifique laser out from my stomach. As you can see, I am very shiny, Mon Amos. He said. After him came Ashido, Azui, Ida, and Uraraka. Then, Ojiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Koda, and Sato introduced themselves. Then came Shoji, Jiro, Shiro, Tokoyami, and Todoroki. Finally, Izuku's row had Hagakure and Bakugo before himself. He was happy to learn all the quirks of his classmates, and he eagerly took notes in his notebook as they spoke. He was also able to learn each of their personalities, from the bubbly and loud Ashido and Hagakure to the quiet and stoic Todoroki and Tokoyami. Well, he was stoic. Dark Shadow was much more upbeat. He even figured out how Azui is so strong. She said that her quirk gave her the strength of every frog on the planet. While it seemed fishy, Izuku had no reason to think otherwise. At last, it was his turn. Izuku nervously stood and went to the front of the room. Standing behind the podium, he introduced himself. Hi guys. My name is Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is called Quirk Manipulation. It allows me to take and give quirks whenever I want. I like Katsudon, and I hope we can be friends. Izuku expected the same cheers and questions that the others in his class received, but instead there was only silence. Izuku looked at the faces of his classmates and saw grimaces or scowls, not unlike the ones he received at Aldera from his former classmates. Once the first person spoke, Izuku knew one thing for sure. Nothing has changed. Nothing at all. The stares of his classmates bore a hole straight through Izuku's body. It felt as if every movement he made was being scrutinized. Izuku hadn't felt this way since Aldera, and he was hoping to never have to feel like this again. He looked at Bakugo, who seemed irritated with their classmates. He heard shuffling in the corner, which he assumed was Mr. Aizawa. Izuku shifted to move back to his desk, but that was apparently the wrong thing to do. Everyone started asking questions at the same time. Izuku flinched at the sudden noise, and from the tone of their voices, he could tell that none of them had good things to say. Quiet. Izuku heard his teacher say. He looked in his direction to see the erasure hero using his quirk to silence the class. If you have questions for Midoriya, ask one at a time. However, I will remind you that UA has a zero-tolerance policy for discrimination of any kind. This includes quirk discrimination. Upon saying that, Mr. Aizawa crawled back into his sleeping bag. So how many quirks do you have? Kirishima asked. Izuku eased slightly upon hearing the question. Currently, I have 10, not including my original quirk. Izuku replied cheerfully. He could have sworn he heard Kirishima whisper, so unmanly, to Zero. And you took all these quirks from people? Uraraka asked tentatively. A part of Izuku's heart was crushed upon hearing the fear in her voice. Compared to how they were interacting earlier, she looked as if she was walking on nails. Ida looked no better. Why yes, but I had permission from almost all of them. Izuku said, hastily adding the last part upon seeing the glares of his peers. Almost all of them? Jiro asked. Izuku's heart sunk lower and lower with each question. One came F from someone who died right after I took it. The other I got in self-defense. Izuku stuttered. That answer didn't seem to alleviate the concerns. Izuku could hear vague whispers of if he killed the one guy to get their quirk, which made him feel sick to the stomach. He subconsciously brought out fire breath in his anger, as smoke started to seep out of his mouth. He could almost hear Bakugo yelling at him for being so honest. How do you steal someone's quirk? Ojiro asked. Izuku flinched at the word steal, an action which didn't go unnoticed by a few of his classmates. I place my hand on their forehead and pull it into me. Izuku replied, showing the holes in the center of his hands. Ojiro said something softly under his breath, and while he couldn't hear exactly what he said, Izuku could take a good guess based on what he did hear and the things people have said about him before. Stay away from me. The look of absolute despair Izuku adorned at the sight of his classmates' mistrust in him seemed to go unnoticed by his peers, other than Bakugo and 2 others. A few students close to Ojiro and Jiro nodded their heads. Some tried to hide behind taller classmates, almost as if being in his eyesight could take their quirks. Bakugo looked ready to blow up at the 1A students, but fortunately for him, Mr. Aizawa beat him to the chase. That's enough. If it weren't the first day, I would expel most of you. This behavior is unacceptable. It's illogical to dislike someone based on their quirk. Would you leave a child with Midoriya's quirk to die just because of their quirk? Mr. Aizawa sternly stated. That last question seemed to stir something in a few people, but most others still looked nervous or unsettled. Mr. Aizawa let out a sigh. Midoriya, please go back to your seat. Mineta and Yaoyorozu, make your introductions quick. Afterwards, you'll be dismissed. The 2 students nodded shakily. Izuku walked back to his seat, but the stares and glances followed him to his seat. It's like they think I'm going to take their quirks or something. Izuku thought. Something stirred inside him, but Izuku pushed that feeling into his core. Mineta and Yaoyorozu quickly introduced themselves, not even stating a fun fact about themselves. Thinking about it, Izuku thought it was probably good that Mineta didn't, considering he knew the boy's perverse nature before he even learned his name. After Yaoyorozu sat down, Mr. Aizawa spoke to them briefly about how their schedules worked before the bell dismissed them. Izuku barely heard anything, however. The thoughts floating around in Izuku's head clouded his senses, and before he knew it, everyone had left for lunch. Looking at his desk, he saw that Bakugo had left a note for him. Deku, I won't interrupt whatever nerd thoughts you're thinking right now, but once you snap out of it you better come find me in the cafeteria. The note was thoughtful, but Izuku didn't want his friend to suffer because of him. I'm sorry Kacchan. I won't let you get tethered to me like you were in middle school. Izuku thought wearily. He picked up the note and threw it in the trash before picking up his bag and going to the cafeteria. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to face his teacher. Yes sir? Izuku asked cautiously. He looked calm on the outside, but on the inside, he was pleading with whatever deity existed to not have Mr. Aizawa be like every other teacher he had. Mr. Aizawa seemed to catch on. Don't worry Midoriya, I have no problem with you or your quirk. Upon seeing that the boy didn't look fully convinced, he sighed. I was in the same boat as you when I was your age you know. This caught Izuku's attention, so he continued. No one liked the kid that could erase your quirk. While I was never expressly bullied, other kids stayed away from me or tried to hide from my line of sight. I'm lucky I met Mike and Midnight at UA, otherwise I probably would have never made friends myself. Once Izuku heard the names of the 2 pro heroes, he lit up in excitement. Wait, you knew present Mike and Midnight in high school? Izuku exclaimed before sheepishly apologizing for his outburst. Mr. Aizawa smirked, but the smile was hidden by his scarf. Yeah, they were my closest friends. Those 2 and another. Eraserhead grew solemn upon saying that, but he quickly fixed himself. I owe a lot to them, though don't tell them I said that. Izuku giggled slightly. Okay, sir. Your secret is safe with me. Izuku said. He thanked his teacher and left for the cafeteria. Once his student left, Aizawa pulled out his phone and called the first contact on the list. Nizu, we're going to need to have a talk with my students. Don't worry, Aizawa. I heard everything. Nizu said over the phone. Aizawa swore that he could hear the principal's maniacal laughter even after he hung up. Izuku quickly got into the cafeteria and bought his food. He didn't want to be seen by anyone from his class right now, so he opted to sit in the leftmost corner away from everyone else. It was lonely, but with a quirk like his, that was the best he would get. Izuku poked at the food in front of him, but he couldn't will himself to take a bite. He just didn't feel hungry. Pushing his food to the side of the table, Izuku opted to rest his head on the table until lunch ended. Bang! Izuku jolted awake upon hearing a loud sound at his table. Letting his eyes regain focus, he looked to see who caused the disturbance. Unsurprisingly, it was Bakugo. Thought I told you to find me, nerd? Bakugo said, taking a bite out of his mapo tofu. You shouldn't sit with me. Izuku grumbled. Ha! Why not? Bakugo yelled. You don't want to be caught sitting with the villain kid, do you? Izuku said with disdain, though his eyes betrayed the tone of his voice. Bakugo could see right through Izuku. He saw someone who needed help. TCH, don't listen to those extras. They're just jealous that you're gonna be way more powerful than them. Bakugo scoffed. While crude, the sentiment brought Izuku's spirit up a little. I am just worried that I'm holding you back. Izuku said. You could be with the others and be friends with them. You and Kirishima seemed pretty close during the quirk apprehension test. Well, that was before I found out he's a bigot. Kacchan. What? It's true. Doesn't matter that it's about quirks. Discrimination is discrimination. And you aren't holding me back either. I'm choosing not to be friends with these extras. Izuku chuckled. Well, I don't exactly approve of you calling them extras, but if you truly don't mind, I would be happy to have you here. Bakugo smirked. If I minded, I wouldn't have asked you to sit with me, idiot. The two conversed, and Izuku regained his appetite and started eating his food. Izuku felt happy that his friend stuck with him. Even though he had every intention of driving him away, a part of him was hoping that he wouldn't listen and stay anyways. As the two talked and ate, they were interrupted by a voice. Excuse me, Midoriya and Bakugo, would you mind if we sat here? The two turned to face the voice. The one talking was Shoji, and beside him was Azui. Oh, hey Azui. Hi Shoji. Izuku meekly said. Bakugo had an annoyed look on his face but didn't say anything. Call me Tsu. Anyways, like Shoji said, we want to sit here with you. Azui said. They were holding food, and it felt rude to turn them away, so Izuku said yes. Bakugo let out an annoyed grunt but otherwise said nothing. The four just ate in a comfortable silence. Even though they were getting looks from the others in their class, the quartet didn't care. The rest of the day went by quickly. The latter half of the day focused on the academic classes being taught in the first semester. While some found it boring, everyone got excited once they heard that their first heroics class would be the next day. Finally, the last bell rang and the students dispersed. Unlike before lunch, Bakugo waited for Izuku to pack up before they left. As the two walked to the train station, they heard the approaching footsteps of two other people. Turning around, they saw Shoji and Azui. Hey guys! Izuku called out. Shoji waved and Azui replied with a hi. I'm excited for heroics class tomorrow, ribbit. Azui said. I wonder who the teacher will be. She held a finer to her chin and tilted her head as she pondered. It's kind of cute when she does that. Izuku subconsciously thought. He blushed upon realizing what he thought. Okay, what are you two doing here exactly? Bakugo rudely said. Walking with you two. Is that a problem? Shoji said. And no, of course not. Izuku frantically said. It's just that usually people only want to talk with me to make fun of me. Kacchan is just being a bit protective. The blonde in question flipped Izuku off but didn't deny the fact. Well, you don't have to worry about that with us, ribbit. Azui said with a smile. Why, you guys really aren't afraid of me talking your quirk or something? Izuku asked hopefully. Not particularly. Shoji said. Besides, I have also faced hardships due to my quirk. In that regard, we are kindred spirits. Are you going to take my quirk? Azui asked. Oh, of course not. Izuku replied hastily. Then I have nothing to be worried about. Azui stated. Izuku stared at her in awe while Bakugo laughed. If people thought the same way you do, his life would be way easier. You know what? You two aren't bad. Bakugo said. The four continued to talk, and for the first time in over a decade, Izuku made new friends. Izuku went to school the next day with a smile on his face, for more than one reason too. Firstly, today was their first Foundational Heroics PRD. While he didn't know who the teacher would be, he was sure that this was his chance to prove himself. Maybe the others won't think I'm such a bad guy if I act really heroic today. Izuku deadpanned. The chances of his peers accepting him overnight were very slim. A guy can hope, though. Secondly, he actually has friends. Of course, Bakugo has always been a great friend, but there's nothing wrong with having more than one. Shoji didn't seem like the guy to judge, and Azui always said what's on her mind. Not to mention she's kind of cute. Though amidst the good, there's bad, like how in light there is always a shadow. It's been a while since Izuku took and kept a quirk, and the craving for more is slowly rearing its ugly head. Izuku pushed it deep down, not wanting to give in to temptation. Perhaps he could go onto the forums today and look for more? Each class felt like a drag. While UA's core curriculum was very important, it didn't seem helpful for hero work. Izuku could see Kaminari and Ishido falling asleep during English. Waiting for heroics class was more taxing than Izuku realized. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally time. I wonder who our heroics teacher will be, Kaminari said. Hopefully someone really manly. Kirishima said enthusiastically. Is manly even a real adjective? Jiro deadpanned. Of course it is. Kirishima explained. Jiro simply rolled her eyes. I am here. The class heard through the door. Is that who I think it is? Hagakure cheerfully said. I think so. Uraraka replied. The door slammed open, and All Might came through in an odd pose. Coming through the door like a hero. All Might! The class exclaimed. Izuku, for his part, was fanboying immensely. He's wearing his Silver Age costume. Azui pointed out. Very retro. Shoji commented. Welcome to the most important class here at UA, Foundational Heroics. Think of it as Heroing 101. All Might explained. This is the class where you will learn the basics of being a pro, and we'll be hitting the ground running today with combat training. The class lit up at the prospect of combat training. Real combat was exhilarating for the heroes in training. However, one of the key parts of being a hero is looking good. All Might said, pulling out a remote and hitting the button. The class turned their attention to the back wall, where the wall opened up and revealed a set of 20 briefcases. The students gasped as they realized what those were. Get suited up and meet me at ground beta. 15 minutes later, all of Class 1A were walking onto ground beta. They say that clothes make the pros. You young ladies and gentlemen are no different. Nice to see that costume you've had in your notebook finally get made, Deku. Bakugo said. Izuku's costume is a black jumpsuit with red accents running down the sides, mirroring the red energy of his quirk. He has white gloves with holes in the center mirroring the holes in his hands. His pants have the same design as his jumpsuit, but they are made of a form-fitting and elastic material that allows him to use spring legs without difficulties. The back of his costume has 2 slits that allow for tendrils to be used. Izuku also has a helmet with a visor. The top of the helmet has antennae that allows for external communication, and the mouth of the helmet is cut out, only having a heat-resistant grate to allow for fire breath to be used. You look good too, Kacchan, Izuku said. Bakugo's costume is a black tank top with an orange X at the center. He has black sleeves that extend from his hands to his biceps. His hands are covered in gloves with a green top and an orange underside. His wrists have equipped the grenadier braces, 2 large grenade-looking armaments with a silver handle on top and a pin that can be pulled out. He has a green and orange belt that has smaller grenades attached to them, and cargo pants with knee guards. He also wears combat-grade knee-high boots. He has a mask that covers only his eyes, and flares coming out from near his eyes. The two met up with Shoji and Azui, who were standing nearby, and as much as he tried, Izuku couldn't keep his eyes off Azui. He turned a crimson color as he examined her hero costume. Her costume is a green turtleneck bodysuit with beige gloves covering her wrist guards and similarly colored belts, one above her BRSTS with straps around the shoulders and one on her waist. 2 black lines with yellow outlines run down her costume, leading down to her webbed boots. She also has beige goggles with green-tinted lenses. Why, you both look good, Izuku said, face still red. Thanks, Ribbit. You look nice too, Azui commented as Shoji gave a thumbs up. Izuku stuttered to try and say something else, and Bakugo muttered something about his green-haired friend being helpless. Now then, it's time for combat training, All Might shouted. Sir, Ida said, raising his hand. Will this training be in an urban area like the entrance exam? Oh, so the suit of armor is Ida. That doesn't seem very flexible. Izuku thought to himself. Not quite, All Might said. I'll be moving this class 2 steps ahead. While most villain fights seen by the public are outdoors, the most dastardly villains will be hiding indoors. All Might explained. Intelligent villains will stay in the shadows, so that's where I'll be taking you zygotes today. All Might pulled a box from underneath the table he was standing at. For this exercise, the class will be split randomly into 10 groups of 2, the defenders and the attackers. The defenders will be defending a payload from villains, while the attackers will be infiltrating to seize the payload. Doesn't this seem a little advanced? Asked Ishido. It may be advanced, but this is the best way to prepare you lot for the battlefield. Just remember, you'll be dealing with real people now, not robots. All Might replied. Will you be deciding who wins? How much violence is considered too much? Will you be threatening us with expulsion like Mr. Aizawa? Doesn't my cape look trace chic? All Might sweated. Whoa now, my power is super strength, not super hearing. One at a time please. All Might sir. Is choosing lots really the best way to determine our teammates? Ida asked. Well, in a real scenario, we won't be choosing who we work with. This must be a simulation of that. Yaoyorozu explained. I see. My apologies sir. Ida bowed. Very nicely explained young Yaoyorozu. Now, come up here and pick your teams. The students each lined up in 2 lines of 10 and drew lots out of the 2 boxes. Izuku looked at the letter he pulled. Looks like I'm on Team A, hopefully my teammate won't be too difficult. Izuku thought. He looked to see what teams his friends were on, and to his dismay, they were all on different teams. By this time, all the other teams found each other and assembled, leaving just Izuku and Ojiro. Izuku grimaced slightly, remembering what Ojiro said about him yesterday. Determined to make this work, Izuku went up next to Ojiro. I guess we're teammates. Izuku nervously said to Ojiro. The tailed boy simply nodded and shifted slightly away from Izuku. The two sat in awkward silence until All Might spoke again. Now that you all have gotten into your pairs, I will be announcing the matches. All Might exclaimed. He put his hands into both boxes and pulled a letter out of each. For the first match, we will be having Team A as the attackers going up against Team D as the defenders. Izuku looked to see who reacted. It was Bakugo and Ida, much to the multi-quirk wielder's dismay. All Might explained that the defenders have 15 minutes to set up and led the other students to the observation deck. Ojiro and Izuku sat in an uncomfortable silence for the better part of 10 minutes. Any time Izuku tried to communicate with his partner, he was shut down. It was starting to get on Izuku's nerves, especially since it wasn't just his grade on the line. Look, Izuku said. I know you don't like me, but can you at least put your bias aside for a minute for us to hash out some form of plan? Ojiro scoffed. Fine. I say that we split up. We can cover more ground that way. Izuku was able to fill in the blanks in Ojiro's flawed plan. He didn't want to be anywhere near the quirk stealer. Izuku sighed, but he realized that this was probably the best he was going to get out of him. Okay then, he said. Izuku really hoped that there were cameras here or something, so that his teachers could see he at least made an effort to work with his partner. I wonder how Kacchan is doing. Here's the plan 4 eyes. Bakugo barked. I'll go after Deku and Tails, while you stay here and guard the bomb. Ida gasped. My name is Tenya Ida. How could you refer to your classmate in such a derogatory manner? TCH. Whatever. Just stick to my plan and we'll beat the crap out of them. Bakugo declared. Aren't you worried about Midoriya taking your quirk? Ida asked, causing a glare and snarl from the explosion user. Of course I am, but if you solely focus on his ability to take a quirk you'll lose instantly. Bakugo said. He is by far one of the most versatile people in this class. With power he stole. Ida muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, it wasn't quiet enough, and if looks could kill, Ida would be in the morgue. The hell did you say 4 eyes? Bakugo roared. You cannot deny that what I am saying is factual. Ida exclaimed, waving his arm in a robotic fashion. You have no idea the lengths he went through to make sure he didn't ever steal. Bakugo growled. I'm getting real tired of you people making assumptions about Deku without ever even talking to him. Ida didn't say anything to counter Bakugo's argument. Instead, he went back to organizing the room they hid the payload in. Attackers, are you ready? All Might called through the comms. Yes sir. Yeah. Izuku and Ojiro called out respectively. Defenders, are you ready? All Might asked. Indeed. Just get on with it already. Ida and Bakugo said. Then we will commence in 3, Izuku let tendrils slither through the back of his costume. Ojiro scoffed and got ready to run in. 2, Bakugo readjusted his gauntlets and set off a few sparks in his palms. A wild grin appeared on his face. 1, Azui looked at the screens. She was worried about how little Izuku and Ojiro talked before the match, and from what she was able to see, it didn't seem like a friendly chat. She was conflicted on who to root for, but settled on Izuku, a sentiment Shoji shared with her. The two watched with bated breath as the match began. Start. Immediately, Izuku and Ojiro rushed inside. Ojiro turned and rushed left while Izuku stuck to the right. The building felt like a maze, with monotone walls and twisting hallways. Still, he heard the unmistakable sound of Bakugo's explosions high above them. Ojiro, I think the bomb is located on one of the higher floors. I heard one of Kacchan's explosions coming from up there. Izuku explained over their earpieces. He never got a response back, so he could only hope Ojiro heard. Climbing up a flight of stairs, he turned a corner and kept running to find another stairway when he heard the unmistakable voice of his childhood friend. Found you, Bakugo said. Izuku brought tendrils out in front to block a blow, but the impact never came. Instead, he heard an explosion and a grunt. Crap! He must have found Ojiro. I have to help, Izuku thought. Turning around, he rushed towards where he heard the sound. Spring legs helped him cover the distance, so before long he saw Ojiro and Bakugo fighting in front of him. Ojiro wasn't looking too good. His hero costume, which is a karate gi, was slightly singed in several areas. I'll need you to stop attacking my teammate, Kacchan, Izuku called out, jumping with spring legs and readying a kick to his stomach. He looked into the eyes of his teammate, expecting relief or confidence, but his eyes displayed something else. A look so recognizable to Izuku that he could recognize it even now. Fear. Ojiro's pupils were shaking, and before Izuku was able to hit Bakugo, the tailed boy moved. Back off. He shrieked, sending his tail straight into Izuku's gut. Izuku cried out in pain, and the impact sent him directly into a wall. Izuku was struggling to breathe from the force of the blow, and he struggled to get back on his feet. He wasn't able to see much, but he could identify the look of pure fury on Bakugo's face. Big mistake, Tails. Bakugo screamed, sending a large explosion straight at Ojiro. The force sent Ojiro flying down the hall, leading to him crashing into a wall. Ojiro was unconscious immediately upon impact with the wall. Young Ojiro has been knocked unconscious. All Might said through the comms. Izuku screamed at his body to get up, but his breathing was still shaky at best. Using tendrils, he grabbed the sides of the walls and hoisted himself up to his feet. While still unbalanced, he let go of tendrils and charged Exponential. His lungs struggled with the increased oxygen need, but Izuku pushed past that. Green lightning crackled around Izuku's limbs, and he poured that energy into spring legs. Izuku never really tested Exponential's effect on spring legs. It didn't seem like a quirk that would benefit too much from the added power of Exponential. Once he activated spring legs, Izuku could feel the increased tension in his legs. Looks like Exponential boosts spring legs spring constant. Izuku though, partially wishing he had his notebook with him to take notes. With a deep breath, Izuku prepared to challenge his best friend and rival. Glad to see you can still move, Deku, Bakugo commented. You aren't getting rid of me that easily, Izuku remarked, earning a frown from the blonde. Wasn't even me that did that, Bakugo grumbled. He shook his head. Enough stalling. Time to die, Bakugo yelled, launching himself towards Izuku with an explosion. The greenette responded with a spring-powered jump backwards as Bakugo threw a right hook punch. Once he landed, Izuku charged forward and landed an uppercut to Bakugo's chin. The boy staggered back, but Izuku wasn't finished yet. Calling forth tendrils, he sent them both to grab Bakugo. He was able to dodge the first one, but the second was able to wrap around Bakugo's waist. Izuku tugged, and he picked up Bakugo and threw him down the hall. Bakugo was able to reorient himself with a well-timed explosion. He dashed over and put his hand over Bakugo while the blonde couldn't get up. He felt the need to tug at his friend's quirk, but he hesitated. He remembered the fear in his classmates' eyes. The fear in Ojiro's eyes. If he did this, he would just be proving to them that all he could do was steal. In his moment of hesitance, Bakugo sent an explosion at Izuku's face, forcing him to jump away. Bakugo got up and dusted himself off, but there was a noticeable frown on his face. Not bad, nerd. Bakugo grinned. The explosion user charged again, but as Izuku planned to counter, Bakugo flipped over Izuku's head and launched an explosion at Izuku's back, forcing him to the ground. Izuku flipped over onto his back and prepared fire breath. As soon as Bakugo came to pin him, Izuku fired off a stream of flames, forcing the blonde to back off momentarily. Izuku got back up and brought out tendrils. That all? Izuku taunted. He could see a vein bulge in Bakugo's forehead as his expression twisted into one of malice. Not at all. You see, these gauntlets aren't just for show. He pointed his arm at Izuku and placed a hand on the pin of the grenade. They're made to store my sweat, so I can release a massive explosion without any backlash. Izuku's eyes widened as he grasped the severity of the situation. Crap. This cannot be safe for a first-year battle training class. Izuku thought. Though, it seems that no one else thought the same, as the simulation continued without interruption. Izuku quickly scanned his surroundings to find an escape. There were no hallways to duck in, and the hallway was too long to escape elsewhere. Izuku could only see one way out. Bakugo slowly pulled the pin out of the grenadier gauntlet facing Izuku. As soon as it was fully out, a massive burst of explosive power and flame covered the hallway. The explosion broke the walls and even cut a hole through the back window. As the dust settled, Bakugo scanned the hallway to find nothing. Bakugo suddenly felt a tether on his neck and turned his body around. Once he did, he realized what Izuku had done. Izuku had activated Sludge and stuck to the ceiling. Using the cover of the smoke, he was able to get behind Bakugo undetected. Well played. Bakugo thought before he felt the capture tape wrap around his wrist. Young Bakugo has been captured. 3 minutes remain. All Might announced. Izuku jolted at the realization that he wasted too much time down here. He sprinted down the hall and made his way to the stairwell. In his panic, he didn't hear the revving of an engine from behind. Izuku heard footsteps quickly approaching, but due to the fatigue of switching between quirks so often and the damage he's taken so far, he couldn't react fast enough to deflect a swift kick from Ida to the back of his neck. Izuku slumped over as unconsciousness took hold. The last thing he heard was confirmation from All Might that the battle trial was over. Tsuyu looked at the observation screen in horror. While she didn't look it on the outside, internally she was panicking over the well-being of her new friend. First was the scare with Bakugo's support item. It was hard to believe that All Might didn't at the very least warn Bakugo about the dangers of such a large blast. In fact, All Might didn't say anything about it. Then there was Ida's kick that ended the match. Tsuyu wasn't a doctor, but a kick to the back of the head that hard couldn't have been good for Midoriya. While one could argue that Ida was just trying to finish the match quickly, Midoriya was tired enough that he could have just snuck up on his opponent and used the capture tape like Midoriya did to Bakugo. Something about how proud Ida looked afterward also rubbed Tsuyu the wrong way. Shaking her head, Tsuyu looked up at the screen again. Kirishima and Sato were finishing up their match with Kaminari and Jiro, with Kirishima knocking Jiro out by punching her through a wall and Sato using the capture tape on Kaminari once he shorted himself out. The other fights were much shorter, however. Todoroki and Shoji instantly won against Hagakure and Mineta, mostly because Todoroki used his ice to keep the opposing team in place as he walked up and touched the payload. Shiro and Koda were up against Ishido and Aoyama, but their match went by fast after Koda called a swarm of rats to infiltrate the building. Tsuyu chuckled seeing her classmates jump out the first-story window when they got cornered by the rodents. The last match of the day was herself and Tokoyami against Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. The frog girl was secretly happy that she got paired against Uraraka. She saw how friendly the Gravity Girl and Midoriya were during the quirk apprehension test, and how that changed once Midoriya revealed his quirk. Tsuyu saw the look of despair Midoriya had when he looked towards Uraraka and Ida for support yesterday only to be shown none. It made her feel saddened for her friend and angry at her classmates. So, you're good friends with Midoriya, right? Tsuyu looked at Tokoyami. The boy was dressed in a pitch-black cloak and black boots, an outfit perfect for his quirk. Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, allowed him to summon a sentient shadow from his body. Yeah, Ribbit. Why? Tsuyu asked. How is he as a person? He seems nice, but sometimes light masks the darkness within. Tokoyami said. From what I've seen of him, Midoriya seems like a nice guy. More misunderstood than anything. Tsuyu replied. There's no reason to be afraid of him, if that's why you're asking. It is not me who is afraid of him. Tokoyami. He's gonna take me away from Fumi, I just know it. Dark Shadow said, appearing from behind Tokoyami. Silence Dark Shadow. Tokoyami said sternly. He shook his head. Dark Shadow seems convinced that Midoriya will take him, and I know not the reason. Azui tilted her head. That was one of the questions I asked him. If he would take my quirk, I mean. What did he say? Tokoyami asked. He said that he would never, and that even if he did, he wouldn't keep it. Tsuyu said. The only time he would take Dark Shadow would be to disarm you during a combat exercise, and he'll give him back afterwards, Ribbit. Good to know. Tokoyami said. And just so you know, I'm a girl. Dark Shadow said. Tsuyu blinked. Sorry about that, Ribbit. You may want to tell our other classmates that, so they don't make the same mistake. Dark Shadow gave a thumbs up. Their plan was simple. The two would stick together until they found either Uraraka or Yaoyorozu. If they would Uraraka, Tokoyami would run ahead and Tsuyu would stay to fight her. Conversely, if they found Yaoyorozu first, Tsuyu would run ahead and leave Tokoyami and Dark Shadow to fight the creation quirk user. Tokoyami asked Tsuyu why she was so adamant on fighting Uraraka, but the frog girl only said that it was personal. Once the start of the match was called, the two attackers rushed in. Knowing Yaoyorozu, she would set up traps and barricades to waste time, so Tsuyu and Tokoyami had to tread carefully. Eventually, once they reached the third floor, Uraraka made herself known by laughing at Tokoyami's speech. As discussed, Tokoyami ran past Uraraka and Tsuyu engaged. She attempted to grab her opponent with her tongue, but Uraraka was able to evade and start closing in. Tsuyu knew that she would try and use her quirk to give herself the edge, but in an enclosed space like this, it would be useless, especially since Tsuyu was able to cling to walls. Tsuyu jumped onto the ceiling and launched her tongue, jabbing Uraraka in the face but only disorienting her. Uraraka responded by grabbing small objects from containers on her belt and applying her quirk on them. She threw them at Tsuyu in hopes to land a shot, but Tsuyu's agility combined with Uraraka's poor aim caused her to miss every throw. Uraraka scowled but continued the assault. Never thought I'd be thankful that I trained with Gran Torino. Tsuyu thought to herself. She dropped from the ceiling and landed a powerful kick to Uraraka's stomach, sending the gravity girl backwards with a grimace. How'd it feel, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. How did what feel? Uraraka responded while struggling to lift herself off the ground. How did it feel when you broke Midoriya's spirit into a million pieces yesterday? At the very mention of the greenette, Uraraka frowned, something that did not go unnoticed by the one-for-all holder. I couldn't take that risk. Uraraka said. Tsuyu tilted her head. I need my quirk to support my parents. If he steals it, then everything I worked for will go down the drain. That's stupid, Ribbit. Tsuyu said bluntly. Uraraka's face looked torn between a mix of anger and surprise. You could still be a hero without a quirk, and even if you couldn't, Midoriya hasn't shown any ill will towards anyone. You're judging him before you even started talking to him, Ribbit. But nothing. Just talk to him and I'm sure you'll dash. I can't take that risk. Uraraka screamed. Then we're done here. Tsuyu said coldly. Charging one for all in her tongue, Tsuyu sent out a jab that landed directly on Uraraka's face. Uraraka was sent into the wall again, having the breath knocked out of her. Before she could recuperate, Tsuyu sent out her tongue and wrapped her in it. Once it was clear that Uraraka couldn't escape, All Might spoke. Young Uraraka has been captured. All Might said through the comms. After Tsuyu and Uraraka's heart-to-heart, the rest of the match went by quickly. Yaoyorozu couldn't win a 2 versus 1, so the payload was easily secured. Despite the win, Tsuyu still felt shallow. She thought that if she could knock some sense into Uraraka then she would feel better, but she only felt more upset. Once class ended and All Might made a dramatic exit, the students were free to do as they wished. Almost everyone stayed in their homeroom and waited for their classmates in the infirmary, but Tsuyu decided to go there herself to check on Midoriya. Izuku opened his eyes to the sight of his best friend in his face. Izuku didn't have the energy to JRK away, so he just started talking. Oh, hey Kacchan. Izuku said. Bakugo scoffed. Don't hey Kacchan me, Deku. Bakugo said with a growl. Izuku looked confused. Why are you so upset? You won, didn't you? It wasn't a real win. Bakugo said. Izuku looked lost. Not a real win? But he won. Took down a villain and weakened the other enough to get taken down by his teammate. Is upset he got caught? I'm not upset about that. Bakugo replied. Izuku widened his eyes. Yeah, you said all that aloud. Bakugo sighed. Why did you hold back? I did dash bullshit. Bakugo roared. You had the chance to take my quirk, but you hesitated. Why? I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku lied, only making Bakugo more upset. You and I both know that isn't true. Bakugo snarled. Look, I don't know what that tailed BSTRD said to you, but whatever he said, don't listen. If you don't give it your all, then someone will die. And if you let someone die when you could have done something, then are you really a hero? The words struck a chord in Izuku. It felt like the little mold Izuku was always pressured into feeling cracked. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes was all the confirmation Bakugo needed to see to know his green-haired friend got the message. Just think about that, okay? Bakugo said in a surprising soft tone. Izuku only nodded dumbly as the blonde left. Izuku yawned and prepared to get some more shut-eye. Hello, Ribbit. Izuku jolted awake at the voice. He smiled once he saw Azui. Hey Azui. Izuku said with all the cheerfulness he would muster. Azui rolled her eyes. Call me Tsu, she said for the third time. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Right, sorry, he said. When will you be released? Azui asked. Recovery girl said I just need one more healing session before I can be released. Izuku said. Azui smiled. Good to hear, Ribbit. Azui said. You know I tend to be blunt, so please don't take offense when I ask why you tried so hard in your match. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, you got knocked into a wall by Ojiro, then you fought Bakugo for almost 10 minutes, Ribbit. Azui counted on her fingers. Then, after you took him down, you kept trying to make your way to the payload. Lastly, you looked like you were ready to fight Ida once you heard him. Oh, Izuku said. He looked down and sighed. I don't know, wanted to do as good as possible to prove to the others that I'm not a bad person. Azui looked sympathetic. But Ojiro made it clear that nothing's changed. That I'm still the villain in their eyes. Izuku was cut off by a hug from Azui, causing his face to go crimson. You don't have anything to prove. Not to them, and especially not to me. Azui said. At this point, it's up to them to change. Just remember that you aren't alone, Ribbit. Izuku teared up but managed to keep the dam from breaking. Thank you, Tsu. Izuku said quietly. Tsu smiled as Izuku drifted off to sleep. She couldn't help but feel for the boy. Perhaps it was past experiences talking, but she was determined to get her classmates to tolerate her crush friend. No matter what. Inside the principal's office, Nizu watched the camera recordings of As first battle trial with intrigue. He knew already from Shota's call that things were bad, but he didn't expect the others of 1A to treat Midoriya with such hostility. He winced when Ojiro knocked Midoriya into the wall, despite them being teammates. His fur bristled as he watched Midoriya's plight. He was happy to see that some members of the problem class were getting along with Midoriya. Azui, Bakugo, and Shoji. He noted their names. It seemed that Tokoyami would also be starting to warm up to Midoriya after the conversation he and Azui had. So, it seems that some of the class is warming up to their unfortunate classmate. Nizu remarked. He looked at the infirmary camera and smiled upon seeing Azui and Midoriya's interaction. I'll give them until the sports festival to fix their act. I am merciful, after all. Nizu said. And those that keep their bigotry will find out exactly how unpleasant I can be. Nizu maniacally laughed, the sound echoing through the halls of UA High. Each teacher felt a shiver down their spine, already having learned that it is never a good sign when Nizu laughs like that. The other teachers silently prayed, but Aizawa sighed. He didn't know how, but he knew that this was directed towards his class. You hellions better clean up your act, or else Nizu will do it for you. He said grimly. Izuku woke up again feeling much better. His head was no longer throbbing, and his joints felt refreshed. He sat up and cracked his neck. A knock at the door alerted him to a new presence. Come in. Izuku called. The door opened and presented Recovery Girl. Glad to see you are awake, dearie. You had quite the nasty head injury. Recovery Girl said. Yeah. Izuku rubbed the back of my head. Ida got me good during training today. Izuku sighed and frowned. What's wrong? Recovery Girl asked. I don't think my classmates like me all too much. Izuku said. I'm used to people not liking my quirk, but I guess I was hoping it would be different here. Ah yes. Your quirk is quirk manipulation, correct? Izuku nodded. People tend to be wary of quirks that affect other quirks. I'm sure Aizawa has told you all about his struggles. Just don't let it get to you, okay dearie? Izuku looked at her face. She had a look of sympathy with a hint of wariness. Easier said than done. Izuku said. I'll try my best though, he said with a smile. Recovery Girl returned his smile. That's all we ask. Now, if there's nothing else, you are free to go home. Izuku nodded, but then he remembered something. Wait. There's something I need to ask you, he said. What is it? Recovery Girl asked. When I was collecting quirks for the entrance exam, someone gave me my spring legs quirk. The only reason she gave it to me is because she had a lung tumor. She was told by doctors that she didn't have much longer to live. I told her that when I got into UA, I would ask you to see if you could do anything. Izuku took a breath, realizing that his lungs were burning from lack of oxygen. So, I wanted to ask, is there anything you can do for her? Recovery Girl put a hand up to her chin. A lung tumor might be tricky. I'd have to see her condition to make an absolute call. What is the lady's name? Her name is Haru Ketsui. Izuku replied. Okay. I should be free to check on her next Friday. Recovery Girl said. Izuku smiled. Great. I'll give you her contact information. He pulled out his phone and wrote Ketsui's phone number on it. There. Thank you so much for doing this. Izuku said. No worries. Recovery Girl laughed. Consider it payment for the troubles you've had to endure here. Troubles Nizu and Aizawa are undoubtedly working to get rid of. With his message sent, Izuku bowed and exited. The next day started hectic. The press had just learned that All Might was teaching at UA, so they were trying to get in to get the scoop. The large crowd of reporters made it very difficult for the students to enter, including Bakugo and Izuku. Bakugo looked like he was about to blow a casket while Izuku was just trying to calm him down. How is All Might as a teacher? What did he teach for your first class? Is he strict or lax as a teacher? Questions were being thrown out to the duo as they pushed through the crowd. Shut up shitheads and let us go to class. Bakugo screamed. The reporters near him and Izuku backed away and went to pester other students. Nice job, Kacchan. That was a little crude though. Izuku commented. Bakugo scoffed. Only way these idiots will back off is if you make them. I agree. The two boys jumped as they heard their teacher's voice. Get to class before you're late. The two hurried off, not wanting to earn the ire of their teacher. Welcome back, class. Mr. Aizawa said. The students of Class A quieted and waited for their teacher to continue. Yesterday, you all participated in mock battles under the supervision of All Might. Today, we are going to be reviewing how each of you did. Mr. Aizawa pushed a button on a remote and a projector screen came out from ceiling in the front of the room. First up is Midoriya and Ojiro versus Bakugo and Ida. He pulled up the recording of their fight and played it on the screen. Firstly, neither team had a good plan. Midoriya and Ojiro split up and Bakugo insisted he fight Midoriya. In the real world, you don't choose your opponent, and sticking together is better than going alone. He narrowed his gaze at Ojiro when he said that last part. Second, Ojiro. Care to explain why you attacked your teammate? Mr. Aizawa asked with a threatening tone. Ojiro sweated. Well, I told Midoriya to split up from me, so when I saw him, he startled me. Some of the class nodded at his response, but Mr. Aizawa looked unimpressed. I don't care what your problem with Midoriya is. Petty squabbles like this are what get people killed in the real world. When you become pros, people aren't going to accept his quirk scared me as a valid response when their loved ones die. The class's eyes widened at the dark message their teacher spread. Mr. Aizawa nodded, then continued. Next, Bakugo. I get that you felt pressured in the heat of the battle, but using an attack that large in such a narrow space is asking for someone to die. Bakugo grumbled a yes sir, and the erasure hero continued. Midoriya. The boy perked up. You fought well, but it's important to know your limits. You clearly weren't fit to continue after your brawl with Bakugo, and continuing only led to your getting knocked out. Izuku nodded. Last for this fight is Ida. You played your part well, so my only critique is at the end of the fight. He sped up the recording to when Ida knocked out Midoriya with a kick to the head. Midoriya flinched, remembering his head pain from the day prior. You saw your opponent weak and barely able to move, and your response was to use your quirk and kick the back of their head. Why? Ida fumbled over his words as he tried to formulate an answer. Sir, I wanted to ensure that Midoriya wasn't able to use his quirk on me. If I hadn't finished the fight quickly like that, my quirk would have been taken and I could have lost. Mr. Aizawa put his hand up to his forehead and muttered something about how, these kids are going to be the death of me. He looked back at Ida. Your opponent was barely able to get up the stair, and you though they would have the energy to turn around, pin you, take your quirk, and use it to fight back? Ida opened his mouth to say something but was silenced when Aizawa flashed his quirk. Excessive force is never permitted on the field. That is how you get your hero career ended before it has even begun. Is that understood? When the class stayed silent, Mr. Aizawa raised his voice. I said, is that understood? The class responded with a chorus of affirmations. Mr. Aizawa nodded and continued to the next fight. Once every fight was examined, Mr. Aizawa moved on. Okay, the next order of business is something of immense importance. He paused for dramatic effect. The students waited anxiously in their seats. You all need to pick your class representative. The class collectively sighed. I don't care how you do it, just let me know before class ends. Mr. Aizawa pulled out his sleeping bag and started napping in the corner. Instantly, the classroom erupted into shouts of pleas to be class president. Ida shouted for them to be quiet and suggested that they hold an election. Yaoyorozu made several small paper squares and handed one to each of the class. Meanwhile, Izuku was stuck in his own head trying to figure out who he wanted to vote for. Well, Ida and Yaoyorozu seem like good choices, but I'm still not sure how I feel about Ida. Yaoyorozu seemed condescending on the first day, so she's out as well. Kacchan wouldn't be a good class president, and Shoji doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would want that kind of attention. That leaves Azui. Izuku blushed, remembering the kind words she said yesterday when he was in the infirmary. She was just so perfect. In Izuku's mind, perfect seemed to be the only word that could describe his froggy friend. With confidence, Izuku wrote her name on the paper and passed it up to the front of the room. The votes were collected, and it turned out that Azui won the election, with Yaoyorozu serving as the deputy class representative. Azui seemed keen on the role, and she promised the class that she would do her best to represent them. Yaoyorozu didn't seem too thrilled, but she couldn't argue with a vote. Once Mr. Aizawa confirmed the class representatives, he left and present Mike entered to start English class. Lunch arrived, and Izuku, Bakugo, Shoji, and Azui walked to their usual table together. After getting their food, the quartet sat and began chatting. "So, how does it feel to be chosen as class rep?" Izuku asked Azui. "It's a lot, but I'm sure I can handle it, ribbit." Azui replied. "I know you can." Izuku said, smiling. "That's why I voted for you." Azui blinked. "You voted for me?" she asked. Izuku nodded. "Yeah. Sorry if I sprung that on you." "You voted for Azui too?" Shoji asked. "Pretty sure all three of us did." Bakugo added. Azui frowned. "Not that I'm ungrateful, but why me?" "Well, I sure as hell don't want to be class rep, Lord knows I would blow up whenever someone said something stupid." Bakugo explained. "Shoji didn't want it, and no one would accept the nerd as class rep, so I chose you." "Pretty much the same explanation applies for me," Izuku and Shoji said. "Though I also thought you were a really good fit for the position. You're always so level-headed and blunt, and you're also very kind," Izuku added. Azui blushed at the compliments, and Izuku blushed too. Shoji and Bakugo shared a look that said, "We're going to get those two together." After a little while, Tokoyami came up to the table. "Greetings," he spoke. "Would you four be opposed to my presence here?" "Not at all," Izuku said cheerfully. Tokoyami sat down and ate his food, but as he did, Dark Shadow appeared. "Listen, I'm keeping my eye on you. You better not try anything," she said. "Silence, Dark Shadow!" Tokoyami yelled, and Dark Shadow went back into Tokoyami. I apologize for her words. She's just being cautious, though there isn't any reason to be. I have no qualms with you, Midoriya. Izuku rubbed the back of your head. Thanks, Tokoyami. I promise I won't ever try and take Dark Shadow from you. Thank you. I'm sure she'll warm up to Level 3 security breach. Suddenly, alarms blared as speakers projected their loud message. A Level 3 break-in? That hasn't happened in my entire 3 years of being here. One of the seniors panicked. All the students in the cafeteria stampeded towards the exits, causing some people to get knocked over and stepped on. Through the window? Izuku was able to see where the break-in happened. There was a large hole in the UA barrier, and the press was clamoring through. Kacchan! I can see through the window, it's just the press. Izuku yelled, trying to inform his friend of the situation. Luckily, Bakugo heard and looked out the window. Of course it is. So, what's the plan? Bakugo screamed back. I'm going to climb up to the ceiling. I need you to stay on my back and yell at them. Izuku said. Bakugo smirked. You just spoke my language. Izuku jumped into action, activating a noli and clinging to the wall. Bakugo jumped onto his back, and the two made their way up to the ceiling. Once there, Izuku stuck onto the ceiling and made his way to the middle. Izuku nodded, signifying that he was in position. Bakugo stuck out his hand and fired a loud but harmless explosion. Boom. Oi, listen up morons. It's just the press, so calm your asses down and act like UA students. Bakugo shouted. The other students realized their mistake and calmed down, helping anyone stuck on the ground up. Izuku climbed back to the ground and let Bakugo off his back. We make a good team, Deku, he said. Yeah, we do, Izuku replied. After the incident in the cafeteria, the day progressed like normal and the students all left, leaving just the teachers. Principal Nizu had just called them in for a staff meeting concerning the break-in. Thank you all for being here, Principal Nizu said. As you all know, the UA barrier was breached, causing a Level 3 lockdown and allowing the press to enter the premises. DMN vultures. Aizawa muttered, earning a chuckle from Midnight and Mike. That they are, though there is something that is more concerning. Nizu said, pressing a button on the desk to turn on the projector. The barrier was turned to dust in that area. Majima went over to survey the damages and noticed it like this. What kind of quirk could have caused this? Midnight said. We aren't sure, but we do know that the person who did this didn't stop at just breaking the barrier. Nizu pressed the button again, switching the projector to a different picture. The cameras were down at the time, but it's clear here that the infiltrator took something from All Might's office. The picture showed All Might's office greatly disheveled, with papers scattered across the floor and broken wood on the desk. Do you know what they stole, All Might? Ectoplasm asked. I'm not entirely sure, but if I had to guess, it was probably my schedule. That's the only thing of value I keep in there. All Might replied. We'll have to keep a close eye on the first years. If the villain has All Might's schedule, then they know what the hero course is up to. Vlad King said. Yes. For now, make sure you keep a close eye on your students, Vlad and Eraser. If the villain tries anything before next week, we'll reschedule the rescue training at the USJ. Nizu said. The two pros nodded. I'm not sure of this villain's intentions, but what we can say for sure is that they have declared war on UA. Today, during your heroics class, you all will be going to an off-campus site to simulate rescue scenarios. Mr. Aizawa said. The class cheered. Rescuing is so manly. Kirishima said. Man, my quirk isn't all that good for rescue work. Kaminari sighed. Zero patted him on the back. Mr. Aizawa flashed his quirk to silence them and continued. Anyways, you all have the choice on whether you want to wear your costumes or not. Sometimes it's better to get a feel for what you are capable of doing without gear. He said. Though I get the feeling that you all are going to wear your costumes anyways. With unnecessary help from Ida, Azui and Yaoyorozu were able to get everyone onto the bus in an orderly fashion. Ida had insisted on a seating chart, but Azui didn't think one was needed. The class spent the time on the bus chatting, but Izuku was focused on something else. The cravings were back, and Izuku desperately needed to keep himself in check. With all the cool quirks his classmates have, Izuku decided that the best course of action would be to keep his head down. Bakugo seemingly noticed and typed up something on his phone. He motioned towards it, silently telling the greenette to check his messages. Izuku pulled out his phone and read Bakugo's message. Kacchan, I can tell you aren't doing alright. When we get to the rescue place, you're taking my quirk for a bit. Izuku smiled. While he didn't often show it, Bakugo truly was a caring friend. The way he phrased his message was more like a command than a question, but Izuku didn't mind. As long as he was able to take his mind of the quirk cravings, it was okay. Midoriya? Oh, what's up Tsu? Izuku replied. Azui narrowed her eyes. I tend to say what's on my mind, so I wanted to ask something. She said. Oh, sure. What's up? Izuku asked. Are you doing okay? You seem to be staring at the ground. Azui asked. Despite normally showing no emotion, Izuku could clearly make out a look of concern on the frog girl's face. Why yeah, I'm alright. Just thinking is all, sorry. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he spoke. Azui didn't seem to buy that, but she let the topic drop for now. It seems like we're almost there. I can make out a large dome in the distance, ribbit. Half the class looked out the window to see what Azui was talking about. Sure enough, they could spot a large glass dome surrounded by trees. The dome had the initials USJ marked in large yellow letters on the front. The students took in the sights before they were interrupted. Okay class. Quiet down, we're here. Mr. Aizawa said. Class A immediately stopped talking and moved out of the bus. Once everyone left, they were met with a hero in a puffy white spacesuit. Oh my gosh, it's the space hero, 13. I'm such a huge fan. Uraraka shouted. 13 chuckled. Glad to see I have a fan. She said. As Uraraka continued to fangirl over 13, Mr. Aizawa went over to her and whispered something to her. Izuku couldn't hear what the conversation was about, but he did see 13 raise the number 3 with her fingers. Mr. Aizawa sighed and turned back to his students. Unfortunately, All Might will not be joining us for today. However, 13 and I will still be here to oversee your training. Some students groaned, but they were quickly shut up by their teacher. Hi everyone. As Uraraka mentioned, I am the space hero, 13. 13 said. Uraraka blushed in embarrassment. This pride and joy behind me is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. It's a training ground perfectly designed for you all to practice your rescuing in difficult situations. Before we start, there's 2 things I want to mention. Wait, maybe 3? Or 4? She shook her head. Doesn't matter. So, as some of you may know, my quirk is called Black Hole. Yeah. You can use your quirk to SCK up debris and get people to safety. Uraraka said excitedly. 13 put a finger up. That's true, but my quirk could easily be used to kill. 13 said somberly. The mood instantly dimmed upon mention of the taking of a life. Your time here at UA will be spent learning the limits of your quirks, but it is always important to remember that quirks are just tools. It's how you use them that makes you into the hero you want to be. That's what I want you all to think about while you're here. I want you to think about all the ways your quirk can help someone, instead of hurting them. Everyone clapped at 13's speech, and the pro bowed. She's right. Any one of the quirks I accumulated could be used to kill. That's why I have to be careful. Izuku thought. Now, without further ado, let's head inside. 13 said. Class A cheered and followed their teachers into the unforeseen simulation joint. Once everyone made it inside, 13 stopped and started talking. This is the entrance stairway. It leads down to the central plaza. As you can see, the plaza leads to several zones, such as the flood zone, ruined zone, and more. Izuku looked at the fountain in the center of the USJ, but then he noticed something off. He saw a black mist appear in the center of the plaza. The mist expanded until it formed a swirling portal. Then, a man with a hand on his face eerily made his way out. He wasn't the only one, though. More and more people started making their way into the USJ. Izuku tensed. Something seemed off about these guys. He went to say something, but Kirishima beat him to the chase. Whoa! We even have fake villains for this training session. So manly. Kirishima said. Izuku saw his teachers stiffen and turn to the fountain. Once the pro hero saw the villains, Mr. Aizawa instantly readied his scarf. Stay back. Those are real villains. He yelled. Instantly, the class started to panic. 13, stay with the kids and get them out of here. After saying that, he jumped down to confront the ever-increasing horde of villains. Mr. Aizawa. Your quirk is suited for ambushes, not large fights like this. Izuku called out. Let this be a lesson for you all. No hero is a one-trick pony. Mr. Aizawa yelled back as a reply before confronting the first of the villains. Come on, Midoriya. We're getting out of here. 13 shouted. He nodded and ran after the rest of his class. Aizawa felt his eyes drooping as he kept his quirk on. As soon as he blinked, the mist villain teleported away. Sheet, Aizawa thought. He had to have faith in 13 now. He dashed down to the villains and reapplied his quirk. What the hell? Why isn't my quirk working? A criminal with guns for fingers cried. Wait. I know him. That's Eraserhead. He can cancel out our quirks. Another shouted. Heh, he can't cancel mine. A thug with a mutation quirk said. True. Aizawa stated, flinging out his capture weapon and latching onto the man. But I don't need my quirk to take you out. Pulling with all his might, he swung the man onto his comrades and continued working his way through the onslaught of villains. Stay strong, kids. I'll be back soon. How could this have happened? Ashido cried. The students continued their run to the exit with 13. Doesn't the USJ have alarms or something? Shoji asked. Yeah, I don't know why they aren't going off though. 13 admitted. It's likely that the villains have some sort of quirk that's blocking the alarms. Todoroki said. And if that's the case, then it's most probable that the rest of UA is fine. So, you're saying that the rest of the school has no idea that we're in danger? Mineta quivered. Todoroki nodded. Suddenly, the mist appeared right in front of them. A figure with bright yellow eyes and a suit appeared from the mist and blocked their way. Greetings. My name is Kurogiri, and I am with the League of Villains. We are here to kill All Might, the shadowy man said. He looked around. Though it appears that he isn't here. Was there some sort of schedule change? A chill ran down the spines of every student as Kurogiri spoke. Like hell we'll let you do that. Bakugo shouted, firing explosions and launching himself at the villain. What he said? Kirishima cried, following his explosive classmate. Wait, stop. 13 yelled, but it was too late. Bakugo and Kirishima were already in front of Kurogiri, ready to strike. Ah, I almost forgot you all are the golden eggs of UA. However, I must make you crack. Bakugo and Kirishima's attack missed, landing into the body of mist instead. The two attempted to retreat, but Kurogiri opened a portal behind them and sent them somewhere else. Now, begone and die. Kurogiri opened his arms and surrounded the class in a torrent of black mist. Izuku shielded his eyes, but in doing so didn't notice the portal opening underneath him. By the time Izuku noticed he was falling, it was too late to do anything. Izuku suddenly felt the cold embrace of water. He deduced that he was sent somewhere in the flood zone. He heard a sound from behind him and turned. A large shark man was swimming towards him quickly, jaws open and ready to strike. Take. Izuku tried to swim away, but he knew he wouldn't be fast enough. Take. In that moment of weakness, Izuku gave into the cravings. He sent a punch aimed at the shark villain. He handed a direct shot to his nose, and the force was amplified thanks to last resort. Izuku winced as he felt the pain of using that quirk. He could feel the muscles in his arms ripping. While the villain was still reeling, Izuku grabbed him and started to pull. The shark villain started squirming in pain, trying to get away from Izuku, but the boy's grip was firm. Slowly, the heteromorphic features of the man started to fade away, revealing a normal human body. After 10 seconds, Izuku gained a new quirk, Shark. Shark, the user has all the abilities of a shark, including serrated teeth, fins, a tail, and gills. Once Izuku felt the burning in his lungs, he activated his new quirk. His skin turned blue and his body morphed. A tail slid its way down Izuku's costume, but it didn't rip. Gills grew on the side of his neck, and his jaws grew. Izuku took a large breath through the gills and swam up. Even without the tail, he was still quite fast. He also grabbed the unconscious villain. He spotted a boat and jumped onto it from the water. He placed the villain on the boat and transformed back into his human self. Midoriya. Izuku turned to his left and saw Azui and Mineta. "Hey guys. Sorry if I scared you," Izuku said. Mineta opened his mouth to say something, but he was shut up by a glare from Azui. "No, you didn't scare us, Ribbit." Azui looked at the guy Izuku brought on board. "Who's that guy?" "He's a villain. He tried to kill me with his shark quirk, but I took it. It didn't feel right to leave him to drown, so I brought him up with me," Izuku replied. "We need a plan to get out of here." "Well but how are we supposed to do that?" Mineta asked. "It's clear that they don't know our quirks. Otherwise, Azui would have never been sent to here," Izuku said. "Call me Tsu, but yeah, I would have been sent somewhere else if they knew my quirk," Azui replied. "What worries me is that they think they can kill All Might. They don't look too strong, so they must have some sort of backup plan," Izuku said. "There's no way they can kill All Might. He's basically unbeatable," Mineta proudly proclaimed. "I wouldn't be too sure of that, Ribbit. He's still human," Azui countered. She knew all too well about All Might's injury and how he could only work as a hero for around 3 hours every day. Mineta whimpered at the thought of someone killing All Might. "We need a plan. Maybe we can trick them and dash." Izuku was cut off when the boat was cut in half. "UBSTRD. What did you do to Bites?" the villain called out. Izuku had to stop himself from laughing at the villain's name as he created a new plan. "We're gonna die," Mineta cried. "Are you sure you're cut out to be a hero, Ribbit? You're crying a lot," Azui commented. "Shut up. It's weird not to be crying when we're all in mortal danger," Mineta countered. This didn't faze Azui, however, so Mineta decided to keep crying. "I didn't even get to touch any melons," Mineta lamented, earning him a slap from Azui. Tsu, can you make a big shockwave in the water with your strength?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, though I may be out of commission for a bit, Ribbit," Azui said. "Okay then. Here's the plan." As the boat sank further into the water, the villains saw Azui jump up and towards them. They grinned and prepared to strike, but they then saw red veins highlighting her mouth. She moved her tongue into the water, and the force caused the water to cascade in on itself. She was then grabbed by tendrils. Izuku charged Exponential and then switched to spring legs. After grabbing onto Mineta and Azui, he leaped straight into the air. Trying not to blush from being in close contact with Azui, he switched to tendrils and grabbed onto the rafters. Mineta, meanwhile, threw pop-off ball at the shockwave, trapping the villains in a massive sphere. Once Izuku pulled the trio up to the rafters, he set his shorter classmates onto the structure. "You guys okay?" Izuku asked his peers. "Yeah, Ribbit. My tongue hurts like hell, but I'll live," Azui said. "I took a good poop this morning, so those guys will be stuck for around a day," Mineta said. Izuku looked around to find a way down. "Okay, there's a ladder over near the entrance. Let's make our way over there for now." Mineta and Azui nodded, so the trio made their way over to the entrance. The rafters connected over the central plaza, so they would need to pass by there in order to get down safely. Once they got close enough to the central plaza, they were shocked by what they saw. A large birdman with an exposed brain had their teacher pinned to the ground. He was covered in blood and his goggles were broken. In an instant, the bird guy grabbed Mr. Aizawa's arm and lifted it. Crack. A snap was heard throughout the facility, and Izuku had to try his best not to hurl. Azui had both her hands covering her mouth, and Mineta bent over and threw up. It looked like the hand villain saw this and smiled eerily. "You, gun hands." He pointed at the guy with guns on his fingertips. "Shoot them down." He pointed towards the 3 students in the rafters. The gun villain smiled and began shooting. The rafters began to crumble as bullets kept coming. The 3 screamed as the rafters collapsed, sending them to the ground. When the rafters started to crumble, Izuku grabbed his classmates with tendrils and tried to hang onto the ceiling, but he could feel his grip slipping. In a panic, Izuku went through his options in his head. Fire breath, last resort, pancakes, tight jaw, shark, and Anoli won't help here. Sludge could help me, but it won't cushion their fall. Spring legs will just send us higher up, assuming I can even handle a fall from this height with them. A hand slipped from the ceiling, and Izuku could feel his other arm start to fall. Damn it. There has to be a way. I have to save them, no matter what. His other hand gave out, and Izuku and his classmates fell from the rafters. He charged Exponential to its maximum and switched to tendrils again. He hastily started to wrap himself and the others with tendrils. He could feel his back start to ache from constant use, but he pushed through. He needed to. The coils wrapped tighter and tighter all around the three until they blocked his vision. Once Izuku felt that the tendrils could extend no further, he tightened them and braced for impact. Crash. The USJ shook as the ball of black mass hit the ground, as if an asteroid struck the building. The tendril ball left a sizable crater in the dirt. Slowly, the ball started to uncoil. Azui was the first to get up, followed by Izuku. Mineta seemed to be unconscious. Is everyone okay? Izuku asked. I'm fine, Ribbit. I think Mineta is unconscious though. Azui said. Izuku swore under his breath. They may have survived the fall, but there were still villains around. Izuku looked to the top of the crater and saw the man with gun fingertips as well as a man with a Venus flytrap for a head. Huh, so you brats actually survived that. Gunhand said. He pointed his fingers at them. I'd recommend staying still and not trying anything funny, unless being full of holes sounds appealing to you. Izuku slowly raised his hands, and Azui followed suit. Stall him. I have a plan. Izuku whispered. Azui nodded. Taking a deep breath, Izuku started to slowly unleash tendrils and snake them into the cracks made by the fall. He winced when his breathing sent pain throughout his chest. Not good. I must have broken a couple ribs in that fall. Izuku thought. So, what now? Azui asked the villains. Well, the boss said we can just kill you brats, but I have other ideas. Gunhand said with a devious grin. Plant Head turned and looked at him. Dude, are you serious? What? The boss said we could do whatever we want to them. Gunhand said, attempting to justify his actions. Yeah, but come on dude. They're teenagers for crying out loud. Plant Head countered. Don't act like you're some good person. In case you forgot, we're villains. Gunhand said. Besides, don't think I didn't see you eyeing up the boy. I don't even have eyes. Then that's just how obvious you were being. Izuku and Azui sweat dropped at the two villains bickering. On one hand, I'm glad that they are distracting themselves. On the other hand, I'm disgusted about what they're distracting themselves with. Izuku commented. Just keep doing whatever it is you're doing, Ribbit. Azui deadpanned. Izuku nodded and went back to focusing. During the crash landing, he figured out that tendrils could feel the vibrations of the landing, as well as the footsteps of the villains. Using this and the vibrations of the villains' voices and feet, he can guide the tendrils through the ground and to their attackers. By the time the villains noticed anything, it was too late. The two tendrils erupted from the ground behind them and shoved them into the crater. Izuku dashed forward and used his hands to shove them both into the ground. Izuku felt the tug of his quirk yet again. An itch right underneath his skin begging to be scratched. He figured that it would be safer to take their quirks, so he did. 2 different quirks went into Izuku. He felt a bit lightheaded. Taking in 2 quirks was a bit more than Izuku could handle. Azui, can you grab Mineta? We need to get to Mr. Aizawa. He needs our help. Izuku said. It's too dangerous, especially with that bird villain. Azui said. Also, call me Tsu. Right, sorry. Izuku replied. But I still think we should help. How about we look and see if he needs our help, Ribbit? I don't want to get in his way. Azui suggested. All right. Izuku said. He would have much rather helped their teacher outright, but this was the best he would get. Azui grabbed Mineta, and the two moved over to see what the situation was. Huh, what happened? Mineta wearily called out. Oh good, you're awake. Azui said before dropping him. He made a grunt as he made contact with the floor and stood up. Rude. He commented. So, what are we doing? We're checking in on Mr. Aizawa. He's not good in drawn-out fights like this. Izuku said. They moved to the edge of the crater and watched the scene unfold. They saw Mr. Aizawa pinned to the ground by the large-beaked villain. Garaki, I regret to inform you that one of the students has escaped. Kurojairi said, though they couldn't hear the first part. Damn it Kurojairi. If you weren't our warper, I would have dusted you by now. The lead villain said. He sighed. We aren't high enough level to take on All Might and the other teachers. It's game over. The 3 students nearly jumped for joy. Mineta started crying. You hear that? We're saved. He cried. Yeah, but Azui started to say, but stopped. Izuku looked at her to make sure she was okay, but he was disgusted by the sight. Mineta had his hand grasped over one of Azui's BRSTS, and he was squeezing. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Izuku looked at the short boy with disdain and malice and jealousy. Before he could do anything, however, Azui grabbed his head and shoved him into the dirt. I have a bad feeling about this. Azui finished. Mineta was still squirming in the dirt. However, the three tensed. How about I leave some corpses for the oaf? In a blink, the lead villain was right in front of Azui, hand outstretched and ready to disintegrate her face. Azui could only look in terror as the hand closed in on her. Wow, Eraserhead, you really are the coolest. The hand villain said. Izuku looked at his teacher. Despite having broken limbs and being pinned by the beaked villain, he was still using his quirk to stop the decay. Get away from her! Izuku screamed in rage. He readied quirk manipulation subconsciously after jumping with last resort. His legs cried in agony, but that didn't matter. Right now, he needed to make sure Azui was safe. Just as Izuku reached the head honcho, something blocked him. The large beaked villain somehow traveled right in front of him. He would be scared, but all he could feel now was disgust. This thing had multiple quirks. Wow, you're trying to be heroes, and yet you jumped me without a second though. You NCPs clearly underestimated my Namu. The hand villain started to say, but he was cut off by a guttural shriek. The Nomu was stumbling, trying desperately to shake the green-haired boy off of it. Izuku desperately clung to the black hide as he tried to take its quirk, but every second felt like he was being force-fed sewage. Bile started to rise in Izuku's throat, and before long, the Nomu grabbed Izuku and tossed him to the side. What did you do? The lead villain seethed. You hacker! What did you do to my Nomu? Izuku looked back at Nomu, fighting the growing nausea in his stomach. It looked like it was deactivated. Its head was tilted down, and it wasn't moving. Its brain was also pulsing wildly. Izuku tried to stand up, but he couldn't. He fell to his knees and vomited. Viscous black sludge poured out of his mouth, and once it was done, Izuku collapsed. While the lead villain was distracted, Tsuyu charged one for all in her finger and flicked the villain in the stomach. He grunted and flew a couple meters away. Tsuyu jumped over to check on Izuku, tears lining her eyes. She lifted his head up and put it on her lap as she sat down. She checked his pulse. He's still alive. Tsuyu thought. Tears ran down her face, but she didn't notice. She picked him up and ran back to Mineta. We need to go back to the entrance. Tsuyu sniffled. Grab Mr. Aizawa. Lucky BSTRD. Mineta thought, though he wouldn't dare say it out loud. He ran to his teacher and dragged him to Tsuyu. She used her tongue to hoist Mr. Aizawa onto her shoulder, with Mineta grabbing his legs to ensure he didn't slip off. No, the lead villain muttered. No. No. It wasn't supposed to be like this. You low-level scum shouldn't have stood a chance. He pointed at Izuku. It's all that stupid hacker's fault. He did something to my Nomu. I'll kill you. He screamed, dashing towards Tsuyu and Mineta. She charged one for all in her tongue and prepared to strike when. Crash. The metal doors to the USJ flew open, revealing the silhouette of All Might. Except now, he wasn't smiling. Have no fear, students. He started to say, looking at the damage to the building. Because I am here. All Might hated himself right now. He was supposed to be the symbol of peace for crying out loud. Despite that, he was having tea with the principal while his students were being attacked. He was fortunate that young Ida was able to burst through the door and alert the teachers. Otherwise, he and the teachers would have never known. All Might quickly made his way down the stairs, shoving any villain that dared block his path into a different zone. He quickly intercepted the hand villain's attack on his successor, punching him into his missed accomplice. Young Azui and young Mineta, I'm so sorry I wasn't here sooner. He said in an unusually downbeat tone. He turned to look at his coworker, who was brutally beaten and bloodied. I'm sorry, friend. He grabbed the two conscious students, Midoriya and Aizawa, and jumped back up to the entrance, setting them down gently. Keep an eye on them. He instructed the other students, using his jovial voice once again. Once he ensured they would be safe, he dashed back to the main group of villains. Now, surrender or face the consequences. All Might said threateningly. The lead villain growled like a feral animal. Of course you would say that, All Might. Since violence breed violence, you get to attack us like the government dog you are. Nice try, villain, but I know for a fact you don't truly believe that. All Might countered. The hand villain chuckled. DMN, you're spot on. I couldn't care less about violence, so long as I get to kill whatever I don't like. He turned to the Nomu. Nomu, kill All Might, he screeched. The beaked villain looked up again and moved, but it was nowhere near as fast as it was before. It looked like it had rusted joints the way it jittered and moved. All Might was easily able to dodge and counterattack. Carolina smash! All Might cried, rushing Nomu with his hands in a cross pattern. The attack landed directly on the Nomu's chest, sending it back. It screeched, blood and guts dripping from the wound inflicted by its target. The lead villain stood in shock. No! This is impossible. Nomu is supposed to have shock absorption and super regeneration. He was made to fight you. Did Master lie to me? He questioned. Master? Multiple quirks? No, it can't be. I killed him years ago. All Might thought. He punched the Nomu again, sending it flying into the trees. It screamed and jumped at All Might, but he was ready. He grabbed Nomu and threw him into the ground. It made a crater in the ground and bounced back up. All Might was there and charged a massive blow. So, you were made to fight me, huh? I can't say I'm impressed. All Might said. A white light flew, turning blue, then red, then yellow, then green, then pink before settling on vibrant gold that settled in his fist. You may have heard these words before, but let me teach you what they really mean. All Might threw a deadly punch at Nomu. Go beyond. The fist contacted Nomu's stomach, sending an explosion through its body. Plus Ultra. All Might roared. The Nomu was sent flying. It crashed through the dome of the USJ, and the sound reverberated throughout the facility. The sheer velocity the Nomu was launched at parted clouds, and it faded into the horizon. All Might turned back towards the students and the villains. In my prime, that would have only taken 3 punches. Today, however, it took me nearly 15 to finish that foul beast. The students cheered, and the hand villain was left to mutter in despair. Tamura Shigaraki, I suggest we retreat. Kurogyri said, already opening a portal back to their hideout. You think? Shigaraki exclaimed sarcastically. You. He pointed to All Might. This isn't over yet. Shigaraki stepped towards the portal. Wait right there. All Might called, but he was too far away to stop them. Shigaraki was about to step through when... Bang! A gunshot was heard, echoing throughout the USJ. Shigaraki felt pain spike in his foot. Bang bang bang. 3 more shots were fired, landing in Shigaraki's other foot and both his hands. Damn it, Kurogyri, get me out of here! Shigaraki exclaimed. Kurogyri surrounded them in mist and teleported them away. By the time the mist cleared, the 2 villains were gone. The heroes could only round up the remaining villains and think about how much of a failure this field trip was. Izuku woke up to a void. He was standing in a desolate plain, empty all around him. He saw wisps of color surrounding him, and he heard whispers he couldn't discern. Red light began to circle the void, and it got bright. Izuku shielded his eyes, and when he looked again, he saw 2 people. A thin, sickly man with green eyes and white hair was standing in front of a tall man with white hair and eyes that did not shine in the light. Behind him stood 2 men, one with spikes coming out of his body and one who appeared quirkless. The tall man turned to the 2 behind him, and the 2 began speaking. Please, sir. My meta ability ostracized me from my family. It hurts. The spiked one said. I was attacked by meta-humans the other day. Please give me something to defend myself with. The quirkless man pleaded. The tall man smiled with a wicked grin and placed his hands on the foreheads of men in front of him. Izuku recognized the red energy that emerged from the tall man's hands. The spikes on the first man began to retract. Meanwhile, the other man began to grow spikes, but they were more controlled. Now that I have granted you this favor, should I need you sometime down the line, will you assist me? The tall man said. The 2 men bowed and pledged themselves to the man that helped them. Smiling, the tall man turned to the sickly one behind him. You see, Yoichi? I performed a favor for these men, and they simply want to repay the favor down the line. He spoke. Yoichi scoffed. You just want to use these men. They mean nothing to you. He shouted. The man given a quirk tackled Yoichi, but before he could do anything, the tall man called him off. No need to get violent. My little brother is just confused, probably because he has no meta ability of his own. The tall man said in a neutral tone. The quirked man got off Yoichi and returned to his place behind the tall man. The 3 turned to walk away. You cough will lose, brother. Yoichi said weakly. The tall man turned around and smiled. Whatever you say, little brother. The vision shifted, and Izuku saw the inside of what looked like a prison cell. Yoichi was sitting on the back wall, slouched over. He looked even skinnier and weaker than before. The door handle twisted, and the tall man from before entered. You're rotting away in this vault, and yet you still defy me. The tall man said. Yoichi sat up, struggling to face his brother. I will never follow you, Yoichi said weakly. His words were soft and drawn out, but they still carried the same determination as always. You have the same spirit as always, but I cannot have an enemy in my ranks. The tall man said, approaching Yoichi. I have a meta ability for you, one that even your frail body should be able to handle. Brother, what are you doing? Yoichi asked in fear. The tall man grinned. I'm giving you a power. He grabbed Yoichi by the face and pulled him up, ignoring Yoichi's weak kicks and struggles. Even though you insist on being my enemy, you are dear to me. Brother, stop! Yoichi cried, but his brother ignored Yoichi's struggles. Red energy danced around the two as the tall man's grin grew wider. Never forget, I love you, Yoichi. A bright light flashed across Izuku's vision, forcing him to close his eyes. When they reopened, he saw himself. It was a dark version of himself. It was glitched and lacking facial features. Still, Izuku could recognize himself in the figure. THATISTHEORIGINOFOURBROTHERSQUIRK. Izuku too spoke. It was hard to discern, but Izuku could make it out. What? I don't have a brother. Izuku replied, confused. NOTYOURBROTHER.THEBROTHEROFTHISQUIRK. Izuku too clarified. This did nothing to help Izuku's confusion. How can a quirk have a brother? Wait, is this a sentient quirk? That would be so cool. I wonder what that means for my other quirks. Sentientura dash. Izuku's mumbling was cut off by the presence of a new voice. Interesting. You have his quirk, and yet, I see no malice in your heart. Izuku perked up, remembering that voice as the voice of Yoichi. It's you. From the vision. Izuku exclaimed. Yoichi smiled. Yes, it is. Yoichi said. His expression then turned serious. What you saw was a glimpse of the life of me and my brother. Our quirks were linked after he gave me the one you saw. Once he finds out about you, he will come for you. Izuku gulped. He's still alive. Sadly, yes. Yoichi sighed. Eighth doesn't trust you, but you need to keep going. Amass power, because you may be the only one with a chance to kill my brother when the time comes. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition at the command to amass power. Wait, are you the one who has been instructing me to take quirks? Yoichi frowned. No. My brother always had the urge to take. He took the power of whoever he killed. It must be the same for you, since your quirks are identical. You must be stronger than your urges, but do not ignore them. Before Izuku could ask any more questions, the ground started to shake. Izuku fell over, but Yoichi seemed unaffected. It looks like you're waking up. Yoichi commented. I'll see you again, Midoriya. With that last parting sentence, the world faded to black. Izuku groaned as he gradually woke up. He could feel the soreness in his legs and arms, as well as the pain in his chest from the fall. Izuku attempted to stretch his arms up, but he noticed that his right arm was heavier than usual. He turned to inspect it, but he didn't expect to see Azui sleeping on his arm. She had her arms and legs tucked under her torso, and she was rib-biting softly as she breathed. He immediately started to blush, his face turning into a tomato. His mind was working in overdrive to find a way to get out of the hospital bed without waking the frog girl up. Azui shifted slightly, and every muscle in Izuku's body tensed. Midoriya, you think too loud, ribbit. Azui sleepily said. Hey Azui. You're awake. Izuku said gleefully. I thought I told you to call me Tsu, ribbit. Azui replied. Izuku chuckled. Her gaze then shifted to Izuku's green eyes. How are you feeling? Much better. My chest still hurts, but everything else feels fine. Izuku commented. How is everyone else doing? Azui thought for a moment. You were the most injured out of everyone, ribbit. Mr. Aizawa had a broken arm and fractured skull, but he already woke up. Last I saw, Recovery Girl was plastering casts across his entire body. The two giggled, picturing their homeroom teacher as a mummy. Mineta had a minor concussion, though I have no idea why. I had a few bone bruises and a broken finger, but I was able to get healed in only one session. That's good. Izuku commented. Oh, before I forget. Azui sat up and inched towards Izuku. She then flicked him on the forehead. Ow. What was that for? Izuku asked, rubbing the patch of skin his classmate flicked. That was for risking your life, ribbit. Azui replied. Before Izuku could defend himself, Azui went in closer and gave him a peck on the cheek. And that is for saving me. Azui said with a light blush. Izuku_Midoriya.exe has stopped responding. Azui giggled seeing Izuku sputter and pass out. She remembered the sight of her savior jumping into the path of that Nomo to save her. He looked so determined, giving everything he had to make sure she didn't have a single scratch. A warm feeling spread throughout her body, and she looked at Midoriya. Her heart fluttered at the sight. Azui felt an emotion she never felt towards someone outside her family before. Love. Azui decided to curl back into Izuku's arms and go back to sleep. It was cozy and warm, and she was feeling cold. Once Izuku woke up again and saw Azui asleep, he felt at peace. There was something about his classmate that made him feel fuzzy but strong, like he could take on anything as long as she was beside him. He saw the brilliant shine of her quirk. Its rainbow glow lit up the room in his eyes, and yet, it wasn't his favorite sight. He saw her beautiful hair, her adorable face, and her whole self. For the first time in a long time, Izuku saw someone for more than their quirk. Izuku was content to fall back asleep with Azui on his arm, but the sound of the door opening interrupted him. He recognized the person who walked through and was terrified. It was the R-rated heroine, Midnight. "Hey, just wanted to let you know that school Midnight started to say, but she cut herself off when she saw Azui in Izuku's arms. A devilish grin spread across her face. "Oh my! How I adore young love!" she cooed. Izuku made incomprehensible noises attempting to explain how the situation wasn't what it looked like, but Midnight simply laughed. "You two make such a cute couple. Just make sure to wear protection. Wouldn't want any accidents to happen," she said with a wink. Izuku's face went crimson, his soul threatening to leave his body. Midnight laughed and walked away, leaving the two to themselves. "Ah, Tsukachi. How are you, my friend?" All Might said. "Could be better, especially with the attack that happened on UA." Tsukachi admitted. The mention of the USJ attack darkened the mood slightly. "Right. Have you been able to uncover anything?" All Might asked. Tsukachi shook his head. "Unfortunately, not much. We looked in the directory for anyone with a warp quirk and disintegration quirk, but we couldn't find anything. All we know is that they are called Kurojairi and Tamura Shigaraki." All Might sighed. "Anything related to that Nomu fellow?" "Well, we found where you launched it and expected some sort of resistance, but it just stood there," Tsukachi said. "It made no attempt to escape, and it never said a word to us. We took a blood test and found that the man was originally some small-time thug. He was an F-rank villain, and he never could have achieved this kind of power." All Might put a hand to his chin. "So, someone else had to get involved. Someone who could grant someone with immense power." All Might's eyes widened in horror. He knew of only one man who could grant that power. Tsukachi recognized the look on his friend's face and continued. "In his blood test, we found 2 other DNA samples, which explain his additional quirks. Since you can't just give someone your blood to give them a quirk, there's only one other possibility. He's back," All Might said, fists clenched at his side. "Yes. The man you killed crawled his way back into the mortal world," Tsukachi confirmed. All Might was ready to leave, but then he remembered something. "Wait. One of my students, Izuku Midoriya. He has the same quirk as him." Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. "You sure it's exactly the same?" All Might nodded in confirmation. "I'd recognize it from anywhere. He wields multiple unrelated quirks, and when he uses his quirk, red energy comes out of a hole in his hands. They have to be related." Tsukachi nods and puts a hand on his chin. "That makes things a bit trickier. Even if their quirks are related, we have no idea if they are actually working together. I can't spring an interview on him out of nowhere, so that's out of the picture as well. I still don't trust him." All Might grumbled. "You don't have to trust him. Just be his teacher, and if he is working for that BSTRD, help him see the good side," Tsukachi said. All Might nodded, but he didn't seem confident in the detective's words. Tsukachi internally groaned. "Please don't escalate this. I know you're a good guy, but trying to prove the guilt of an innocent person will end horribly." Tamura jumped through the warp gate, barely escaping from the USJ. He grit his teeth in anger. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Nomu was supposed to be strong enough to kill that blonde BSTRD, and yet he defeated it in an instant. "Damn it, you lied to me, Master. All Might isn't weaker at all," Tamura said. The old TV crackled to life, and a deep voice spoke. "I was not lying when I said All Might has gotten weaker. Perhaps we were just too hasty." The voice spoke. Then, a new voice came on. "What happened to the specimen?" All Might launched it out of the USJ. "I was unable to retrieve it," Kurojairi said. "He defeated it rather easily, though it was weakened by another before they fought." "What? Nomu shouldn't have been taken down that easily," the second voice exclaimed. "What do you mean when you said weakened?" the first voice asked. "It was some stupid green-haired brat. He walked up to Nomu and gave him a permanent debuff," Tamura said. "Green-haired brat? Let me see," the voice said. The sound of papers being moved could be heard until he found what he was looking for. "Ah, here it is. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk manipulation. He has the ability to take, and, oh dear." Tamura looked at the TV in confusion. Master was always collected and calm, but this was a weakness he never showed before. "What's wrong, Master?" "Nothing, young Tamura," Master said. "Reflect on your failure and prepare for your next attack." "Yes, Master," Tamura said, bowing his head, even if Master couldn't see. Through the TV screen, All for One was gripping on the paper in fury. "How is this possible? My little brother never had any children, and I certainly haven't. A quirk like mine should never have emerged. The doctor came up beside him and scanned through the paper. Mutations are always possible, but this is almost unprecedented. Meta-quirks are incredibly rare. The doctor commented. Go through our databases. Find out if we ever had any business with someone with a quirk like mine. All for One commanded. It shall be done, my lord. The doctor replied before walking away to fulfill his task. This cannot be allowed to interfere with my plans. I need to kill this loose end before it becomes a problem. All for One thought. He crumbled up the paper with Midoriya's information. Just who exactly are you, Izuku Midoriya? Once Izuku was given the green light to go home, he gently moved Azui off of him and left her a note saying that he went home. He felt bad leaving the frog girl by herself, but Izuku wanted to make sure his mom was doing okay. He was sure she was panicking about how villains attacked the school. As he was leaving, he suddenly felt an impact on his back. He jumped, frightened by the sudden contact. Looking as far as he could behind him, he saw Azui, latched onto his back like a koala. Blushing profusely, Izuku tried to get her off his back, but she wouldn't budge. Nope. Azui muttered. You're cozy, so I'm staying on your back, ribbit. This only worsened Izuku's blush. After trying and failing to get the frog girl off his back, he sighed and continued to make his way home. Upon leaving the infirmary, he noticed two familiar figures waiting. Kacchan? Shoji? What are you guys doing here? Izuku asked. Upon hearing their names, Bakugo and Shoji perked up. They got up from the bench they were sitting at and made their way to the two greenettes. TCH, what does it look like we're doing? Waiting for you two, of course. Bakugo replied. Shoji nodded. Yeah. We were worried about you, Midoriya. Since Tsu already went in and visited, we figured we would wait out here as to not overcrowd you. Izuku smiled. That's really kind of you too. Bakugo grumbled and turned away from Izuku, and while Shoji had a mask on, Izuku could see that he was smiling. Hey nerd. You got something on your back. Bakugo said with a grin. Izuku blushed again. Why yeah. She kind of latched on and refused to let go. Izuku said, trying again to get Azui off his back. Eventually, she relented and hopped off. How rude. 010 would not recommend this taxi to others. Azui joked, earning a chuckle from the rest of the group. Bakugo then turned serious. Anyways, how bad were your injuries, Deku? They weren't that bad. I passed out due to severe quirk exhaustion, and I had broken ribs and cracked bones in my arms from the fall I took from the rafters. Azui looked away in guilt. Shoji nodded, but Bakugo looked somewhat concerned. Quirk exhaustion? I don't think you've ever gotten quirk exhaustion from taking my quirk before. Bakugo commented. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Though, it could be that I haven't used my main quirk for almost a decade. There was something off about that Nomo thing though. Azui raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, ribbit? Its quirk was, well, I'm not too sure how to explain it. Izuku admitted. When I tried to take it, something felt off. It looked as if someone took 3 different quirks and glued them together to make one abomination. I think the reason I threw up that sludge was because my body was trying to take in 3 different quirks and overloaded. Shoji's eyes widened. Wait, you said quirks, not quirk. Izuku nodded. Yeah. That thing, whatever it was, had more than one quirk. Are you sure, Principal Nizu? Present Mike asked. Yes, I am certain that is the case. Principal Nizu stated calmly. He gathered all the teachers and Detective Tsukachi to have a conference about the USJ attack. Based on what all Might and Detective Tsukachi have uncovered, as well as with what Midoriya said, that is our most probable answer. Several teachers gasped. Until Midoriya came to UA, I didn't even know that a quirk that could give and take quirks even existed. Cementos commented. Several murmurs rang in agreement. Meta quirks like that are pretty rare. Vlad King said. Monoma from my class has a copy quirk, so they aren't totally unheard of. You are correct, Vlad. Principal Nizu said. In any case, we need to be on alert for the 2 main villains at the attack, as well as someone who can give quirks to others. Present Mike put a hand to his chin. Does that include Midoriya? Aizawa's eye twitched at the mention of his student, but he remained composed. Vlad said that quirks like that are super rare, and I've never heard of any villain that can do something like that. Nizu, All Might, and Tsukachi shared a look that went unnoticed by the others. All Might spoke up. It may be hard to hear, but I believe that young Midoriya might be a spy of some sort, working for the villains. How else can that Nomo creature be explained? The room quieted, except for Aizawa. His quirk-activated eyes pierced through the number 1 hero. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table. Where do you get off on saying something like that? Aizawa asked, not an ounce of mercy in his voice. A bead of sweat ran down All Might's face, but he continued. I'm aware that it's a harsh truth to swallow, but there's too much evidence against young Midoriya. All Might said. Present Mike and Midnight were trying their best to get the symbol of peace to shut up, but they were unsuccessful. Too much evidence? That's completely ridiculous. Aizawa stated. First, Midoriya risked his life defending his classmates from the thing you claim he created. Why would he do that if he were a villain? Secondly, Midoriya's reaction to attempting to take the Nomu's quirks shows that he was unfit to take them. How could he have possibly created it if he can't even use his quirk to decommission it? Finally, there's the major fact that the Nomu tried to kill Midoriya. Why the hell would he attacked by it if he created it? I also heard Shigaraki command the Nomu to kill Midoriya, so there's another wrench in your so-called evidence. He put air quotes around the last word. Each argument Aizawa fired against All Might hit him like a bullet. The tension in the room could be cut with a butter knife, with Aizawa staring daggers into All Might. Nizu quickly got up and stood between the two. That's enough, you two, Nizu stated. Aizawa is right. There isn't enough evidence to convict Midoriya of anything. But Sir Dash, that's enough, Yagi. All Might attempted to refute, but Nizu cut him off. The faculty were surprised that Nizu used All Might's family name. With a defeated look, All Might sat back down. Aizawa smirked and did the same. As the meeting continued, Aizawa continued to sneak glances at All Might. He looked upset, as if he were caught in class with his phone out and didn't have a valid excuse as for why. He's a teacher, sue him for using school analogies. Aizawa was barely paying attention to the meeting at this point, only occasionally giving his 2 cents on certain topics, like how Shigaraki acted more like a child. He kept trying to figure out why All Might would hate a hero student so much. However, even as the minutes went by, Aizawa couldn't think of anything. By the end of the meeting, he relegated to asking Nizu, since the rat god always seemed to know things others didn't. Once the meeting ended, everyone left except for Nizu, All Might, Tsukachi, and Aizawa. Seeing now as the perfect chance, Aizawa made his move. I'm only going to say this once, All Might. Aizawa said. I don't know why you're so hellbent on Midoriya being a villain, but it's illogical and not welcome. If he turns away from the hero course because of you, it'll be you explaining to the vultures why you bullied a kid with a villainous quirk into quitting. I don't know what you're talking about, Aizawa. All Might said. I have nothing against young Midoriya. Aizawa gave him a deadpan stare as the #1 hero chuckled dumbly. Don't think I didn't see your incompetence during his first training match. When Bakugo was preparing to use his gauntlet on Midoriya, you should have stepped in. But you didn't, instead opting to do nothing. You didn't even give him a verbal warning. Aizawa said. With that, he got up and walked out of the room, leaving Nizu with All Might and the detective. After chatting for a little bit, the quartet decided to head to Takoba Beach. Considering that it was clean thanks to Ajui's effort and that it would be a nice way to relax after the attack, it seemed like a good idea. Hey Deku, what quirks did you get from that bird-brained freak anyways? Bakugo asked. Once quirks were mentioned, Izuku lit up. Oh, I almost forgot to check. I was able to get the quirks of the guy with finger guns and the plant guy, and from the Nomu it looks like I got some sort of strength enhancer, a healing quirk, and a shock redistribution quirk. Izuku said excitedly. Ajui and Shoji struggled to keep up, but Bakugo nodded. Well then, what do you say about testing them out? Bakugo said with a feral grin, sparks flying off his hands. Izuku met his gaze with a determined look. He turned to the other two, and they nodded as well. It looks like this relaxing trip to the beach turned into a training session. Izuku activated finger guns, feeling odd barrels form at his fingertips. He focused on the quirk, and he felt a jolt in his hand. Suddenly, a bullet flew out of Izuku's pointer finger, flying harmlessly into the water. He fired a few more times, noting how it felt and writing it in his quirk notebook. Bakugo suggested he fire at him, but the other three shot that idea down quickly. Next was Plant. Pushing it to the front, Izuku formed a Venus flytrap on his hand. He then tried several other plants. He could create vines, which worked similarly to tendrils. The difference was that Izuku could create the vines anywhere. Sundew was also a good plant to make, since it could work as a glue trap. The only downside is that it attracted a lot of bugs. Ajui didn't seem too unhappy though. Plant could also create plants with healing properties. Strength Enhance was fairly straightforward. When Izuku activated it, he felt a surge of power run throughout his body. He wasn't nearly as strong as All Might, but he was certainly stronger than the average human with a strength quirk. As a test, Izuku activated Exponential and then Strength Enhance, and he found that the strength boost was almost that of Last Resort's, only without the drawback. Shock Redistribution was next, and Izuku was able to get help from Bakugo and Ajui for this one. Izuku activated the quirk right before being hit by an explosion from Bakugo. Once the dust settled, Izuku was unharmed, but the impact site glowed a faint orange. Izuku sent the kinetic energy into his hand and released it, sending a weak wave into the sky. Izuku wrote in his notebook, and Bakugo sulked about how his quirk didn't cause a larger reaction. Azui also offered to assist. She charged her power into her finger and flicked Izuku. A huge gust of wind blew around them, and Izuku recoiled from the impact. The impact location was glowing black, and electricity was sparking off it. Izuku relocated the energy to his hand again and released it, sending a scorching beam into the sky. Bakugo and Shoji were awestruck, and Azui tried to look impressed, but the pain from her now broken finger kept her distracted. Azui, are you alright? Izuku asked, a worried expression on his face. Azui winced. Yeah, ribbit. It's just a finger. There's one more quirk I have to try, and it should be able to help. Izuku said. He called forth Healing Touch. It was nowhere near as powerful as the regeneration the Nomu had, but it was still a healing quirk. Izuku's hand became covered in a green light. He carefully embraced Azui's finger, being careful not to apply too much pressure. Azui grunted slightly in pain, but she soon felt the pain dissipate. After 20 seconds, Izuku removed his hand to reveal Azui's finger perfectly healed. There wasn't even a scar left from the bone fracture. Wow! That's a really powerful healing quirk, Midoriya. Shoji commented. Yeah, Izuku said. Though, it does take a lot out of me. I'm already feeling winded and I didn't even use it for half a minute. Bakugo clapped his hands, gaining the group's attention. Well, that's all of Deku's new quirks. We done here? I've done everything I wanted to do. Shoji replied. Same here, ribbit. Azui said. Okay then. See you all in school next week. Izuku said, waving as his friends walked away. He turned to Bakugo. Ready to head back, Kacchan? Yep. Bakugo said. With that, the two walked home. Izuku smiled to himself. He never imagined he would be testing other quirks with Bakugo, let alone 2 other people. He felt a vibration in his pocket, and he pulled out his phone to check the notification. It's Recovery Girl. I'll be free to help your friend tomorrow. I assume you'll want to be there? Izuku's smile grew wider. He updated Recovery Girl's contact information and replied. Midoriya, yes please. Recovery Girl, okay. Be at Muzutafu General Hospital by 13. Izuku pocketed his phone. What was that about? Bakugo asked. Oh. One of the people I got a quirk from has a serious medical condition, so I asked Recovery Girl for her help in treating her. We were just finalizing the details. Izuku explained. You and that hero complex, DMN nerd. Bakugo grumbled with a smile. Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He then froze. Wait a second. Oh my god, I have a pro hero's number, this is the best day of my life. Izuku screamed. He could barely hear Bakugo telling him to shut up as he giddily wrote in his notebook.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.